Really, why did they put the fucking stream button next to there? Hello, welcome. I know I was just talking to you, but how are you feeling today, Horror? Come on. Twitter! There you go. I really hate that the M takes too fucking long to take. Bing bong bong. Bing 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 bing. Bing bing bong bing. Bing. Sending one second one sending material people that interesting. The Destiny leaks. Oh my god, the Destiny leaks. More and more shit just keeps coming out, man. Fucking Christ. Morning, brother. Did you get that thing I sent you? I don't know. Where am I looking? Where am I supposed to look for the thing you sent me? Steam. I received a gift. Ah, I see. I received multiple gifts. I see. Endless Space, Penumbra, Awakening, Lost Symphony, Harmonic Memories, the original soundtrack, Dark Matter, Lost Symphony, Untold Tales, Supremacy, Harmonic Memory. How many fucking DLCs does this game have? Vultures, and Endless Space itself as well. You know, I don't really think I ever saw you play a 4X game before, so here's a really good one that'd be up your alley. Enjoy. Thank you. Endless Space 2 is a strategic space opera featuring the compelling just one more turn gameplay set in the mysterious Endless universe. I've played Dungeon of the Endless, but I've never had the Endless Space franchise on my computer. As leader of your civilization, you propose your vision and build the greatest stellar empire. Sure. I have to scroll down the list and click every single one. How much did that cost you? Doesn't Europa Universalis have a shit ton of DLCs too? I don't know. You can't get me to play Europa Universalis because I refuse to play the games that a devout rapist plays. I'm steeped in my toys. Also, hi, Reginald. So how much did that cost you, Struggler? And importantly, how much space did that take up? 15 gigabytes. Wow. I didn't think it would be that small. I thought it would at least be a hard 100. Well, looks like I know what I'm doing today. To the SSD. The stream lags because I'm downloading it. It was on sale for $31. Well, at least you didn't do that to yourself. Have I played Ninja Gaiden 2 yet? No, I have not. I know that they released Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on the ending of the thing. Eventually, more than likely, it'll roll across my desk. But I didn't necessarily have a big draw pull to play it, because I have to measure it. No, I do not have Game Pass, for I do not own an Xbox. Unfortunately. At some point it'll roll across my desk, more than likely. It's just that since I'm a baller on a budget and I have to hold money, the money that I currently have that isn't explicitly planned out for purchases and shit, for things like Monster Hunter Wilds, which is dropping at the end of next month, or planned purchases like the request submission for the the thumbnail that will go on all of the Monster Hunter Wild streams, featuring all the people that I'll be either collaborating with and or playing with, either here in my audience or across Twitter mutuals or whatnot, or maybe even with Lenore and the rest of the guys inside of Art Life. If it has nothing to do directly with immediate monetized bills or something that can be then used as spending money to then make money for a return, I can't usually afford to get it. But if you're willing to offer that, then just remind me, Gerald, and I will talk to you about that. Yeah. Because that's usually a thing. It's like, there's new video games, and then there's new drama and news that I need to cover. I can only necessarily be able to do 3 things at once, but usually it also then has, like, conversations about streamer shit that I usually don't get to immediately get my hands on. So if it's like, if I go really hard on that gaming shit, then I don't have the ability to look at new updates, because I'm usually playing the exact same games I always play. If I go super hard on the drama shit, then gameplay is just falling off completely for me, which is fucked. Also, welcome to my channel. One of them, at least. It's like, I'll be permanently distracted and not have the ability to have proper crossover with any of the shit that I want to do. Unfortunately. It's really weird. It's really weird. Heavy lays the crown that watches the cringe! Because, boy, I have been enjoying these fucking Destiny updates, but I can't keep doing it. Not every single day. At least not leading into the weekend. Monday through Friday, I'm solid, I've got it. But I've done back-to-back coverage, and then another back-to-back coverage on that, and then another back-to-back coverage of something else on top of that. So first was the DGGX updates, featuring Not So Erudite, and covering it myself, my own coverage. Sunday, we're probably going to be doing the coverage from the angle of Nicholas Diorio, because he put his stream up and had it up for a 24-hour period where people could download it so that they could be able to use it for their own streams before he takes it down. Had to get up this morning and download that and get that sorted away. Then we've got more updates and more content for Versus Chats, because in agreement with horror, we hadn't been able to do a recent Versus Chat. That's because whenever it comes to these news cycles and these news stories, all of these news stories are really fucking lame and fucking pathetic and gay as fuck, and I don't want to look at them or don't want to go super deep in on them, because I don't care enough to, like, do it for this period of time, which we did it last night, concerning your gay pirate, Lewis McClung, because I will get inside of Lewis McClung's ass. Pause. Because Lewis McClung deserves all of the shit that he gets, because he just can't help himself with fucking with other people and antagonizing people across the internet, because he did not learn his lesson in that situation. So what's the lore of some fool taking my X account? 1 week, my woman complained to me that I needed to take more pictures and videos of things. I did a factory reset on my phone. Somehow, the Authy app that I use for my passwords for my 2-factor authentication broke by doing so, despite the fact that Authy is a separate account system, because somehow my passwords ended up being encrypted. Upon contacting X, they kept giving me the reach around because, if not aware, Twitter and its support desk does not exist anymore, because Elon firing all those people publicly means that the entire help desk is being ran by a fucking botnet, and then an administrator that comes around and checks the botnets. Eventually, I did get help, but somebody used a bot program called a gatecrasher to force guess my password after I'd celebrated that the 2-factor authentication was reset so that I could be able to access my account, to then break into the account 30 minutes before I was able to reapply my authentication. Because when you have Twitter Premium, X Premium, you do not get access to SMS 2-factor authentication. You can only be able to use Authy and other type of 6-integer password authentication loops. So imagine a cycle where you got locked out of your Steam account using SteamGuard. There is a way with a backup password to get back into your account. But what the person did is that they forced the password and then changed the email. So, despite going through their processes to claim my account as having been hacked so that I could be able to return it under compromisation, the bots both were already giving me a problem, and their quote standard is that if they decide there's nothing that they can do for you, it's completely fucked. So, despite working and having had that account for years, he's asking me to explain to him how my account got hacked for First Player Carl / Mr. Random. When that happened, I went through that process within literally an hour after it happened. The person that took over the account, I've already covered it, Mr. Gamer. Any updates concerning new updates will be covered on Sunday. Concerning going to them to get it, they basically told me, you're fucked. Literally, I put out the tweet saying that I was celebrating about it, and then I had to go to what has always been my backup account to explain that I was fucked. The person who hacked the account, someone by the name of Mr. 10 Inches, which I can only be able to elaborate is some kind of gay porn scammer, took the account, sat on it for about 3 to 4 days, then renamed the shit as Mark, kept the @ the same, didn't delete any of the tweets or shit, and then just started using the account to push for the OnlyFans scam shit, where they put a link into the thing where you can then purchase pictures and shit, and was putting out fucking gifs, like him waving his fucking penis in the background, next to a grill, and shit like this. Pretty much, the day that it happened, both when it was hacked, and then as this person started posting on the account, people had not realized that I already addressed it on my second account. We're all posting like, Carl, what the fuck? This is one seriously elaborate scam, dude. Not even Poe would go this far. Had to be told, dumb. Carl's already talked about it. And then went, oh. With the last person actually noticing and paying attention to this having happened, being Zeno himself. So, by the time it got to Poe, pretty much everybody was already aware that the hack happened. That's what happened there. Basically, because I didn't put two-factor authentication immediately on top of my account, I couldn't do anything about it. That's the lesson to learn. Immediately reapply two-factor authentication and don't post anything about it, because he was able to force the information based off shit that I had posted myself. So it's ultimately my fault. Hell, there's an alternate universe where it wouldn't have happened had my woman not told me that I should reset my phone so that we could take more pictures of my child, but ultimately, I made the choice to do it. It wouldn't have been a problem. So, it's not that insane. Just basic fucking technological shit that happens. Anybody can be targeted. It could happen to you! It's the same, but you gotta bail. Okay, that's no problem. Have a good day. As for covering the Zestiny situation, I've been covering the Zestiny situation. Zestiny. Zesty implies that he's just mildly gay. Destiny's always been gay. I've covered it already throughout the week. I've been covering every single update. I've been experimenting with some video packets that I intend on making over the week. But I've been covering it since it happened. And it's just that I cannot do it every single fucking day. I do not want to. So, we're taking a break on it today. And instead, I'm going to chill and have fun. The game is installed. That's the important thing about drama. Yes. Yes. Those are in fact on the bots. Like when you came in last night during the gay pirate, we had already came off fresh yesterday from having done that coverage. And on Sunday, we will be going over Nicholas Dorio's opinion about the situation and his own criticism of Not So Erudite. Endless Space 2, I suppose, because he spent $31 on me playing it and he wants to see me play it, so I'm going to do that. I'm making his dream a reality. Today! 3. Carl, making dreams a reality since the slavery days. A little bit closer than the slavery days. That is the wrong one. This is the right one. Endless Space 2. Is it framed up to the screen correctly? Okay. So, do you have the free time to narrate this game to me, Struggler? Let me go to CCM. If you can jump into the CCM chat and try to talk to me about this game, that'd be nice, thank you. Mods. Game asset export. Content. Games Together. Aspects of the Games Together website. Empire Chronicles. Statistics of your completed games. Credits. Options. Video quality. My computer should be capable of running this fine. Bring down the volume just a little bit. Everything else will leave up for now, I guess? What does headphone mode do? Activate this option if you use headphones. Display subtitles, faction introduction videos, discovery cutscenes, display colonization cutscenes, display planetary destruction cutscenes, maximum number of autosaves, tutorial mode. Tutorial will explain key features of the game. None. Only high-level features of the game. Advanced. UI. Adaptive. Empire color palette. Defect. It's necessary to start it to take effect. Tool details. Full. Compact. Progressive. Only minimal critical information. First completing its compact form, and then more details to explain after a few seconds. Full context. Display research key determines the explanatory key that is displayed in the side panel. Struggle Bus being generous. Endless Space 2. Pretty interesting 4X game. Unfortunately, you're stuck between laundry prep and work, but you can do it tomorrow if I'm chilling then. I know that I will be going out for dinner, but I will be back in around about 5 p.m. and then I could be able to do that again then as well. I don't know. Star being able to get another day of time off on Saturdays is actually technically thrown off the original Carlton Network scheduling. So originally, the way that I had sat down and I had talked this out and planned this, when I was talking to Horror about this, where's my note? Here it is. So originally, the way that I had talked this out with Horror, when I had planned this out, was that I was going to do daily content starting from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. because I need to eventually break during the day to create dinner, and then after 5 p.m. on weekdays or Sunday, I'd be able to either do editing or pure video games. So after a full day of 8 hours of streaming content, I could then be able to turn those streams into VOD content so that the people who were not there to watch the VOD could be able to then watch the VOD cut and edit as a way to both put videos onto the channel so that they could see things, because I know there are people that will watch the VOD, but there are people who also will not watch the VOD. They will watch the fucking edit of the VOD to put things on the screen. And then after 5 p.m., I have no obligation to go back live, and if I do go back live, I will either be playing video games purely, including on Sunday, and that Thursday through Saturday, on that same time period slot, from 6 to 10 p.m., so for 4 hours maximum, would be a way to limit and also restrict the problem that we originally had in the past with versus chats going way over fucking time with the way that people used to behave as a fill-in. So weekdays from 9 to 5, which let's put it more like from Monday through Thursday. From 9 to 5, that's Call at Home. Then after 5, moving from Thursday to Saturday, anything from the 6 to 10 time slot is versus chat. Whatever fucking topic people bring, we'd be able to go through it as a watch party together, collectively, talk about it, laugh about it, and then if it's like a Salt React watch, we're making fun of the shit. If it's a drama React watch of shit that's currently happening in the zeitgeist, we'll be able to study it and talk about it. And then on Sunday, I get to have a day off of rest. And then on Monday through Wednesday, I guess, I would be able to, after 5, have the time to turn those VODs into videos. But what ended up happening is that it was just doing way too fucking much to me. The amount of covering daily fucking drama was both, 1, burning out my fucking energy, and 2, I wasn't sleeping. So my insomnia started becoming extremely a heavy detriment. And then Star started feeling bad because she could only have Tuesday and Wednesdays off, which means time that I'm spending after my streams, if I choose to edit, conglomerizes my time away from them. But also, it was pulling on my responsibilities, both in the home and outside the home. So, chores, bills, upkeep, home repair. It was taking away from a lot of things. It was not good. So, that's why Carl at Home has now been limited Monday, Wednesday. Because, just like how during the podcast, in Season 2 of the Fried Chicanery, there was a lot of overhead that was affecting both myself, Horror, and Baku, as well as, well, I think it was just the 3 of us, because I don't think that other person ever really started adding more to it necessarily directly on topics that weren't Baku's. But the overhead of the batch of collection of material, which in many ways still exists as an overhead problem, was affecting the 3 of us, because that's a lot of time to dedicate towards something. Especially if we're talking about just basic collecting together and planning shit out. Ultimately, technically, I should be capable of doing this myself. The only reason why I don't is because I know that for the best effect of my workflow, I work better with a co-host. Not just because focusing topics works together and helps, but it helps to have a person that can be able to keep it focused and on the straight and narrow, on the shit in which I want to be focused on. Not because I can get sidetracked or I can lose scope of the topic, but simply having a viewpoint of work that I'm interested in and then a viewpoint that somebody else is interested in so that people can relate to it and we can bounce off of each other has always worked best. So I changed it from that entire timeline to Monday, Wednesday. I get to have Tuesday in the middle to basically have time to then edit the Monday stream, or any content that came from the Monday stream, which is where you've been seeing a lot more of the shorts come from. Then, from those shorts, that gets put onto YouTube. I can now upload them directly, because now I know how to do it. But it used to be just straight VOD cuts directly, and edit cuts directly from Twitch, which is why we then brought back in Twitch, because you remember I used to be using Restream, but now we use the Aluna multi-stream. So now we can be able to stream to YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and Twitter, but we have to pay for Twitter, so that's another overhead problem. Now, I can go Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I guess now, off day on Saturday, and then still have a rest day on Sunday. So now I technically have 3 potential rest days of the week, but on those days where we would be having versus chats, if I was to not take a off day, or I was to do something more timed during the day, Monday's work, Tuesday off, Wednesday work, Thursday work, Friday technically also work, but this is during the night. So, main day of content on Wednesday, main day of content on Monday. Both days packed, both days full. Both Call at Home, Carl at Play, or and whatever update drama that can happen in the interim, especially for videos. On Thursday, at least at the night, from 6 to 10, versus chat. Same thing on Saturday, same thing on Friday. And then the mornings of those days are open. So then I get the ability to start setting things up, do conversations, talk about collabs, go talk to other content creators, go talk to other content creators and their audiences, and go hang out with either audience members, service members, or mutuals. And then Sunday, which has always been a hard day of rest, remains a hard day of rest, but now Saturday is becoming a day of rest to also spend with family, either mine or with Star and Zuian's grandparents. So, having to time everything around that has been a little bit of a hassle, mainly because I needed to reset my sleep schedule. But I've done that. That is successful. These things are no longer problems now. But that's a little bit of a mindset behind the inner workings of the machine, because a lot of my time is spent doing edits and also cutting things, because unfortunately, not many people have an eye for edits, which means I have to cut them, and that's fine. Welcome back, Larginal. But yeah, that's kind of like what all of that has been centered around, and what has been focusing that and controlling that. The ability to do those edits and then keep up with the cycle. It's not a problem for anybody. It's never been an issue for anything. It's not holding anything back. No one is at fault for it. No one's causing it. It's just it's just a matter of the YouTube shit. This is like early YouTube growing pain shit. Honestly, horror is a lot better about this shit than I am. I at least need to give myself a schedule. A lot of the things that we've been able to do properly now has been with help, not just from horror, but also from Jay. Because both of them have helped me in various ways. In the ways in which I needed to help things about my personality, that's where Lauren has had the biggest effect. On ways in which I've had to change myself as a content creator, business-minded, horror has helped with this. So both these women, technically all three of these women, because a lot of things that I've been having to deal with, like problems, I've just been talking to Star about, and the more I talk to her about it, the more sensible is like, wait, why am I actually bending over backwards with this person? A lot of these things have been just changed over time, just by the women in my life helping me. And horror does it for free, as a friend. Like, I could be able to pay her more should I have had an infinite resource of money, and she probably deserves to have it. I just ain't got it right now. Especially in terms of the podcast. Like, horror deserves more than just thanks and money for the amount of effort that she's done. Not just for the audience, and not just for the content, but also to me personally. And she does it for free. It's the same question and the same thing I asked myself about Jay. Although that's an entirely different conversation. Still, TLDR, I had a schedule. I have to modify that schedule because of changing factors. And that's it. That's all it really is. We've gotten it worked out. I know how things need to go. It's just a matter of keeping things going that way. To keep it on the straight and narrow. Because the problem that we have is that not a lot of people bring me shit with links. People always want to ask me about something that I've either already covered and they're unaware of it because they're not familiar with our work, they're not familiar with my output, and they're not looking at the VODs. Because therefore there's no video of it up, because people will see the videos first and they have to click on the tab that has the lives to go look at the daily VODs. Or there's drama that's happening that I don't want to cover because I want nothing to do with it. So like the pirate software drama, covered it for content for Carl at home. I'm not making update videos about that shit unless there's something important to talk about it with. Which, on the OnlyFans shit, there is something to talk about there, and the fact that Yanamato's death, the guy who was responsible for creating that, the kerfuffle that led to Pirate Software being G-kicked and then quitting Hardcore WoW, is back in the fucking need, doing antagonism to other members of OnlyFans that has now led to him being in an undead grudge match that's going to lead to him getting killed by one of the undead members of the guild because he would not stop fucking running his mouth and doing egotistic bullshit. I don't need money, I get paid and you're paying when I find weird shit. See, I knew you would say that! I knew it! I knew it! She's ran off an engine that turns pain and antagonism into Carl spurging on camera from how much psychic damage he's been caused. Jesus Christ. This is cruel and unusual punishment under the Carl conventions. You will be hearing from our Carl lawyer. But the OnlyFans situation definitely does feel like feels like what does really feel like gay ops. But all that shit, it's just the process that comes with being a smaller content creator, right? That's just a matter of it is. Because one of the things that is to my detriment is that because I do not like being involved in the kind of gay ops that some people do, or necessarily the kind of drama that people get themselves covered in, what ends up happening is that people will come in, they have no context to what I do, they will fuck around thinking I'm like somebody that they remember, or they'll remember old antics that I used to do that I don't do anymore, they'll rub me the wrong way, and shit will be sideways and fucked. And then that would lead to me having like a pseudo-fortress arc. I've always been an open person, and I've always been willing to answer questions and have conversations with people, but it's just a matter of I don't want to be in the shit that they're inside of. So, concerning people, and in places like the fucking, like the majority of the sector, like, I have no problem with people like Ash, and I have no problem with people like, Andy Worski. It's just that I don't keep up in the internet drama cycle of the Kino's Casino, and places like that. Despite the fact that the mutuals that I have crossover with, like Aiden, and very obviously Kasog, one of the few members, both her background and my background, that actually lives in my town, and is now personal friends with me and Star, him bringing me the stuff about Emilianopolis on Pod Awful is directly something that I normally would not look into. Not because it's not something I wouldn't cover, just simply, usually the things that come from the sector don't amount and don't produce blood from the stone. And if I were to look into them, it would not be something that would be palatable towards most people in an audience. Although technically, I suppose I'm one of the many people that can be considered as a fucking sector whisperer, because I move through multiple worlds and I can be able to code switch between them. But it's just the level of, there's some people that are a little bit immature about how they choose to go about shit, and I just simply divest myself away from it. There are some places where I've had to have a hard no, like concerning Cabal, that's a hard no now. Just because of the behavior that they were willing to do against a member of our audience, and a member that is a personal friend to me, and how they were harassing a family member of theirs, and they thought the shit was sweet and cute. That's why Ben was permanently banned, and why I no longer associate with him, because that's what he chooses to do now. Like, it's a very bad problem that I will fucking pseudo-fortress arc myself, based on that behavior, because I want nothing to do with it, because I do not think that's acceptable, and I don't think that that's important. Again, that's an auto pop-ups. Auto pop-up about Pirate Non-Aggression Pact. I guess all of these should be on. Jesus Christ. Bullets collection, bullets cancelled, bullets detected. The system in which you had outposts is colonized by an enemy, yes. Constellation order change, yes. New constructions, yes. I'm feeling like this is gonna play like Age of Empires. Collection survey, attack restriction, empire elimination, empire introduction, galaxy exploration, hero injuries, level up, recoveries, recruited, law cancelled. King of the Hill objective, luxury resource, lost finds, marketplace event, minor empire dead, winning minor empire, winning new minor empire, assimilated, sovereign change, under influence, lost arc, lost recovered, events end. Battletech edits free. New population gained, population lost, quest begun, quest achieved. Lines expansion, system under influence. No discover, owned, lost, imminent victory, allied victory, planet victory, blah 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 blah. Fleet action ready. Treaties cancelled, treaties cancelled. Received a cancelled treaties message. When you receive a cancelled message. Okay. Apply. I wouldn't say this game plays. That was a me decision too. Carl wanted to give him a chance, but he fucked around too much. True. I wouldn't say this game plays any way like Age of Empires, but it's just me. I tried to get into it proper, but I guess I'm not patient enough to learn new games now. I may re-download and give it another go. See, I play Civilization, so I'm not unfamiliar with it, and I have played Warlords Battlecry and the Age series, especially Age of Empire 2, but I have no idea what to expect. Beginner. It's your first time with a 4X game. Tutorial will determine your settings and explain the basis of the game. Advanced. You have already played 4X, but you're not an Amplitude 4X game. It'll present important features but not basic 4X gameplay. You have already played Amplitude 4X games. Only features new to Endless Space 2 will be explained. You can use Alt plus click to force the technology to the top of the queue. Yeah. I am with horror. The simple fact of the matter is that there was too much bullshit happening around that particular issue involving them. And I would not have been directly involved with them had I not been the kind of person that wants to hear details directly from the quote victim. And having experienced the behavior of the person in question and the audience and how they behave and perform, and having witnessed and heard testimony directly from mutuals as well as people who have been inside of there, then it can't happen. It can't work. It won't work. The experiment failed. We tried colonization and they rejected it, so we had to nuke the connection immediately to preserve the culture of the Carl community.
A new life. We will greet new peoples and turn them into new patriots. Together, we shall leave our mark on history. For together, we can...
I love how he's just conquering these nations with a fucking smile. Oh my god.
Whatever the cost.
Secure your future today. Get your hot, bodacious brunette. Be the smiling black man on the poster. Totalitarianship. Made based. All I can say is that I'm aware of the existence of the game thanks to Seth. I adore every strategy game having humanity fuck yeah faction. Congratulations, you're now playing with new and Space 2 content. Leaving their home planet Alvariga behind in a desperate gamble for survival, the Vultures find themselves drifting through space after a cataclysmic dust explosion. They must settle a new system and strike out to find security for the people and discover the fate of those they left behind. Led always by the indomitable Zolia Elonia, first of the Bloodmorid, the Vultures are still masters of military defense and scientific discovery, and with luck, they will finally be masters of their own destiny. Content description: Vultures, major civilization, Vulture faction gameplay, ships, 5 new heroes, Vulture faction quests, special notes, sister nourishing metal factions and heroes, pirate diplomacy, pirate quests and heroes, exotic ships and modules, additional deeds, and 4 new exploration quests. Very nice. Endless Space 2 Supremacy. I'm sorry, I'm going to start clicking through these because I have no context to which to understand these DLCs. It'll be basically almost nothing to me. I will minimize them though so that they're there so I can read them. I need to learn the basics before I can even begin to talk about the fucking advanced content. I hope you understand.
It is a time of great peace and prosperity for the Empire. Usurpers have been vanquished, disagreements resolved, wars ended. The Empire is truly united. Now is the time for your great nation to forge a path to the stars, to bring your great civilization to other worlds, to impress upon any other races you discover that your way is the best way.
The American Earthling way. Empire information. United Empire. The Empire is theocratically under the control of a central monarchy, however the rate of expansion means that society cannot be ruled that way effectively. In fact, the systems of colonial diaspora that are colonized by designated corporations who work hand-in-hand with the Ministry of Investment and Development. The Ministry of Security is involved as well, due to the need of native and alien pacification, security forces, defense, and surveillance. Emperor's Will. The voice of the Emperor is a powerful thing. Use influence to buy technologies, construction, and items on the marketplace. Generate influence for each construction. Traits. Faction trait. 25% off of overcolonization penalty on the Empire. Patriots. 25 plus capacity. I'm guessing that's population capacity on the Empire. Xenolinguistics. Starts with this technology already discovered. Grants system improvement. 10, whatever the fuck that represents, per fertile. 10, I guess that's technology? Machinery? Working? 10 working per fertile, 10 working per planet, 10 working per temperature, and titanium refining, enabling exploitation of whatever the fuck that resource is. Off-world agribusiness. System improvement approval, plus 10, I'm guessing that's approval, and Xenosynergy Treaty, enabling diplomacy with minor civilizations and the Pirate League. Okay. That just... This is what it feels like! This is what it feels like when I tell people we're Path of Exile! In one ear and out the fucking other! This is a weird feeling! This is a weird feeling, dude! I don't consider myself to be the smartest person in the room, but god damn it. Alright. Your empire now has access to super spuds. You can use it to upgrade your system in the economy screen. Highly modified tubers that provide a near indestructible food source, perfected by the endless scientist Varadoran. Effects within a system development upgrade is 15% ship buyout reduction on systems and 15% construction buyout reduction on systems. Preferred by... oh, fuck that stands for. Okay. Economy screen. A lesson in economics. Mastering the economy screen is key to making you rich. Here you will manage your trade companies, get access to the marketplace, and elaborate your system developments once you've researched the right technologies. Hover over each screen section to know exactly which technologies are required. Notice that this screen is accessible using the F3 shortcut. Okay. This is manpower. Manpower is to populate your ships and ground troops. Star systems dedicate a fraction of their growth to contributing to the empire-wide manpower, which is then dispatched as ship crews or as system defense troops. This is obviously empire dust. Dust is transferred to your empire and can be used such as buying things, paying heroes, or interacting with other empires. 30 dust production from system dust production. Empire influence. 9 from system influence production. Influence increases influence zones around the system is the currency for diplomacy. Titanium, that's what that symbol is. Okay, strategic deposit. Strategic deposit. Adamantium, strategic deposit. It doesn't matter. Strategic deposit. Or calyx and quadrinics. And dust inflation. Inflation is a small multiplier added to dust expenditures. Inflation affects the marketplace transactions, the cost of buyouts, ships, repairs, and materials, with inflation based on the total amount of dust produced in the galaxy. The higher this amount, the higher the inflation factor. Okay. Diplomatic screen, quests and events, hero management, military status. This functionality is disabled during this part of the tutorial. Okay. This is also disabled during this part of the tutorial. Okay. This is also disabled during this part of the tutorial. Shortcut. Okay. This is the leading political party in the Senate. Senate screen! Empire summary. No. This will prevent any other tutorial information being displayed in the vendor tutorial. No, I do not want to close the tutorial. What do you want me to do? Close the economy screen. You now have access to Giga Lattice. 1 second. Yes. Dudes are just having a nerd conversation about this shit. That's hilarious. Empire now has access to Gigalattice. You use your upgrade systems in the economy. This resource is found in the form of liquid metal lattices that create under the gigaspaces of pressure of gaseous planets. Its rarity and value bring prestige and power to the nation that controls it. Effects within a system development is 2 per 1 on system. So 2 influence per whatever the fuck that symbol is on system. Okay. Welcome to Endless Space 2. In order to ease your transition into the seat of Imperial power, some of the usual starting conditions, including faction traits, have been temporarily disabled. Once you gain a better understanding of the game fundamentals, these features will be re-enabled. The Endless Galaxy is rich with opportunities, but also dangers. In order to survive this universe, you will need to build an almighty civilization that can conquer foes. Your tale begins here, in the middle of the galaxy, in your home star system, Dusay. Use the scroll wheel to zoom in, or click on your star screen to open the Star Managements. Long ago, Dusay was colonized by the United Empire's star-faring forebears when he settled on Raya. Today is the beating heart of the Empire's ambitions, but it can be made even stronger. To strengthen, you must master production and exploitation of several resources. Only by colonized planets' resources can be used. 5 key resources are food, industry, dust, science, and influence. Their production per turn or any colonized planet will the size of the population living on the planet. For example, on Raya, with its population of 3, base production is multiplied by 3. The total Fidzi production of the system is scheduled for the next turn as displayed on the panel. Note that even though there is a single colonized planet on the Dusay system, the total Fidzi production is greater than Raya's production. This is because of system improvements. System improvements will play a vital role in your Empire's development, as they will help enhance the strengths and minimize the weaknesses of a system. The list of system improvements constructed is accessible through the system side panel. In systems, industry production can never be stored, so you must always have something under construction, otherwise the resource for that turn will disappear 1 turn later. The list of available constructions show what can be built in your system, naturally. Like most interface elements, remember that you can get more details by hovering over each construction. Note that in system improvements can only be built once in each system. The system improvement drone network is generally a safe choice to start considering its effects. Drone network. Drone networks give food and industry. I see. Requires 2 upkeep of dust. Click on a construction to add it to a queue. Construction at the top of the queue will use your system's industry production turn after turn until it's built. This way, several turns might be required depending on the industry cost of your queue. Click on end turn when you're ready. So you've got Cerebral Network, you have Cerebral Reality, Xeno Industry Infrastructure, and each of these have something that affects the thing. So here you have Settler for a ship design, Endless Research Part in Endless World for wonder or approval, something that I cannot afford the resource cost of because I do not have the materials to create it. This can only be built once a galaxy and cannot be moved with an arc. It gives devoted and loyal. And then these have things that have political impact on factions, such as the ecologists, the industrialists, and then nothing. This does not give for anything else. Show only improvements, show only ships. Putting this into effect, I guess, puts it into queue? Yes. And just like in Civil, you can be able to buy out the construction, or you can be able to just produce it with work. Okay. My experience of Civilization gives me a little bit understanding of this, but it really does feel just like words. That word is going to take a while to get used to. Fidzi. To colonize this planet, you need apparition inhibitors. As with the other exploited resources, food is produced every turn. Like industry, it cannot be stockpiled and is immediately used. Naturally, the first use of food is feeding the existing population, and any excess food is then automatically put towards the system's population growth. As you can see, the population count won't increase for another few turns. Well, then fuck it! The thing that I'm not understanding is, when it says system, does it mean the entirety of this area or each planet? Because what it sounds like it means is that it means for the planet. Okay, imperialists. Imperialists. And then militarists. You show are known for the willingness to defend their honor and their allies. The capacity of military scientists, I think that said, about style on capacity, and for here, +1 to the influence. And they prefer super spuds. The other ones prefer mega lattice. The area. The cues are played out through your turn. It is for the collection of planets in the solar system. I find it hysterically personally. 2 weeks ago, you downloaded the game and tried to give it a chance, and now you get to learn the game with Carl. True. Maybe you already noticed that the different population types live in the system. You will discover that many others exist across the whole galaxy, each with their unique tweaks that can modify the base planet productions. Around the system's population count is the circular population growth gauge. When this fills up, a new unit of population will be added to the system, with the number of turns before this happens being shown with the turn counter being calculated by excess food, with the excess food faster population growth. Note the population type that will be created is shown by the turn icon above. So, another imperialist will be made in 8 turns. Okay. While we're here, notice the system's science production. It will spool across the whole entire empire and is used to search new technologies. So, just make sure that I'm getting this. When it's talking about me making these upgrades, it applies to this planet, not the entire system that the planets are found in. Is that correct? It is for the collection of planets in this system. Okay. So as I make these upgrades, I can't use them on other planets. Ooh, cuckoo, kachoo, bolster. That is your 10th super on the live stream, bro. Stale in the cookie, but fresh in the cream. Not until you get to them. Okay, so I can make them on all the planets, but I cannot put them on those planets until I actually colonize them. You feel like you need a pen and paper to keep up the instructions. Same, bro! Same! I definitely feel like I need to be fucking taking notes. Okay, so I can make them, I just need to colonize them first. So it's like building inside of a normal city for Civ. Got it. Open the newly accessible technology screen to learn how to research game-changing tech. Let's see that screen! It's a wheel! Your empire may have found the secrets of origin between the stars, but without further scientific discoveries, your civilization will slowly stagnate. Science production must be used to research new technologies and solve problems both old and new. The technologies will be split into 4 quadrants: military development, science and exploration, military, and economic and trade. I guess that's much more simpler so that you don't get lost on the trees the way that you could this side of civilization. Each quadrant is split into stages. Access to higher stages is granted by research of a sufficient number of technologies from the previous stage of the corresponding quadrant. The science cost of all technologies automatically increase for each new technology that you research. In addition, researching higher stage technologies also costs more science. Different technologies can enable very different effects, with some effects granting unique one-off capabilities or empire-wide bonuses, while others give system improvements or ship designs that need to be built in the system. Hover the mouse over the side elements of each technology for details. Okay, so let's start with economics and trade. This is xenolinguistics, which we were automatically granted. The next that is suggested is plasma metallurgy, which will then give us access to interplanetary transport network. Boy, am I glad that I made sure to keep it on the fucking full tool list. That will have an impact on the political industrialists. It's cost 131. It gives 3 industry per population. 3 industry per population on planet with a strategic deposit, and then a +1 industry per population on planet. Am I reading that correctly? Does that symbol mean population? Pick how you want to be at the game. I see. Some of these symbols don't have a scroll hold where I can just mouse over it and then look at it. So it's hard to tell what some of these symbols are. I'm assuming that that body image means population. Yes. Okay. And this then enables the exploration of Hyperion. Then next up is Astral Finance, Atmospheric Filtration, whatever the fuck this is, Creator of Wealth, which is a challenge. Be the first to produce 100 dust in a single star system. And the rewards for doing that is 75 titanium. There's several of these. Interesting. Galactic Commodities. This has an effect on the pacifists. 1 resource generation on strategic resource deposits. It then gives a good exchange in the form of a marketplace, and opens access to luxury and strategic resources on the marketplace, which then leads into something like impactless sites, which then grants economy and reduction costs. Multi-thread management, which then provides dust per system level and 3 dust per population, but only being allowed to be built once an empire, which then allows the ability to use buyout. That's interesting. I have to build this in order to be able to purchase? That's crazy! And then Astral Finance. This is per the luxuries. This also then has colonial exchange, which then gives money based on population per sterile. Then science and exploration. Xenobiology, which is science per fertile, science per planet, and science per temperate. What does it mean when it says fertile and temperate? And then this grants a support module and planetary colonization, which I have to have this to be able to actually fucking go places. But what does it mean when it says fertile and temperate? Oh no. He has to go back to work. No, I have to learn on my own! No! Okay. Goodbye, Struggler. We will miss you. You had a crazy thought. This game is quite complex at first, but it could have been worse. You could be playing the original Pathologic. Bro, don't fucking jump scare me like that. It's been a while since anybody's played something like that. Real games that put chest on your hairs. Fucking terrify people with fucking things like Fatal Labyrinth and whatnot. The Excalibur no longer exists? The fuck? Okay, no. For a second there, I thought something had happened to my notes. Update. Okay, this needs an update, that needs an update. I'm updating my obsidian on the side. Because I have a feeling I'm gonna need to fucking make notes inside my fucking Excalibur on obsidian to take notes. Quick note. It cuts in and out because I'm going in between frames. That's what I'm doing. This game does not seem to have sounds continue when I have to dip in and out. So that's what you're hearing. Nothing is wrong. At least by design. At least by their design. If I was guessed, temperate will economy exist in the first place while fertile will supply itself with food supply? I don't know. We don't know. Okay, so I'm going to Google as I go. That seems to be my only choice. Endless space to fertile. Initially, only the most hospitable planets can be colonized. Fertile planets and the friendlier temperate planets. Less habitable planets can be colonized after researching various technologies spread across the Empire, science, and trade quadrants. Riftborn consider planets to have opposite ability from normal factions, initially being capable of colonizing only sterile planets. They use different technologies to unlock colonization of the other planet types. Okay, so a fertile planet and temperate are types of planet types. I see. So there is a scale between temperature and biodiversity. The further along on temperature, you go from frozen to burning and lava. And the more biodiversity, you go from being frozen, barren, to snow, tundra, boreal, oceanic, forest, terran, jungle, atoll, Mediterranean, monsoon, steppes, savanna, arid, ash, desert, hot, warm, temperate, cold, Arctic, toxic, desert, steppes, and snow. So, the more likely it is to be hospitable, the more likely that is to be fertile and temperate. Which I guess will be hovering over the thing in question. I guess. It's very interesting. I was not done with that. Okay. So you can do this in sequences. So first, plasma metallurgy. Then, xenobiology. Or rather, because this is what I need for this. First, xenobiology. Then metallurgy. And then let's look over here. Endless Research World Park, Endless World. This gives for devotion and for loyal. Be the first to build the Wonder Endless Research Park and wonder your star systems. Other empires will get a refund on their investment. Interesting. Off-world agriculture. This gives approval. And then enables diplomacy with minor civilizations in the Pirate League. And then planetary landscaping, which gives food per system level and 3 on the original Empire population, as well as 5 food per hot, cold, and per planet. Then military, ubiquitous surveillance, which gives +1 level initial on ships, alongside all of these basic plating traits that come with it. Survival suits, which gives capacity on those scientist things, 100% manpower deployment for limit for defense, and the ability to convert one population into 300 what this thing was, manpower. So, system defense troops. It allows me to get 150 additional system defense troops. and then the ability to convert my population into that manpower. And then in the middle of these tech trees is something that it gives me the ability to continue properly producing and creating. I guess this goes next. Because I'm going to need production of dust. I don't think I need to go in the way of making anything for military might yet. Different technologies enable different effects. Some will grant unique one-off capabilities, or Empire will provide bonuses, while other give system improvements or ship designs that need to be built in system. Fuck. Food and industry-related technologies are usually a sensible strategy to begin using your science. You can recognize the elements related to this key's resources thanks to the color code. Static technology to be researched, while you have some that are being suggested. And I guess I go that next. Selected technologies will take a fixed number of turns to be researched, depending on your empire-wide science production. Note that several technologies can be queued. And then end your turn when ready. Right-click to step back. Solo quest started. Process to the stars. And this galaxy is a rich one, and your empire explores. There is multiple things popping up at once. Explores the stars. A chance of coming across unusual places and happenings where your attention is needed is great. In the quest and event screen, the quest log keeps tracks of all these things. New quest objective. The Empire is ready to expand into the galaxy and reignite its civilization to the stars and even need patriots. First starship yards have been finished building their inaugural vessels, and now is the time to send them out into the waiting cosmos. The Empire must bring the civilization to the stars. It is our destiny. Discover and colonize another star system by bringing a colonizer ship to a system that harbors a colonized planet. Reward being Dmitry Lenko. Dmitry Lenko is an imperialist counselor that represents the industrialists. He is a level 1 hero that has a 0 out of 10 XP pool. He is healthy, with no assignment, with skill mastery, and 4 adequaries that I do not know what the fuck it means, who has a personal ship known as the Limo. Okay. Pin this quest as the active quest. Right-click to step through the menus until reaching the galaxy thing. Right-click takes you backwards. All the way back. Imperial fleet is only 2 vessels strong. At present, this number will glow. Note that fleets from any one empire will always be stacked at the same place when they are orbiting the same system. So, the first hero is Navy and the first hero is Patriots. Along with, what is this screen? A settler that's standing by. Projectile energy balance. A bunch of shit that I can't understand the words of. I'm assuming that the arrow is the move, and then the accuracy that they have with their weapons at longer ranges. Red alert, Trump is trying to put an amendment forward so that he can run for a 3rd term. I think I saw news about this last night. Yes, this representative. Representative Ogles proposes an amendment to the 22nd Amendment to allow Trump to serve for a 3rd term. Congressman Randy Ogles of Tennessee's 5th Congressional District give President Trump a 3rd term. Yep. I've seen this. I'll read this in a second. 1 second. I'm putting this into body politic, and since no one was amiss to make one, I will just simply make the Printing Press Express post myself. Picture, video, news. Call it home. Trauma. Done. Boom. Okay, catching up. I'm going to say outright, no, it is not gas. Trump getting a 3rd term is not gas. That is not how it was written. If he wants to end up making J.D. Vance president for 2 terms, then that's something that we do. We do not rewrite the fucking rules of our country to allow for our favorite populace to get into power. That's how we create a dictatorship. No, no, no. No, no, no. Not gas. It is, in fact, not gas. You'd have to turn Rome gold and diamonds for that to have any sort of traction. I voted for the guy 3 times and I wouldn't support that as a double-edged sword that any Prague would gladly exploit. In fact, correct. Alright. Reading this. Press release, January 23rd, Washington, D.C. Congressman Randy Olgas introduced a House joint resolution to amend the Constitution of the United States to allow for a president to be elected up to no more but 3 terms. The language of the proposed amendment reads as follows. Putting on screen. Let's show it goddamn big. I think the article read tab is going to move. No, it doesn't move that much. Might not even up properly for everyone, but I'm going to try my best. It's so small. That probably helps. Some of these are getting cut off. There we go. And let's go chroma key. Bigger. Big enough that we can be able to read it. Alright. It reads as follows. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected for 2 consecutive terms. And no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term with some others who are elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. President Trump's decisive leadership stands in stark contrast to the chaos, suffering, and economic decline that Americans have endured for the past 4 years. He has proven himself to be the only figure in modern history capable of reversing our nation's decay and restoring America to greatness, and he must give him time which were necessary to accomplish that goal. To that end, I'm proposing an amendment to the Constitution to revise the limitations imposed by the 22nd Amendment on presidential terms. This amendment would allow Trump to serve 3 terms, ensuring that we can sustain the bold leadership that our nation so desperately needs, said Congressman Ogles. It is imperative that we provide Trump with every resource necessary to correct the drastic course set by the Biden administration. President Trump has shown time and time again that his loyalties lie with the American people and our great nation above all else. He is dedicated to restoring the public and saving our country, and we as legislators and states must do everything in our power to support him. Just a few days, President Trump has already taken into action over the catastrophic policies of the Biden administration to put the United States back on the path towards strength and prosperity. He has tackled the crisis at our southern border by declaring a national emergency, applying additional troops and resources to curb illegal crossings, and expediting the completion of the border wall. Similar vein, he has issued an order to end birthright citizenship of children born in the United States to illegal aliens. Pause for a moment. Let's talk about this particular source right here. There is a discussion that should be had with people being able to have the exploit of anchor babies be addressed. However, when we're talking about anchor babies, we're talking about people who are trying to claim asylum while also being criminals, using it as a way to get citizenship for their children so they can be able to constantly be able to boing flip back across the border to continue abusing the rules of our state. This should not apply to people who have lived here being deported, especially if they have lived here peacefully, lived here legally, being deported just because somebody decided they didn't like them. I've been seeing both bouncing back and forth on Twitter. I heavily disagree with all of it. When we're talking about ending birthright citizenship to citizens born in the United States to illegal aliens, this is what we describe as anchor babies. What we should do is that they have to legally enter the states. Do not revoke the citizenship status of any anchor babies that have been born during the time in which this has been written. And by that I mean, now that this is in place, and this is a part of the Trump's presidency term, there needs to be a path to citizenship for those illegal migrants. If there are people that are tenants of suffering, fleeing from a place that is asylum, but they went through multiple different places to get to America. So, if they were a migrant fleeing from Honduras, but they traveled through Mexico to then go to the American borders. They need to go to the first sovereign place that they can apply for asylum. They cannot go backpacking across the world to go arrive in America and then say, "Why are you sending me back, Mr. Trump? Mr. Trump, you can't send me back!" That's not good. That's not right. That's not legal. That's not safe. That's not fair. You could say that it's not fair that they're being deported, but if they break the rules, they're already a person that probably can't be in the state. That's not a Republican That's not a Republican stance. That is a basic fucking meritocracy stance. It is not fair to the people who are willing to go through the fucking processes and see people illegally violate shit and not be given the due justice that is given to them. Because if you were to do it the right way, it wouldn't even be a fucking question to begin with. Because any nation with borders has the ability to properly patrol and police those borders with policies that make sense, follow the rule of law, and are fair. And rule of law does not mean it follows populist. It means it follows the basic rule that should stand. The federal law based on migrants is one status. What is then done on the state level, considering what they give to those people that are already in the state, will then affect how those systems will then be overblown and or overloaded by those people being processed by those laws. Moving forward. Placing Americans safely as his top priority. I'm going to turn the music back on for reading. It's in this tab. Bring this over. Placing American safety as his top priority. President Trump designated Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations, empowering law enforcement to dismantle these violent networks with greater force. Aside from the border, he has set American energy free by declaring a national emergency to lift the Biden administration's oil and gas drilling restrictions. President Trump has also broken the chains of DEI by limiting federal programs and reaffirming legally that there are only two genders, male and female. He has also initiated the process to redraw the United States from the World Health Organization, a decision that I'm personally very excited about following the Biden administration's disastrous COVID pandemic progress. And then blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, this is just read large, populist good. Me want more populism. I do not care about the people who are pushing for things like this, but I do care about this individual trying to push this through and saying, look at all the good shit that he's currently doing. We should allow him to do more of it. This won't go bad. Until this gets on and in front of the Senate and the Representative House, this is a pipe dream. This pipe dream should be busted. You can like things that Trump does. You can like the populist things that he's currently doing. But do not cite that and then decide to do what is quite literally the most horrendous choice, one of the most horrendous choices you could put into American law. I'm not a political scientist, but I'm pretty sure if you say, hey, let's have Trump go for a third term, Obama's going to be coming to the office like, Michelle, it is my time. It's time for a third-year Obama. I'm back in the office. Because every single president and every single former president that still has the faculties to be able to run will attempt to run. Should attempt to run. And they will push for an even higher intransigence of these laws that you're asking for. And then they'll turn around and be like, oh my god, why did we ever do this? Why did we ever ask for 3 term limits? Damn you, Representative Ogles! You don't want to do that. You don't want to do this. You don't want this. No. Ogles needs to look into how Reagan keeps giving amnesty to change California. You're correct. You do not want to do this kind of thing. It is not necessary. Also, it is at minimum expected that if you're going to immigrate to America, you have to be willing to assimilate to our culture. If you are the type of person that is like that migrant that said, I ain't never going back, fuck Trump, Biden did everything for me, who had, it's not 17 convictions, it's 18 convictions. If you're like that migrant that had been here as a member of the cartels, here it is. If you're like this migrant here, that's been a part of the cartels, They need a button that allows you to go back to your post. If you're like this migrant that was being arrested alongside all the ICE raids, saying that you're not going back to your place of origin because you can't be forced to, and they're telling you, listen guys, look, he's crying, tear up the fucking constitution of your state. No. Fox News' Mil Beglin reported that he witnessed ICE Boston make 8 arrests, including multiple MS-13 members, Interpol red notices, murder and rape suspects, and a volatile Haitian gang member with 18 convictions in recent years who told the cameras he ain't going back to Haiti, fuck Trump, Biden forever. We're not doing this. We've seen what this has. 4 years of one bad night. We're not doing it. While not doing it, we're also not doing that shit. Thank you. Wonderful update. Basic civics needs to be taught in schools. And then, for the people who never got that, they need to be able to learn it real time on Twitter. Alright. Thank you for the news update. Back to autism. Each fleet is presently composed of a single ship alone. The settler colonizers enables colonization of uncolonized star systems, while the patrol ship exploration... Lord. Control ship exploration... Fuck. Control ship exploration is designed for rapid reconnaissance of the galaxy. Note that the fleets will always be visually represented by the stronger ship with their numbers. Click on the fleets to examine those compositions, and then hover the mouse over the revealed ship to get a more detailed tooltip. All fleets share a similar number of attributes that determine their effectiveness, which can be improved by researching new technologies or utilizing better ship designs. Command points, represented by a satellite, determines how big a fleet can be, with each ship requiring a certain number of command points. Movement points, I was right, determine how far the fleet can move along the star lanes within a single turn. For example, a fleet with several ships will be determined by the fleet with the least amount of movement points. Health represents the sum of the health of every ship within the fleet. Okay, now it's time to strike up from your home system and discover a habitable planet to colonize. Right now, galactic travel of the fleets is limited to star lanes. Keep in mind that fleets cannot be modified or even redirected while traveling. They must reach the destination system before they can be issued new commands. So which way will you go? Several star lanes lead away from your home system, each leading to the unknown. Your exploration begins here. Select a fleet, preferably the one with a patrol ship, and right-click on a star lane to begin exploring. Then end your turn when you're ready. Okay, which one is which again? Exploration is the hourglass, settler is the colonizer. So, patrol, just like Civ, Carl, you select the patrol, and you select the star lane. How does this work? Fuck. Right click. Okay. You, here. And then back on the planet, your own network is being produced. This has multiple moons, is sterile, is hot. This is lava, huge and hot. Anomaly, multiple moons, gives +1 population slot. It's got weak food, has medium this, no science, and low stardust. It's fertile. It's temperate. Medium size, also colonized, and has generally start for low everything. In order to make this hospitable, we need evaporation inhibitors. Where is evaporation inhibitors? Evaporation. Okay, so in order to colonize that planet in my system, I need to get to tier 3 science by going directly through PEV-sieve accelerators and rare earth forms. Okay. That's a project. Infinite supermarkets. Gonna need upkeep of dust. I have a cost of industry. This will be money. Can I not reorder these how I want? Yes, I can. This will require upkeep for approval. This is a patrol ship for investigation. This is a settler ship. So this will go after. That'll be 18. Okay. Simple, simple, simple. Back to Run Your Galaxy 101. They need to think of how could this potentially be used against me. You know that people are not smart. Even amongst people that want to be smart, they are not smart when it comes to politics and how things can be politically used against them. Ironically enough, the most stupid people in the world, people in the world can understand how to not do dumb shit. That's funny. Okay. I think what I'll do is that when I have a question that I can't answer and can't find on my own, I will look at the wiki. But I don't know if I should be using the fandom wiki because I know that wikis made by fandom usually tend to be shit. And unfortunately, he's not here to tell me whether or not that's the case. Unfortunate. Okay. Being asked things in the background, and I don't have the ability to answer these questions for everybody. Seeing a bunch of fucking garbage. It seems that r/ on every single subreddit on Reddit is being banned for X-Links because they're all complaining. This is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Hilarious. Those Redditors are going to kill the site because they think that Twitter needs to be ran off of Reddit when Reddit needs to be ran off of Twitter. Carl content is here. New June the King video dropped. Posted inside of... Ow, my chest. Podcast ideas. What is it about? If it's about something that we already have the thread for, put it in that thread. And then put a pin on it so that I can remember. Okay, I think I understand everything. I am idling a settler. The settler will go with him down the star lane. Okay, so it will tell me to go to execute planned moves, and it will remind me when I have an idling fleet. Is there anything else that I'm working on right now? No. Next turn. Did you notice that, like your star systems, your fleet can see a certain distance across the galaxy? From this, crystalline sea hides mysteries, areas you have yet to discover. Note that the Empire fleets will only be visible to you if they're within a certain range of vision. Alright, now it's time for you to decide whether to end your turns. As a guide, you should always remember to check your fleets or system constructions in your technology queue. Idle empires don't conquer the galaxy! Well, I have everything queued in the order I want it to be. There's nothing in which I can prepare for yet. If I were playing Civ, what would I be doing? Establish house, double create dual patrol. Then after creating dual patrol, begin on homework expansion and gathering knowledge information. I'm going to start applying my knowledge of Civ to this game. I have now arrived at Primus. Primus, user's role, colonizable. Acid, Ramonoli. Primus, medium planet. Mineral rich, anomaly inhospitable. Primus 3, large desert, mainly inhospitable. Primus 4, large gas form, mainly inhospitable, with a lot of money. Primus 5, inhospitable, unknown life form curiosity. Life form. Sensors indicate living organic matter were not previously registered. High possible chance to find anomalies with a low chance of luxury resource deposits and loot. Start an expedition on this curiosity with a fleet within orbit. Validating this colonization, your settler ships will be disassembled. Your Empire now has access to deciduous trees. You can use your grid systems in the economy for it. Mutated trees. Likely crafted by the Endless that filters dust. 60 plus on system. Your analysis of the life-form planet on Primus was successful. It has reserves of deciduous trees and loads of deciduous trees as loot. Okay. There is currently one colonizable planet. I suppose we will be colonizing it. Primus, my new outpost, a huge atoll with medium food, low industry, low dust, and weak science. But we're gonna fix that. We're bringing the call to them! Well done. With an outpost established, migrants will begin to arrive in your new world from your empire in the form of automated civilian ships that you cannot control. Automation! Not angry. Once enough of your people have arrived to form a single population unit, the outpost will become a colony and the system will be yours. Be wary, another empire may set up a competing outpost. Use outpost actions to incite faster migration rates to make sure you're the first to establish your economy. I can absorb 10 in each turn from my opponent's outsource to create greener grass, of which there are no enemies. I can purchase food increase based on dust value, or I can freehold fanfare and send them there at the cost of my Empire influence. And it is 24 terms before I establish an Imperial outpost. I could choose to raise, which is called decolonize. It will happen in 24 turns. And by middle clicking, I can see the spread of the resource that is on the planet, as well as the synergies that it has for the population. Discovered that by accident. It's on Hassan? Okay, thank you. That'll definitely be on Monday. Let's see how long his laptop's battery lasts. Whole village lost power, must be a fire somewhere. I was on Reddit a couple of years ago. Even the conservative subs were insanely toxic, and I got ripped to shreds for disagreeing with a poster on something unimportant that I forgot what it was. Yes! It is Endless Space 2. From what I have discovered through playing it thus far, it is similar to other 4X games such as Civilization. So if you have any background with playing something like Civ 5, or Age of Empires, or Warlords Battlecry, or any type of game that is a colony manager, or Civilization manager, this would be something that you can be able to play into. I have no experience with this game. I'm learning this for the first time ever. At this moment, this was purchased for me by Struggler. And unfortunately, Struggler had to go to work. If he has time tomorrow, he will be willing to talk me through what the game does. I know that I will be out for lunch Saturday, tomorrow, but today I'm all home here, and then we will have more content for Versus Chat on Sunday. I don't wanna cringe, 'cause all bitches telling me that they don't eat these mensch. They be finding black men, I'm out of Kool-Aid to be chewing out the minge. I'm gonna make Kool-Aid. I'll be right back, chat. water get hot. Gotta wait for the water to get hot. I'm black. We put it on the spot. Bye, Buster. Unfortunate. It is an atrocity core. If I don't have Kool-Aid, I gotta drink juice boxes. A juice box ain't Kool-Aid. I like to take big sips. I have righted the terrible wrong. You see, Chad, Kool-Aid more important than food. Kool-Aid more important than coochie. Kool-Aid more important than white woman booty. A black man without his Kool-Aid is like a South Korean without their kimchi. It's a cosmic blight that has to be corrected. See, an African-American man, they can go without chicken. They can go without Kool-Aid. Any kind of beverage drink that is not produced from a form of flavored water. Everyone loses their mind! You can't do that. That's a crime. That is against the Carl conventions. We don't violate the Carl conventions around here. We follow the Carl conventions. A happy Carl is a happy Carl. An annoyed Carl that's annoyed over something that isn't content is not a happy Carl. If we're going to have Carl be something, we want him to be either happy or annoyed at work. Speaking of, listen to that sound, chat. Listen to it. That's a beautiful sound. That's a beautiful sound. Ah. I don't know about everybody else, but I always make my Kool-Aid with hot water. It dissolves more sugar. Alright. Back to learning. This is currently covering this up. We are currently 13 on food, 14 on industry, -6 on dust, and 2 on science. Taste the luxury. Nobody knows why certain miraculous specimens appear in the galaxy, but in some places and not others. But what is certain that luxury resources can change empires. With the 16 unique specimens able to exist in the Empire galaxy, they are automatically exploited from your planets that have revealed luxury deposits. Oh, thank God! We don't have to do like luxury exports where I need to specifically harvest them before they can be manipulated. Other means of acquiring them include exploring curiosities, completing quests, diplomatic exchanges, and buying on the marketplace. Luxury resources can be used for many things, notably upgrading your star system. In order to start such development projects, Stage 3 of the Economics Trade Quadrant of Technology Freed must first be reached. So for now, I have trees that then when it get exploited will give me plus 60 on system production. Okay. Did you notice that Explorer vessels come with equipped with automated probes? Well, let me explain. One of the uses of the automated probes is to help you discover the galaxy from the Explorer fleet's action pane. Select the launch probe and send your mechanical emissary off into the unknown. By choosing direction away from the known star lanes, you might even be able to find a new constellation. Choosing a direction away from the known star lanes. So, like this. And then, well, I'm not used to wanting to leave it here. Intellectual property tells me that my Starfleet should go explore the lane while I work on the tasks back home. This will be finished soon. And then xenobiology will increase. Ship designs for settler and patrol now here. Ship designs can be added to the construction queue to build more ships, beginning with the choice of the ship hull. More ship hulls, including ones dedicated to warfare, can be unlocked via the tech tree. See your current ship design, click on military. Currently I have the Empire manpower of this. My base increases 6. My net increases 6. Here in the military screen you track the manpower. Fleet list, you click on the fleet, locate itself on the map. And then ship designs. Slow down, Starfarer. Only civilian ship hulls are capable of being used in ship design. You can research new hulls. Okay. Of course, of course, of course. Can't go half-cocked, of course. Nothing has changed inside of science yet. Still working on dust. We completed drone networks and now working on cerebral reality, which will now take shorter because I put them in the order that I think they should be in. How do I work on this? Because I'm now rank 4 out of 4. So I'm behind on everyone else that's doing this and creating dust inside of this, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose this 75 production. I'm working on cerebral reality. Then we get the supermarkets. This will keep up the approval. Most star systems are comprised of a diverse range of planet types, and surprisingly many are initially inhabitable. Our advanced technology becomes colonizable. If you're unable to colonize any planet in the system, then possession of the system is impossible. Fear not, you can hover within the indicated areas to learn what technology you need to colonize the planet. Certainly there's a faster way for me to tap to this. You have discovered the planet Arguriga. This garden planet was used as a biological laboratory by the Concrete Endless, with myriad experiments run on natives and alien life forms. With a satellite major conflict during the Dust Wars, the environment degraded and the surface of the planet was eventually covered in ice. With our rumors of expeditions that they can claim have uncovered miraculous failures in the ventures of great empires to create Auriga is an icy tomb. I see. It's a unique planet that exists in a system of other planets. You have Leo 1, Leo 2, Leo 3, which has a dust halo anomaly and an unknown life force curiosity, and Auriga. That science is really high. Currently working on this. Is there not a faster way for me to tap between these? We have completed xenobiology and gained planet colonization and the science improvement. Now we work on metallurgy. And with this having been completed, we now have received the technological deed of Seeker of Truths, which I'm already ranked 3 out of 4 of, meaning I'm behind. Galaxy holds many secrets, weird physics, strange life forms, relics of the endless. Starting an expedition to search system curiosities can read the great riches. Such actions will use one of your fleet probes. You will also notice that curiosities require advanced technologies to be researched. Head over to the cursor for more details. Starfleet. Search for curiosities in the system and gain potential rewards with this information. This uses my probe stock. This also uses my probe stock. So we will search here. We have discovered deciduous trees, and we get another load of 5 trees. Very nice. You just saw the meat off tree. Yeah, horror. I don't know what to fucking tell you. That man went meeting for meat before his child. I don't know what you want me to say. Nobody asked him to say that. Nobody asked him to do it. He just fucking did it. Okay? He just fucking did it. Jesus fucking Christ, the involuntary celibate fucking page is back to posting again. If you're on a date with her, it is over. The men she desires don't have to take her on expensive dinner dates, buy her drinks, or give her flowers. The incel talking points have returned. Who is running this account and posting this shit? Who is running this account and posting this shit? They want niggas miserable forever, I swear to God. Trump administration withdraws the proposed ban on menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. Well, that was obvious. If you don't know what the Meatloaf tweet is, just simply go look for it. I already posted it inside of the server, inside of Carl posting. Sometimes I'm not going to feel like I should give context to things. If people don't know what's being talked about, then it's just going to be a whole thing. I feel it takes away from the creative nature of coming across cringe on the internet. The user stated that his sister witnessed a murder by an illegal immigrant. The r/comic mods banned him and mocked his private messages. Wonderful. Ah! We got some dumbass fucking content cringe. Because Adi Shankar went to the Trump inauguration, there were already people calling for his cancellation. Wow. That's fucking pathetic, dude. Imagine being upset that you can't be able to deplatform him, so you try to go after him by calling him a Nazi because he went to an inauguration. How grame. Marking that over. Big mad, big sad, big lame. Fucking Christ. Okay. More trees. In terms of the system lanes, I'm here. I do not need to keep this around. There's nothing that I can be able to demonstrate on these planets, right? This says trees. This was the dust halo, which has a planetary anomaly that's very effective. I require baryonic shielding or Aurigean shielding. Control click. Shielding. I guess we get this next, and then this next. I do off this, then it's out this, keep up this, and you keep on track with that. How do I produce dust? I honestly don't know how to do this challenge. There's that thing. Dust. Dust is the currency. Uses. Creator of wealth. Creator of wealth. Creator of wealth is a great deed. First faction produced 100 dust in a single star system. Add notes regarding which race is getting a unique version of this. So they didn't even fucking... This is just a fucking stab. Oh my god. Okay. So the Phantom Wiki is useless. Endless space 2. I just started a game and an AI got the Creator of Wealth deed in 8 turns. Luminous, start with a system, would be my guess. Those mob guys are crazy with dust. I checked it and it's impossible. They get 5 plus per pop plus 5 from a planet, but they need 10 pops on the home world to make 100 dust to return, which is impossible at turn 8. Random get count, just counted, just doubted. D2 Flip said get a system at 100 dust per turn, and dust from exploration is just added to your treasury, not to the system's dust per turn, unless someone fucked up the coding for that. Some random events reduced your dust production. Don't know if that can happen early into the game. Testing the game, and they got the deed at turn 9. I'm not a number crunching guy, so I'll be rating this someone else. It's Riftborn that gets it every game. On normal speed, they can pump out 3 extra pops in at 8 and 9 turns. And don't forget the tax law, which everyone passes right away for a plus 3 per pop. I loaded the first game, and the Cravers were the first ones that got it. This is indeed bugged because I have it done times producing several hundred dust from a single star system and not gotten confirmed several turns later, after which that system would have produced several thousand dust. Some random empire gets the achievement. We need to look into this. Some things, though simple, should not be easily overlooked, but this is old. And then the top post here from SEO engagement is this fandom wiki. That's very interesting. Hero Wealth, space 2. Excuse me. Endless space. Endless space 2. Expanding our money. Black title cards. This does not help me with what I'm looking to find out. How to get technology planet guide. Nobody has anything that just simply explains how to do these resources. Okay. It's one of those situations. I love when people cannot tell me straight up shit that I just need and want to know. Technologies that permit colonization of new planet types can be recognized by the colonization symbol to the side of the technology. Early stages of colonization allows colonization of Lex extreme planetary biomes and up to your empire gain a foothold in the galaxy. Keep an eye out for prime galactic real estate. Okay. Colonizing Ash, if I was to take atmospheric filtration. This is antimatter capture. Colonizing gas giant. Maximize exploration. Colonizing lava. System improvement. All of your industry is turned into money. About 25% of your industry. So this is the same thing as unlocking the ability to work on money production. I'll have them enter into the region. Meanwhile, the probe's still going. planet. We now have access to public-private partnerships. We'll bring this in the queue. And we'll move this up. We'll put this second. And turn. Doesn't shock you. People are upset that an HBCU band performed on the inauguration. Yeah. Very much big shooting self in foot. They got a while working their shit. Meanwhile, back in Primus, the outpost is working for another 21 turns. I now have this, so I can send this to the colony. We have now started working on public-private. Meanwhile, over here, there is titanium here. And there is Hyperium here. And now let's check out the colony. We have an inhospitable planet. Eta 1 with high money. We then have small steps inhospitable planet with subterranean curiosity. Eta 2. Eta 3. A tiny colonizable tundra that has Hyperium ruins and abundant titanium. We will send a probe. And we get subterranean. We unlock the analytical engine. Though thought to rely on quantum entanglement effects for its function, the analytical engine is a vast one-off piece of endless technology the size of a small town. Utilizing remote sensors on expedition ventures, the engine somehow instantaneously extracts viable dust production data from unexplored curiosity sites, supplementing dust production in the system where the engine resides. So +1 in the system on discovery. So that means inside of Eta, I get +1. Okay. Then our next hospitable planet is Eta 3. And I'm going to need to make a settler for that. But I don't have the ability to still purchase one yet, so I'm going to bump up a patrol. So that we can have one done in 3 turns there. Oh wait, no. This is for production. Okay, so I can produce this. So I should produce this immediately then. Okay, so I'm going to put out the analytical engine. I'm going to have it go behind public-private partnerships. Actually, no. I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to have that done. Then I'm going to produce 9 versus 12. Let's do the 9 first. And then I'm going to have it go in front of this. Then I'm going to have it go in front of this. And then I'm going to produce that. And then we're going to be good. Because I need a settler. And we're going to have that settler go here after this. Based on economy scan. Nothing. Meanwhile, back in Primus. Still another few turns. We're sending our food. And we do not need to race against them. Meanwhile, here we explore another starway. We find Quarus. And what do we have inside of Quarus? We have a colonizable monsoon planet with deciduous trees. More deciduous trees and unknown life form curiosity on Aquarius 2, which is tiny and inhospitable. I currently do not have one probe. Cooldown is on 1. So that's the basic star lanes here. I guess I'll leave them idle. We discover the new luxury resource of transvines, which is plus 15 approval on a system. Now do I have a probe? Yes, I do. And we have life form, transvines. Wonderful. Average deposit plus 3 per population, along with 15 plus on the entire empire. So now, these travel back across this star lane. That all of this has been discovered. There's no other star lanes around here, and assuming that the enemies don't come barreling through the darkness of space in the fog of war, I can now go traveling through the rest of these. Meanwhile, inside of Heka, there's a life form in this inhospitable with transpines with a poor deposit with strong magnetic field. Large savanna, which is inhospitable with a new curiosity life form. Heka 3, also inhospitable with signal and life form curiosity. Heka 4 with the platforms of Yes anomaly with an average deposit. I think the savannas should be the first things I start working on to discover. Also, how the fuck did I discover this? Next turn. We have now completed the metallurgy. And now we can start working on agricultural business. Honestly, I think off-world agricultural business is not going to be necessarily that important. Because this is for treaty, I don't think I need system approvals yet. It would be nice for Endless Research World Park, but I think we need to start working on the exploration between these two. So, next after that would be multi-thread management. Because now I am producing dust, seemingly. I need this to colonize Savannah. This will give me the ability to buy out, so it goes next. And then we're all in through here. Support module, support module. This allows me to colonize steppes. This allows me to colonize snow. Support modules are interesting. This technology is specific to the Emperor's Will affinity. I see. So after that, this is looking for what? Be the first to successfully search 10 curiosities. Someone is ahead of me. Apply to happiness program. Colonizing snow. Advanced soil class hole. Machine bacteria, I guess. Meanwhile, back on Dusay. Interplanetary network system. Plus on planets with strategic deposits. Yes. This goes here. It'll follow the analytical engine. Is there really not a faster way? That opens up a chat window. I want to see a faster way for me to flick between my planets. Is there a faster way for me to flick between my planets? Also save. Learning. Controls. Navigate. Navigate up, navigate down, up, down, backwards. Left shift. Pause. Scan, show UI. Game UI. Next, previous. Okay. Yes. So there is. Arrow keys. We're still waiting for this to colonize. So it seems that I need to put more focus on getting colonized ships out while letting a single patroller go out through the airwaves. So I'm going to cancel this. And I need to have more of these. Okay. We have now discovered the planet Kyros. Kyros, when discovered, was a planet whose environment was so unwelcoming that it was taken by many dust-endless sects as their promised paradise. Unfortunately, conflict and strife exploded its care and exploitation, and the Grey Guru Nanobot Plague was unleashed as a suicidal doomsday weapon that destroyed the bathysphere. It only exists today as a memorial and object lesson. Rigel, small forest, immediately colonizable. Kyros, huge, barren, inhospitable. Each one that is inhospitable like this seems to just outright have lots of money and lots of science. I gots to get me that. Then travel on this airway. In the direction here. And then this goes along the star rail. Now we're working on that. You travel here. This begins working on my second patrol, which is going to start patrolling around side my facilities. Still have to wait another 4, because they're still using this to push this up. Latest political survey. The polls are in. Political surveys are important tools in understanding the likely result of a forthcoming election. If you want to get a better idea of the political sort in the individual system, zoom into the star system management for the system in question. In one turn, your empire will see its first election. Good luck. The latest survey is in. It appears that the industrialist political party is in the lead, but who knows what might happen on election day. There's industrialists, there's militarists, there's scientists, and there's ecologics. Okay, should I care? Backtrack the paths of heroes by exploring 5 atmospheric curiosities. Based. I don't want to make it the main quest, but it's something I definitely want to do in the back end because I want to be able to get these resources. I care more about the additional exotic resources that I don't have than money. Okay. It's cooperative. Conduce. They're still getting the population, but I believe it's stagnating because I'm sending the food off. This functionality is disabled. Okay. So we've got militarists, and we've got industrialists. Industrialists want to build constructions, recruit industrious heroes, assign industrious heroes to systems and fleets, colonize planets, level up systems, and then give inventions and quests, while the militarists want to construct military vessels, build defense systems, recruit militarist heroes and assign them to fleets, experience blockades, sieges, or enemy proximies to home systems, engage in aggressive diplomacy and enduring terror loss with their own events and upgrades. Yeah, it's because I'm sending the food off. So once the outpost is going, then they'll be going. Perhaps I should have not let them overcrowd, but then again, if I let them get too much population, then I start suffering the consequences of overpopulation and system approval. We have discovered an amoeba! Hello, sir. I don't believe we have the ability to start negotiations, but we'll try. Strength of diplomatic relations naturally evolves positively over time, altering the size of contributions received. Develop better relations and enjoy higher contributions. Okay. Indirect descendants of a group of concrete endless, the amoeba devolved into the primitive protoplasmic life forms and lost all their prior knowledge before re-evolving into a unique species with a special relationship to dust, blessed or cursed with the ability to detach the consciousness from their physical form and create group gestalts. The amoeba developed a strong ecological mindset, always striving for harmony and balance. Their goal is to travel, meet, and learn through the relatively defensive natural form that has bred them into the need to master the physical environment, with a political output that is positive towards the ecologicalists, with a trait that is temperate, meaning they are easily to befriend and work by themselves towards getting along with everyone, being mercantile, believing that money can solve most problems that it causes, and groupthink, meaning that it is plus 10 and 20 per empires of peace and alliances on that empire, with an effect of plus 5 food on planets. Once sufficiently strong, the diplomatic relations will have been reached, minor civilization will be in a position to be assimilated. This can also be achieved by force or through assisting via a quest, but note that once military methods are employed, other routes are no longer available. Whatever actions you choose, once assimilated, as well as taking ownership of the star system and shutting down new pirate fleet generation, you will also gain their specialist assimilation trait. So, this shows the personality of the civilization, and what I will get if I assimilate them. Okay. So, getting that positively was probably going to be good. So, we will praise. The relationship with this civilization will improve every turn. Making another action will increase the value and reset the duration. How good or bad it will increase with them. Okay. And this is diplomatic status. Now, what have we got on these planets? And the submarine curiosity. A medium atoll with life forms. A medium ocean with titanium and hyperium that has been colonized already. A stable 4 with a large gas temperate with nothing but money. And this is their home. Okay. I definitely want to be able to colonize them. They have access to something I want. As for this, I will use probes. Analysis of the subterranean planet shows that it has titanium and that I get 5 titanium. And then I have to wait a turn for this. I'll let him idle. Meanwhile, they have the patrol ready in 2 turns. And over here, they'll be ready in 3 turns. It's probably a mistake not to use more money on this because I'm just stockpiling money, but I'm waiting for the other things to be done so I can buy things outright. Strategic resources exist in the galaxy, helping build more sophisticated improvements once they have been reached, and then they are automatically exploited from your planet to provide the requisite technologies being researched. Other means of finding it is curiosities, quests, diplomatic exchanges, and buying them in the marketplace. Yes, yes, yes. And we have now discovered the Epistis. Warmongers, selfless, unknown. First contact, they don't know you yet. Why don't you come and shake appendages with them? They have +5 on a Cerebral planet and a +1 on the system. They are warmongers. Determines how it reacts to your actions. That's praise. Using a unit of population from this minor civilization system, train a task force that you will be able to use as mercenaries. I don't want to go to war with you, because I have no idea how to conduct war, so I will praise you. I'm gonna praise you. I'm gonna glaze your dick. I'm gonna say, don't you hurt me, I don't want no dip. Right, colonize your ship. We'll be ready to go in a bit. We'll be ready on this turn, actually. Meanwhile, over here, now look into that additional resource. We have found life form. Is another transvine. We have another +5. This is the enemy fleet, which belongs to the Epistis. And this is a ship that belongs to the Amoeba. So we'll continue down your star path. Wonderful. Multi-thread is done, which now means I have buyout, which means I can now buy these things immediately. So we begin working on rare earth forms. We have colonized Primus finally. This now gets me Dmitry Lenko. Hello, Dmitry. Do I like the boobs and the bearded women? Yes, glory to the Emperor. Each of your Academy heroes is a special individual with a unique backstory, skill, and scarring statistics. From here, you can access the skill tree and the ship design of their personal craft. Both are associated to the hero class. He is a counselor. He is heavily oriented towards support modules with limited weapon and defense capabilities. He belongs to the Imperials, and he is an industrialist. You have a Limo Gastus class small hero ship with shit that I do not understand. I wonder if that can be upgraded. On your skill tree, you can go into things that help. Each level up, your hero gains an extra skill point to be improved on existing skills or unlocking entirely new ones. Each hero starts with a unique profile of bonuses, but they can enhance greatly throughout the unlocked skills. The third skill is available common to all heroes, where the 2/3 are determined by the hero's class and faction. Assign the heroes carefully to fleets or systems and maximize their effectiveness. Heroes gain XP every turn, whether assigned or not, but much more when assigned. When heroes assign a fleet, admirals get into scraps and use fleet action to boost the MC, while system governors get buildings. Your starting skills are that you get +5 hull plating absorption on the fleet, and then you put +5 crafting on a system. This is shield absorption on the fleet. This is 1+ influence on planets. This is +4 experience per turn on fleet, +1 vision range. This is on a system planet if assigned, getting more industry and food per planet. This is +5 damage. This is +5 money on sterile and +5 on system. I believe I want to go in the direction of optimal operations to get that first colony going. Welcome to the team, Dimitri. Kudos, you have accrued enough influence to pass your first law. Open the Senate screen and on the control banner to learn more. There are 6 political parties in strategy categories: militarist, scientist, ecologic, pacifist, religious, and industrialist. Crucially, the leading political parties in your Senate determine the categories of laws that you can pass. In the active law pane, click on Pass Laws button to see what laws can be voted for. Dust windfall. 10% of industry spent for any construction is converted to dust at the end. Sure. Plus, Super Tax Act. Negative approval plus 3 reduction on planets. Cram exam. So, money, science, toys for the boys, which reduces industry with the increase of approval. New colony, which gives plus 20 on outposts and plus 25 for systems for 5 turns when acquiring a new colony, either by invasion or through completion of an outpost, with an upkeep requiring... I should not have clicked that. With an upkeep requiring plus 1 for every policy or lower fleet costs. So these are independent. Yes, these are independent. This is for industrialists. And then this is for the militarists. Before I do that, back inside the science pane. Science pane. What is the progress on this? Have I already failed it? I am ranked 3 out of 4 on production of dust in a single star system. When it says dust, because it's negative from the system star improvement, you know. So, on Raya, with no specialization, I'm currently producing 40. So in order for me to produce this, I need to be actually doing a total of 100, I suppose. Because I'm not producing enough money, I think. So that probably explains that. So I have to find a way to put that out higher. If that's the case, then I'm probably going to lose that race. At which point, I should be working on cram exam. Okay, so since they are in power, this is automatically activated. Okay, got it. Back to here. Past laws immediately apply their powerful effects in the Empire, but an upkeep influence must be paid based on the number of systems owned and law power. If this paying upkeep becomes impossible, then laws start being abrogated progressively. What does that mean? Abrogated. 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 Repeal or do away. Ah! I can't pay the shit, you take the shit away! Got it! Words are fun. System hangars. Constructed ships are automatically assigned to the system hangar, a structure which shelters an unlimited number of ships. Orbiting ships can be moved to the hangar at any time, and this is a good way of hiding your military forces from your rivals. Select your ships and click on Create to form a fleet that orbits your system. Click on Create. Okay, this is modules for movement. Health bonus. Movement. Probe amount. Probe stock. Basic plasma beam. Show obsolete modules. Just do that. Some plasma shielding. Ion torpedoes. High slugs. Just ball laser. Oh. Apply design. Constructed ships are automatically designed. Select your ships and click on create. Where's the button that says create? No, motherfucker. Big words said create, motherfucker. That did not say create. There. So now, this ship goes here. Hello, what is that? The power of this pirate's lair. Talitha. Inhospitable, ice anomaly, weak. So I clicked too fast. 4, 5. With words of the Empire's expansion having reached the Fable Academy, Dmitry Lenko has tried to rejoin the Empire, but there's a pirate here. What does that mean? So it just belongs to the pirates? Where are the pirates? Is this the pirate? No. Okay. Left unassigned. Counter the effect of a rev anomaly. I need an ontological rev engine, which apparently is all the way out here. Okay, let's start off with Cerebral and Drone. I can outright buy them with this and this, but I don't think I need to. We have the Intergalactic Supermarket. And the Interplanetary Transfer Network. Primus has no strategic deposits that I'm aware of. Okay, this is how I place him. Put him here. Lenko is now in charge of this planet. Then we bring up Xeno Industrial, as well as Private Party. There's an evacuate tool. Evacuate system. Sometimes things don't work out and the scale too big to annoy them. You have a choice to raise all signs of civilization from the entire planet, including inhabitants. It's ugly but naturally slash and burn on a planetary scale. Let's not do that. Okay, I have money to work with, so let's get science up immediately. It works exactly the same way too. Okay. Okay, Lenko is now assigned. Meanwhile, back in Raya, they have yet another thing to get ready and going. So building one per system means that I can uniquely build that throughout each one. But I can only uniquely create this one once. And then after working on the Xeno industrial infrastructure, I'll start sending out my settlers to my hospitable planets. Because once I'm then done with baryonic shielding, I'll then be able to colonize those planets there. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. It appears that Dina Meyer is on the timeline. I approve. Nashville school shooter appears to have been in contact with Natalie Rupp now. That's crazy. A black school shooter in terms with the incel female school shooter. Why couldn't they have just gotten together, fucked, and not concerned us with their goddamn problems? So sad. So sad. So sad. J.D. Vance blasts the modern American culture of radical individualism.
To help young We failed a generation not only by permitting a culture of abortion on demand, but also by neglecting to help young parents achieve the ingredients they need to live a happy and meaningful life. A culture of radical individualism took root. One where the responsibilities and joys of family life were seen as obstacles to overcome, not as personal fulfillment or personal blessings. Our society has failed to recognize the obligation that one generation has to another is a core part of living in a society to begin with. So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America. I want more happy children in our country. And I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them.
Okay, better than usually what gets out about the fucking March for Life group. Not happy that it's coming from fucking JF Trent. But whatever. Good things, good outcomes. More bigger, more better. Now this is the hero management screen. Behind every civilization lies great leaders. In your empire, the most important of these are your academy heroes, dust-enhanced individuals from across the galaxy which can change the course of history. Trained in the Naval Academy, heroes come in 4 classes: Guardians, Seekers, Overseers, and Counselors. Heroes can be assigned assistant governors or fleet admirals to boost performance. Note that assigned heroes incur a dust upkeep cost and must wait several turns when being reassigned. Recruit new heroes to your empire. You must discover the system where the Fable Academy is located, or build the Academy Embassy, a unique building unlockable at the Stage 2 Xenology technology in the Empire Development Quadrant, and inspect and assign unsigned heroes in this screen. Notice that this screen is accessible using the F6 key. So I can inspect him, I know what he does, see a skill tree, he has no points yet. He is assigned on my Primus planet. This is hero recruited, construction queue empty, systems colonized on Primus. I'm currently getting negative 2,000 manpower. Why am I getting negative 2,000 manpower? What's causing it? Backtrack the path of heroes by exploring 5 atmospheres of cure technologies. Done this plenty of times. I still need to do another, I suppose. What's this symbol? Faction Zone System. Okay, so out of here, I know that savannas will become hospitable, so I'll have the ability to lock up onto Leo 2. Then an Ida, small steps, an icy tundra, colonizable for this. I need +2 to explore these ruins. And over here, the Monsoon Aquarius 1, as well as the tiny Arid on 2. All of that to explore. And what is this? The number of... Okay, so this is where they'll be produced from, and the number of turns before a new pirate fleet will be produced. So these are the barbarians. Meanwhile, the patrol fleet. Nothing here to be explored. They're going this way. And as for them, I'll throw this in this direction. And then it will block and guard. Okay, I stopped losing that. So whatever the fuck was happening there stopped. Now I have to build my money back up again. Now we have colonization. We'll then soon have Savannah. Deed, Secrets of Truth failed. Somebody else beat me to it. The United Empire is an influence and industries-based faction. Let's click on the technology screen in the control banner to learn more. Also click on your system if you want to learn more about other special attributes or gameplay. Like most factions, the United Empire can unlock new technologies using science resource to research them. Select an initial technology from the technology screen if you want more. I don't need to do that. Thank you. So, we're currently here. Somebody beat me to that. So I don't get to have tubers, I guess. This is still on the table, but I'm still in third. Start exploring. First Savannah. Deciduous trees. Second Savannah. Or excuse me, the Arid. More deciduous trees. And now this position holds. What is this? Attack? Why am I attacking? Pirate? Okay. As a leader of an entire civilization, when it comes to battle, your role is a strategic one. You can use a battle tactic, prepare the strengths of your fleet against the enemies, click on the advance button to learn more. Welcome to the battle setup. Your battle command HQ. Here you manage your fleet, select your tactics, and hopefully outfox your opponents. It's always good to know the physical effects of the theater when battling is taking place. Some theaters, such as asteroid fields, make use of this to your strategy. Once you've established the effects of the theater, the next thing you do is analyze your fleet's strengths and weaknesses against your enemies. Toggle trajectory vigors on and off. Display things about military power. Alright, pay attention. Observe the central panel as you click on each statistic in turn. The first stat on the list will give you an overview of your ship's trajectories. We'll come back to this later. The second concerns the relative strength of your offensive and defensive military power against the enemies, while the third focuses on the strength and type of the two fleet weapons. The final stat examines the effectiveness of the weapons at the three ranges, short, medium, and long. Note that the thicker band of the color, the more pertinent the information. For example, your strongest weapon is represented by the thickest bar. So now you're equipped with all the relevant intel. Let's issue some tactics. Click on Tactics to learn more. Shows the balance of projectile damage between opposing factions that can counter its defenses. It shows the balance of medium range accuracy between the two opposing factions. I have them at short range. They have me at long range. It's equal at medium. What is a tactic? These. Okay, so Team Spirit. Improve the morale bonus, which increases the damage, the accuracy in this. An invasion of your ships which the enemy has few active flotillas. Barrage fire, long range, short range. Focus on reducing damage, long range, long range, long range, medium range. Together, these sectors comprise your tactics set. To determine the optimal tactics, you're going to need to take into account all the intel. Fleet statistics, data effects, and most crucially, the anticipated move of your enemy. As you can see, altering tactics changes your ship's trajectories, which will in turn alter the likely distance between your ships and the enemies. This is vital because each weapon has an optimal range which is most effective. Note the flotilla composition elements only relevant when your fleet has more command points. For now, all your ships are grouped in a single central flotilla, and the only middle row that the chosen tactic applies. Don't fancy your tactics? Maybe you should retreat, although that does come with penalties. Otherwise, the only thing you need to do is whether you want to watch the battle in glorious 3D and then click on Fight. Sure. Let's do it. Click space or press space to click it back. They come out of warp, and we are watching at 1 times speed. Seems to be going in my direction. Further in my direction. I can imagine nobody watches this real time. They would rather just go through what would be the immediate results. Fire, and they die. A decisive victory. Victorious or defeated, the fighting is over. Ships that have survived the battle will gain experience, perhaps even level up. Ship that didn't make it, or at least what remains of them is 100,000 a piece of plasma, metal, and bone tunneling through space. Warning to all, better luck next time if that's the case. I gained 5 experience. I killed the enemy. Survived against them. The flotillas were at medium range during phase 1, then they were at short range during phase 2. I took no damage, probably because the game wants me to win. And it shows the amount of times I missed my shots. I gained 5 experience, and we are done. I have 10 turns to shut down the pirates. However, I'm meant to do that. They will continue to hold their position by guarding the system. Meanwhile, over here, I'll have them also guarding. Exciting. Exhilarating, truthfully. Rum's immediately trying to fucking grift onto fucking this news. Bro. Lord Frenzy. I'm stupid. When did they make Flash Gordon into a teenage girl? What the fuck is this shit, and why is it drawn like fucking that fucking She-Ra show? The hell? Amazon removes protection for black and gay plus employees from its company policies. No. Lol. Keck. Business is healing. Business is healing. That's funny. Not that funny, but it's funny. Unique skill for the Empire is the buyout ongoing construction ship using influence rather than dust. Click on an improvement in the construction queue. You're about to cancel the construction. No, I don't want to cancel construction. So, if I get enough influence, I can buy it out as well. I'm not going to do that. I ain't got power. I ain't got the power. Meanwhile, back on this planet, they still got some time to go. Now on baryonic shielding. Atmospheric filtration would be next. Colonizing ash would be next. Astral finance also next. If you have enough reserves, you can buy out using influence. Galactic commodities. This technology's for the age leads to maximize exploitation. I have to get to that stage in order to be able to do it. Interesting. Perv probably next. One, then two, then three, then four. Then we continue working on agricultural business, planetary landscaping. This is in this research war park, which nobody started building yet, but that's because they probably don't have the resources for it, which I need to gain. Survival suits. Plus mission level on ships. Scanning. Scanology. Let's go here, here, and here. In that order. Happy. Right. Be efficient. Money is still a concern. I'm getting this from Cerebral Reality. Still have the analytical to be worried about. Now comes production of settlers. Select a vertical party to support. I will support the industrialists. Because as much as I would like to care about it, I need to have a history to build. Vote breakdowns by system. There are multiple representatives here, and in Primus there are only a few here. A total of 8 representatives. The election revoked is that it is industrialists and scientists. Dirty Hands Act. 10% less system improvement costs on systems. +1 upkeep. And then +2 upkeep for strategic productions and strategic products on planets. What should be these? Yes. We are now at a fair position with the amoebas, where they will provide us with a small portion of resources and let them prepare a retrofit of ship on their systems. And we have now met the Neres. Hello, Neres. Can I be able to grease your feet? It appears that you're temperate and you don't like doing damage. Haymakers. Ooh, happy and ecstatic. Let's praise each other, friend. Let me glaze you. Let me glaze your tentacles. Tentacles. Let me glaze your tentacles up with my tongue. Let's see here. Hero. Diplomatic. There we go. Good leader needs to understand its empire position in the wider galactic community. Here in the diplomatic status, you can get a quick overview of your relations with the other major empires. Initially, relations with any major empire will be Cold War. Reflecting your imperial mutual uncertainty, this means attacks can only be launched in home or neutral star systems. Click on Emperor Reader to open diplomatic channels. Notice that this screen is accessible using the FA key. Don't let me see who they are. Okay, wonderful. So I can't see the leaders, but I can see the factions. I'm talking to and friendly with? Snapshot of the Empire. Remember, information is power. Hover your cursor on the sand panel to earn the United Empire's unique faction affinity traits. Understanding and utilizing these characteristics is important to victory. So, I gain star power versus industry that is spent, which is important. Less orbital colonization on the planets, getting more capacity in the Empire, already having xenolinguistics, and already having off-road agribusiness. The Empire is content. The current number of colonized star systems is the maximum over which you will begin to get an Empire-wide approval penalty. In addition, the Empire Summary Scheme is a useful overview of this Empire star system, giving you the ability to perform most common actions, queuing, construction, searching curiosity, and moving populations. How does an Empire emerge victorious? Select the Victory tab to see the many ways in which you can win. I can win by score, supremacy, conquest, science, economy, and wonders. I am first in wonder, I am first in supremacy, I am first in conquest, I am first in science, but I am third and fourth in score and economy. Okay. I want to see the factions I'm working with. We are currently a federation. Set political representation to 2 in the Senate. +1 system before over-colonization. Penalty per hero supporting a leading political factory. So I can have a +1 system. And 20% system electricity cost on the Empire. No problem. And these are my strategic deposits. So I have to click on them in order to be able to see them. Okay. So they are slowly increasing in the background. This is Albiba. This is the pirates. Not watch. Short range is one of the most effective. Supposedly we're equally matched here. No, they have a slight advantage. And I was defeated. They took small damage. Okay, they're gonna possibly start getting harassed by that then. Military ship prices decrease. Intergalactic peace led to a decrease on military vehicles. Solo quest started, Chapter 1, A Hidden Rebellion. It's like a knife through your heart. You joke, Hadri, you say, knowing the Sheeter never jokes. He shakes his head. The weapons are sacred, leaves no doubts. You stare out into the starfield, anger growing. The United Empire fleet fired upon by a fellow UE vessel of obsolete design. How old? 25 solar cycles at least. I think there must be an outpost somewhere. The knife twists. This is no reactionary rebellion. This is something fomented for decades ago. Meticulously planned, kept hidden with a military-like focus. Fueled because the courage, resources, share are willing to see through such an undertaking. Who would do such a thing? The uprisings were a thing of the past, crushed forever when you disposed of Duke Ananov and finally united the Empire with the years to give you heart chills, Catalina. But our ungrateful Lena had hatched its rival. What name was Hadley? So far, first protector Hadlinko. So near yet so far from the seat of power. Perhaps it was Patrick Minzerek who could have traced her line to the great Zari clans who was to overpower. No. This place lies madness. There are loyal subjects. I will find the perpetrator thoroughly, methodically. You cling to the thought, a lifeline in the ocean of dark musings. Hadley coughs. What is your command, your loyal and purist? You can each 800 capacity in my empire. It gives me Punisher Drive, which gives me plus 10 damage on the ships. I can stockpile 600 dust in my empire, which then gives me Outpost Trader's Reach, whatever the fuck that means. Or I could explore 10 curiosities, which gives me the daily slogan of 40% increased food, that's nice, on an outpost planet. Let's do curiosities. I need to be prepared for when they start coming into my house. So until then, I don't have any real military capacity because I've been focusing on production. These will start completing faster, so I suppose now is when I start focusing on this. Let me go next. Now I have Baryonic Shielding. We have the hull increase. Now comes Exploration. To do that, I need to have access to virtual artifacts, plus 100 defensive capacity on the system, plus 5 population per system level on system. And unexpected guest. 2 Calguros in your system Primus. One of the blue, literally, a new faction will directly move on to one of your planets and have no intention of leaving anytime soon, whether they're friendly or not, just be discovered, but they're certainly want to help you to ask how you treat them. Newcomers, 2 Calguros in your system Primus. So they were forced upon here. Or here. From here. So you landed on Primus. They have a positive effect on a fertile land. They're religious in nature. Okay. Continuing to race here. I'm going to need to get something up soon. Automation focused on food, automation focused on industry, automation focused on science, and focused on industry. Wonderful. Wonderful. They have also failed that because that was going to happen. The approval of my system in Duce has changed. It has gone down by 1. This is from Cram System Act, from not leading political parties in the system. +4 from leading political parties being in the system. I don't have the ability to get anything there. I'd have to get another hero somehow. Meanwhile here, we're still working on this. Aramis 4 is colonizable now. Does it have anything on it that I want to colonize? The trees. +2. In terms of systems, I should be able to just do fine there. So I can send one off there, and then I slowly go around to each because each resource has something that I want in it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Seal of approval. And then 5, if I eventually bring them into the fold. Was there anything here? The Auriga planet. Leo 3 is the one that's going to be colonizable. I need to get my hands on this. And then Ita had not that planet. It was over here in Aquarius. This planet. No. What was that planet? Was it Rigel? Yes, it was Rigel. Curious. I need to get my hands on this. I need to get my hands on that. For purely scientific reasons, clearly. First settlers prepared in 2 days. Now we have access to better shit. We can now colonize the steppes. We now have the Intergalactic Technological Center. Plus 10 science per system level. Built once in a galaxy, cannot be moved from an arc. Plus 10 costs and technologies. With that, I need to be able to get that resource before I can do that. And I'll provide to a good portion of the resources in the special action to be available if the best relation to them. In addition, a quest to assimilate them shall now become available. Faction sovereignty taken by them. I am now the sovereign of this able. I can now assist them with money. I will give you money for a problem. Prophecy of Doom. Generate 133 science per turn in your systems before turn 14? Before 14 turns pass? And then I obtain the minor civilization. Meanwhile, back over here, another 2. Exiles, the Zavali population. Okay. And then on the savannah with only wing left, Subterranean, Herbs and Madamantine. I now have 20 trees, and I have 10 of these. Nothing that I can do with them yet, though. Continue to defend. Now comes the first of my settlers. You now gain skills. On the system, if assigned, we're going to do +1 planets. Yes. Why? Our diplomatic relations have changed with the Eptist, where we will now be supplied a portion of the resources and then be allowed to repair and retrofit, because we are big chilling. We are big chilling, in fact, indeed. In the premise system, we'll need to expand. So the first of these colonies will go here. Fleet. There'll be additional few turns before they get there. Back on Dusay. The second settler will be ready soon. this settler ready now. This one will go to Eta 3. Hello, can I click? We're now in Astro Finance. We're now at stage 3. We can now do consolidator systems. Be the first to control these 4-star systems in the same constellation. I am in rank 3 out of 4. We are now on good terms with the nearest. We are now able to upload your system level ups, unlock. System level ups, unlock extra population slots on your planets, and improve production. Wonderful. Okay, now it's menu to learn more. We're now at level of modernization where we can now actually do something with our resources. What can we use? We have available components for level 2 modernization, which uses either our transvines or our deciduous trees. Blueprint you can make when we use one of the electricity resources you already recovered. You are free to choose which one you want to use, each one causing the blueprint to have a different effect. Well, I choose this, which means it'll have effect of plus 16 a system. As you can see, the chosen electricity provides the additional effect. New resource being produced, created once each stage increased with 3 from economy and trade quadrant. So you need to think carefully about your choice. You want to consider both your access to various resources, the impact of the blueprint's effect on your system's present and future. Once you change, just don't go turning back. Now that the blueprint's been created, you can upgrade all your systems. For each system, you will need to access the system development construction menu and ensure that you have the necessary amount of luxury resources. Good luck in ushering in a new golden age across your empire. And this is Xenotourism agencies for the ship. And this is the level 2 modernization, which then gives plus 16 to the system. The ship is on its way to Eta. This ship is on its way to Leo. Aquarius is the one that has this. And also has the additional subterranean. Now with this done, I can then send them off there as well. As there's transvines here as well. Solo quest start at the good life. Bring no territory eventually to one of your systems with at least 3 available population slots. Quests. rebellion. Bring the Horatio Festival to one of your systems on at least 3 available population slots. The Horatio ship must survive. Where is the Enclave? Okay, with at least 3 population slots. So it comes back home. Because they're done here, they also travel with them. You must settle on this planet. So I have to wait. I guess it's because the ship is there now. So, park. Sure, I understand. Maybe it's supposed to go? Okay, whatever. Maybe I have it wrong, and I don't understand what I'm doing. Get them first for resource associated with your population type, turn able to find you between the reference go over the Senate screen and the population screen. In the population screen, more found to your demographics. Listen up, this is how it breaks down. Each population type present in the galaxy is associated with a specific randomly chosen luxury resource. If you get enough luxury resources from one of your population types in your empire, you can use that luxury resource to prioritize the growth of that population type in preference to any others in the same system. In your case, you can sensibly adjust the makeup of your empire's population. Eugenics! Eugenics. So if I wanted to have +3 science on a happy planet, this would be how I'd do it. Okay. New event, Slingshot. Your flight into the system Aquarius and is barely slowed from a super light speed when a belt of rocks circling the planet starts to peel off and head towards you. Be carefully follow your collision course. You return to inertia and momentum, unfortunately, of course, change is impossible. Study the effect, which leaves you free vulnerable, but provides no benefits. We're going to colonize Aquarius. Okay, work begins. We're not going to spend that. We're going to hold. I believe following this up was the analytical. That's right. So I need to have more patrols. do 4. Go work on this. And now got the Pavlov escalators. We can colonize the Arid. Slingshot level 2. Plus 15 on colonies on the Empire for 10 turns when increasing the industrious political ology. Wonderful. We have accomplished the good life. And really, there was more than one fulfilling satisfaction in life. 50 here. I did not lose their navy. And now we're overpopulated. So the ratio, love food, and like it plus 2 on hot. Okay, now we're to the settler here. We can be hospitable here. Put subterranean with required points. And we're going to wait on that as well. This one continues on its way. This one with a ratio over here. They're right in here. Now we get this business covered. We have been able to achieve getting consolidated systems, and I've gotten money as my reward. I'm not going to spend on any of that. Magnetic field generators goes after. Now, how do I move my population around? I launched both probes. Fuck. And we go to Eta 3. It's gonna take them a while. On these planets, with the money that I just got, we're going to boost. And we're going to get those military units ready. We lost population on ratio. Well, I'm trying not to lose that, but it would be very, very, very important if you could just allow me to move them someplace. Hear my last cry. Forgotten science. When it looks like a huge asteroid heading towards the sun, it turns out to be a fraction of an ancient planet that burst long ago. It makes it different that there remains of strange alien structures on it. What will you do before the planetary fragment flames into the sun? Respect the dead, get science on the Empire, make money for the Empire, get a random science. Emperor's Will allows me to gain this based on it. Industry spent. Let's go money. Subterranean, antimatter. Planetary shit. We have now access to Jadonics. More industry on the system. Wonderful. New events, babies, not booms. There has been a noticeably increased birth rate in the systems of your premise that identifies as the militarist and scientific. This trend is particularly strong amongst the Harisham. Why? Our state's culture responds to the instability of galactic warfare, while any analysts the reactions to the prosperity of peace. Perhaps no one really knows. Growing pacifists in the next generation. On Primus, you all like sterile and food. Okay, so I have the ability to settle, I have the ability to colonize, I have the ability to fight, the ability to invade, and start expeditions to explore. Sustainable farms, extensive cultivation, no food on the Empire. New oil in here, since I lost one. I want to up one on the ratio. Food and sustainable farms. How do I get them to immigrate? You can move population from one system to another on the system tabs in the Empire by clicking the planet column and dragging and dropping the population. I propose the population management, aka spaceport, that is on your source system management screen. We move to the system management screen under Empire Management Control. Okay. So, +6 food, hot, Primus, colony, outpost, outpost. Savannah, temperate, Eta. This is 3, which is the tundra, which is cold. Aquarius, monsoon, which is temperate. So we move them to Leo. I have to move them like that. Number ships with hangars. Well, then I get them off planet then. Fucking Christ. It's getting to Tier 3 of economy and trade. As soon as you research 2 techs in Tier 2, Tier 3 unlocks when it comes to basic system development, allowing you to go to the economy screen and select your resource to use for system development. Pick a resource, you can then go here, provide spaceport, you can pop into another power lines with spaceport 2, unlocking higher tier development projects at spaceports that can ferry more people at once. All this is covered in more details in the tutorial. So they're going to die, no matter what I do, because it's not already developed. Joy. They will now provide us more shit because they are now friendly. We have discovered a solar nebula. +50 on dust, +5 per gain per player CP still alive at the end of the battle on the fleet. Extra experience to the fleet. Beautiful. Adamantine. This is the power level of the pirates. I'm going to need a fleet. We'll take that out very soon. Hyperion price increase. Less than 10 Hyperium in the market with no demand changes led to increased prices. Now I have my technical scanning, and now I'm on to my powers. We continue upgrading here with getting optimal increase. +2 food and industry on the planet. Lock it in. is fully uncovered. We discover the ruins and the Vault of Governance. 100% experience gains in governing heroes. Based. New event, breathe deep. +2 vision range on fleet garrison, 2 second vendors navy. Lovely. And was there anything left on Aquarius that needed to be revealed? Yes. Each of these colonies are moving in 10. I lose population in 26, so I'll be able to save the Horatio, possibly. I don't have luxury deposits. No. +2. Population on planet. Build this per empire. This. +10 food. I'm not spending money on this. I'm not spending power on this. Meanwhile, back in Primus, we're working to colonize the Savannah. Level 2. Get fuel generator. Because of the acid rain. Calgaros is still here. Now the planet's fertile. And we go scene of tourism. Epigenial. Steel farms. There is one over there, so we're not going to do that yet. I'm going to do +2 markets. And I'll let them work that out. Industrials still stay in the lead. Now with there being a religious and pacifist pact, there is some shit. The nearest continue to be cordial with us, and we now have faction sovereignty. Still not going to spend the money. Survival shoots. Technology stage unlocked in the military quadrant. I don't know what any of that shit means, sir. Now too ubiquitous. Will be completed in 2 turns, so I don't think we need to focus on it. We claimed this. Now we have atmospheric filtration, alien stasis, maximize exploitation, stream atmospheres, common frameworks, no robotics. Definitely gonna need that. Impact sites, decolonize, improvement raising, Raise entire system, including populations, in exchange for a colony ship. Mineros and Vultures now obtain dust equivalents and a dust bonus that scales population. Number of improvements. Open access to mercenaries and heroes on marketplace. Gain buyout on the planet. Plus reduction. Galactic commodities. Let's do that. Need this. Not going hot and sterile. Snow, precaric saps, evaporation inhibitors, inert materials on fertile, graviton research. Impact fusion, static unhappy. Also colonizing ice. High energy magnetics. Plus whole types on the Empire. Focused plasma. Stable isotope. Here. No one still has yet to build this because they probably don't have materials to. Establish new heroes. Efficient shielding for new shield designs. Okay. Now I do have the materials. Chain gang. Convert one population into 300 power. No. We'll start this. You really gotta expand this further, dude. That's too small. This in front of this. Have Raya start working on it. Meanwhile, they'll continue working on this shit. Well, that makes for the last one that needs to have a probe. Not accounting for Curiosity Expedition. And then I send him back to go be a part of the new fleet. Okay, now it's colonizable. Population dynamics. Did you know you can easily move population to colonize lands in the same system, amongst other things? Same system. Amongst other things, it can help mitigate approval penalties due to overpopulation. Drag and drop population to planets when you want to optimize reductions. Fertile, sterile, temperate. So, in order to keep my people from dying, I need to be capable of colonizing these planets. So, I need to get onto, I guess, starting out with food problems, to say. Maximize exploration. Got extra resources. We have all this shit. System improvement for Planet Cracker Factory. And then Sledge Center specializations on special regenerations of resources and deposits. And population is decreasing. Inheritions. We failed to do this. That's probably on me for having started that mission by trying to use money on them. Acknowledge is equipped with a spaceport. Click on the indicated system to learn more about it. All level 2 systems automatically benefit from spaceport to send population to other systems in your empire. Drag and drop population units to replenish the spaceports. Lovely. So are they not at level 2? I guess not. Okay. I'm going to save this file, and I'm just going to make another game. Because now that I understand general systems, now it's just a matter of learning properly. Because it started me off with the United Empire, and I can choose multiple. Regular. Basic mechanics, good choice to understand game systems. Expert, expert, expert. Regular. 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 Expert. Regular. Regular. Advanced. And then random. Falters. Metafolding. Each colony can build a portal that permits instantaneous travel to other gates in the Empire. Ships automatically use gates to plot most of the efficient route between the two systems. And defensive bombardments with +1 science. Heroes custom skin. No. Single, protected. Public. Let's do singles. Number of constellations. I'm not going to touch anything. 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 Galaxy size large. What about craters? What are craters? Advanced. Omni science. Science bows and given for discovering new technologies based on how many players already researched. If you're in the north, the higher reduction on the next research. Sophons. +3 on call. +1 science. Sophon Mavro skins. Though the Sophons are occasionally jealous of the swaggering alpha being image of the rapper, they in fact do believe that Master Tour can do anything it values, i.e. serious research. However, once in a while, the Sophons remind creation they are entirely capable of blowing up other people's moves as well. Okay. For a new game, just relearn again.
And capture the energy of the sun. There's too to crash their test rockets, trigger artificial earthquakes, and accidentally blow up their moon. Their great power has given them great irresponsibility. But through it, now, they're the first to create perfection. Me.
Masters of science, they have crammed the cold, rocky homeworld of Hekim with glittering metropolises and great works of engineering that proclaim their genius.
Okay.
As the newest member of the Triumph,
Traits. Planets with anomalies, +1 Muslim system.
and challenges.
2 science.
Hey,
Reveal locations on the
That's
4
where the
adjacent
fun
nodes.
is.
+2 movement on
More
ships.
great discoveries await
20
you
negative infantry.
in the inky
Empire.
depths of space.
+10 perfectile planet and temperate. We start with this. And we start with this. Excuse me. They have mercury. Food per the system level on the system. Money. And the hero has already Zuzmarin. He is a counselor. +1 on science. +10 on fleet. Damage. Money. Food. Range. It turns 4-8. Going here, going here. Fertile planet temperate. This to this to this. On this research part, this is colonizable. 2 different things to discover. atmospheric conditions, battle data needs and many. So if I do it from the menu, then it wants to score it that way. If I do it from outside, it automatically uses it. Interesting. Blue cap mold. 60 on the science. Wonderful. So we got the basic resources here. We've got science. Science and religious. Political science. I'm going to slam tax. And I'm going to slam cram. On research. What do I need? Can't go here yet. What is nearby me in my main system? I require PEV scale and atmospheric filtration. Both of you are right here. Then, what do I need next? Atmospheric filtration. Here. Then, plasma. Xenolinguistics. Galactic. This one here. These. Left unassigned. Based on what he has nothing yet. +1 science on planets. We'll keep him in this system for the time being. Who is this? The Assander Academy. The Bastion, the Prayer, and the Shields. I'm certain the improvement is down. It'd be just like a bitch if I get fucking conquered in the first turn of the second game. Okay, they're going the opposite direction. do we have here? One planet with something discoverable. time together, bond is love, hoping that we can line together. plus one here, plus food here, plus one approval, or no, plus one, no, that is plus one approval per person, okay. So we got a medium savanna. This is definitely going to be hospitable land. What do I need for this? Where's Aurelian? Whatever. Sit here. Ancient ruins. Unusual anomaly. Plus on planets with anomalies. Running an empire is a large, complex, time-consuming operation. This has been an inconvenient truth since dawn of sovereignty. One of the true drawbacks of living in civilization is goblins often posthumous and brilliant as ours. One find themselves trained for the next yawning thing people will do. People see especially France, blah 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 blah. So I'm pretty sure this is just lore stuff. Win 3 battles so far in fleets. Check your accidentally fleets and discover 50% of the galaxy system. Socialize. Raise your relationship with a minor civilization to 90 or higher. So funds can only do this to be influenced. So they'll come tongue to diplomats versus so fun free move. Let's do inspire. You extend your system's influence in order to receive its bonus. This one is plus extra experience on fleet, 2% crew loss per battle phase on ships. Okay. You've got a system here. This. Colonize. And we boost with money. Do this with them. Now auto explore. Dark glitter. Four things to have exploited. They're going to continue on their movement. And back with these guys, once we get here, they'll start producing and moving. Cortana has colonizable planet and hospitable planet. You're gonna stop doing that. You have now given enough experience. Put that production. This. Now we're privates. Now we're colonizable. Go to here. Interesting. We discovered a planet, but we do not know how to get there. So that was correct when I did that originally. That is a way for me to search. Subterranean, dark glitter. This is an abundant deposit. Load of a luxury export. Okay. So that is a population resource. Worlds in private. Unlock 18 technologies in the military quadrant. I'm competing against the other people. Super spuds are on the line. Call has now become conquered by pirates.
Speak.
Covert sabotage. Anonymously sabotage the supply so the fleet is weaker. Buy a pirate mark so you can use a contract on another Empire system. Support the pirates so the next fleet is stronger. How do I take them down? Endless space to pirate killing. You want to get the infantry upgrade for plus 20. More ships, more invasion force. Gates in orbit chip away at a defender's numbers every turn. The longer you wait to invade, the better. Your ship upgrades and make it happen much faster. You leave your ship in orbit for long enough, the ground combat becomes an instant win. So no long time it shows up in the next situation. It runs over that shows the numbers how they're going down next turn. Aim for the defenders to have 2/3 of my power or less, preferably half. Once I get tanks and a couple of troops-related technologies, it gives them more to win an even fight. Pirates spawn in around 2 in turn, which you will do increase your priority efficient shielding technology in order to construct military ships. Make a fleet of double the military assault capacity and double the support ship with the troop transportation support modules, then be able to confine, create a system, destroy the fleet, and look for invasion. You unlock tanks, then make them 100% of your army. You don't have them, don't want to siege the pirate space in laser. Do blitz or guerrilla tactics. Got a decent colonizable location here. Now the question is getting them safely back. Now I gotta move back and forth. We have access to super spuds here, so I can't let them lose this. Hacking. You can hack nodes you don't own. Hacking allows you to disrupt your enemies. You can use it to get new planets under your control to keep the enemies in check. We can then steal the resources. The cool thing, it's anonymous. To start a hack, click on the glowing hacking button. Enter hacking mode. This allows you to draw the path to your next hacking op and then launch it. Draw a path, select your starting node, then target node. The hacking op will choose the shortest path to communicate the number of nodes between them as waypoints. Confirm as target. Click on the starting system. Then the target system. Take several turns before reaching this destination. Okay. So that's my economies window. Click to open a menu for selecting and placing defensive program. Wait for them getting colonized system, and they will announce a security breach and apply their effective enemy hacking operations for a system that can be cancelled at any time. Offensive program. Analyze colonized star system. Be preemptively on the hacking operation. Piggyback. When hacking this node, and with cost and hacking programs. Okay. Okay. Bandwidth allocated 15 and 55. Okay. Makes sense. Definitely shouldn't be layering that much shit on my head, but okay, makes sense. Now it becomes operantly important to be able to get ahead of the pirates, so that all of this sector can at least be mine in peace. Honeycomb scope. Interplanetary transport network. Industry before science. Science before money. There's linguistics. Something else in the system? Yes. I'm going to throw this in this general direction. Because I'll have plenty of probes in a few turns. Fuck. Neutral hackers active. Pirates and mining colonies have active operation. They can defend their own systems, react and offense, and they attempt to infiltrate yours. Okay. Make an indie consultancy. For this. What is political survey? I expect my scientists to win. Killing them. Base. Hostile trace detected. Known hacking up. Discovered and defended on a defensive program under call. Backtrace documents when started. Serious consequences succeeds. You can cancel your hacking up now. Or let it progress and hack it and let it cancel. The outpost is ready. Extract the path of heroes by including 5 atmospheric curiosities. Yes. Somebody already outproduced us.
I greet you in the name of the 4 families.
Why does the alien got giant titties? That's the wrong question, Carl. Why does the alien have giant titties and it does not show off the giant titties? Yeah, that's the correct answer. I'm sticking with that. That's really lame. Jesus fucking Christ. People need to stop trying to glaze that goddamn thing. Reserved. You can attack these empire and territory in neutral hours. Only simple negotiations are available in diplomacy. That's one of many.
Sometimes it's hard to tell your friends from your enemies, isn't it?
Over time, each empire you encounter will build an attitude towards you based on your in-game actions, including interactions that help you anticipate responses, establish level of trust for threat relationship, however, that attitude better understand its origin. Be aware that all improving diplomatic relations will give you access to better contracts and negotiate with your ability to wage war on that empire. Populations rarely support military action against their friends, after all. Diplomatic abilities that are currently available and listed beneath the current diplomatic status of the relationship. My terms represent the diplomatic actions that are currently available to you. One can be unlocked via research and technologies that can cause more or less influence depending on the nature or current diplomatic status of the relationship. Some such as treaties require more and more expensive than deals, as they are imposed without negotiation. If you want to negotiate a contract, select each term you want to add, and examine the option bar to better understand the likely reception of the currently suggested contract. Note that you can cut deals involving strategic and military resources and manpower. Additionally, you can also try to ratify peace treaties that will give you access to attractive new diplomatic actions. Okay. Let's try... map sharing. They would like one deciduous tree. Or they're giving me a deciduous tree. I'll show them what's here. You want blue cat mold. Then we will give nothing. Can't risk my position. Drone network. This. 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 All that can come secondarily. This is vision range. Systems. Economy and trade 3. Honor and conglomerates be the first to create 2 trade companies. We've got movement, we've got layout reduction, we've got construction reduction, we've got neurosite, we've got mold. We've got trees. Definitely mold. Money. Science. Immediate science. Factor down. Effect them. Trade back 4. You've reached a call. You know how to set up your acting operation to see how you defend yourself for one. You know which really unable to move without others meddling in your economy. Click on the nice defensive. Click on programs. You can click on defensive programs. You can list to add a note to your own. They all have a cost of bandwidth. So please remember the maximum number of executable programs. The box of panels to click on ends, equipment ends, bandwidth is freed up and freeze for any program. Okay. 1 detector, 2 detector. Do we really need to do it? Okay, whatever. Essence 1, read back doors to trace resources now and protect and make sure you can miss more afterwards. Sure. To calls hacking operations successfully trace, stand down. Sometimes the smartest move is to not make a move, observe and wait. Shut down hack. Pirates and small galactic players often employ dated and lax security routines around their pieces of food being nullified. Two. Shut down the hack. What do we do? Investigate curiosities. 4 systems outside the constellation. I would need to have a unique constellation to explore there. So I guess curiosities. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yes. Next one's coming off the line soon. We'll support the scientists. So they elected them. Or is it equal hand? I can't tell. Cash for finance. Level 3 experience. Fusion system. Super tax, crime exam. Choice for the Goys, Dirty Hands Act, Star Boogie, Trusted Broker, Mineral Misers. It's not bad. New Colony. We'll have that ready for when we start moving them, but first we need to deal with the pirates.
Speak.
one more. Research queue is empty. Must be the first to be 8. I'm in rank 6. Somebody's ahead of me on that already. Okay. What is this? No one has researched this. Set curiosity detection over to 4. Set curiosity exploration to 3. Get food on this. Maximum happening operations. Reveal enable use of wormholes. Graviton shit. Science. More science on towers. Extra science and money per lunar anomaly. This on science and happy for overloading and science hacking. That's for hacking per norm. Machine materia. Trees increase. How long to the next? That's a bit too long. I'm gonna buy one here. Because now they've gone in strength.
You're one of our favorite fish in this galactic sea.
Uh-huh. What is this? Doria, AI, Luminous. Luminous are a society that rolls around trade, economic deals, economic growth, and doing business, expansion, expedition. The bywords of their culture, and as an amphibious species, they operate as money in any environment. The society is runners around a series of families that have traditionally run in different parts of the economy. Its power and negotiations between families is what drives progress or blocks it. So as for business, they can purchase planets to create outposts without using colonization ship by diplomatic means. So they're the ones that are beating me, probably. Alright. Control power word go. Time to go beat somebody's fucking ass. Actually, no. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait one more turn. Because another one's about to come out. Now we're ready to go beat somebody's ass. This for money. It's also money. We're gonna go beat somebody's ass. We gonna go and beat somebody's ass. We're gonna go and beat somebody's ass. We're gonna go and beat somebody's ass. Academy discovered. Over the Academy, back to the heroes. Academy discovered. The Academy has been discovered in the Crown System, famous for the center of trading for all heroes. We learned that it's run by a Vodani descendant and a few of his followers called Pathfinders. Must be because it's because of the probe. Okay, so that explains where they came from the Academy. Although their empire has discovered the location of the Academy, this question is no longer relevant. I have completed it. No, she completed it. Well. Something is happening in the scan view. Let's have a look. New event. Call a spaceman a baseman. Crew scientist, political. They're gonna go with this. Systems and included classification scheme. Can have classification as mentioned up in arms. Classification loses meanings at this point. Essentially, see the questions demands be a bureaucratic nightmare.
Generosity.
The enemy's needs evolve may have further requests of you. To continue its development, research, and spatial programs, the Academy requires additional plus. All participants receive credit with the Academy can use the bar for favors.
I am listening.
Spear of Ascender, Vault Keeper, Litigate, Librarian. Be the first to contribute to the Academy. So they need 20. They command the Academy attack fleet directly. Access to all the laws and official party of his choice, with the stipulation to super law. As of access to all minor faction boosts, explore inspection to go war against, declare crusade against an enemy. Access hidden information for the Academy, such as preparation of heroes in the galaxy and upgraded mines. In that order. That seems okay. I'm going to give you 50.
This is as it should be.
Eight heroes exist in the galaxy. I cannot do anything currently. What is happening? The economy scan. A security breach happens when a hack reads and knows whether there's a defensive program. A trace counter hack starts when a security breach and traces back the hack. If trace means remains of hack, it's cancel just in effect and fight the hacker. Important stuff to keep in mind. A trace is faster than a hack. Oh, it's passing through here. Pirate fleet, gonna get his ass fucked. Now they're finna get their ass fucked. Overwhelming power. So, 20% absorption, 100% shield absorption on ships. Plus 10 dust gained per opponent CP destroyed. Plus 5 per destroyed command point on the ships. Optimal at long range. Recycles enemy ships used by enemy casualties will be high. Optimal short range, optimal at long range. It'll be operating at long, operating at short. Okay. Decisive victory. Chose this. This is our target. I get experience and money. Wonderful. Now I'm going to beat somebody's ass. Oh yes, I'm gonna beat somebody's ass. Hello, Moto. So it shows you which one is which. Okay. Life form. Super Spuds. Life form. We cat molds. Atmospheric condition. Ruins. With an agreed plasma beam. I have to get rid of them before I can do anything.
What can I do for you?
I do not have more. Well, no, I don't. Call successfully hacked. Create the back door. Switch out supplies. Let's find logs. Eavesdrop. Auto joys. Back to the auto droids. They're about to fight me. I'm about to get in that ass. I get in that ass. So I slowly begin wearing down the defenses by hanging in the air. And I'm entering minor civilization. I choose to say hello. Missing off-world agriculture business. Oh, I need this. Technology. Just want to see Academy. Baron. What is that? It's an image. Landscaping. Scanning. Operation Protocol yielded money. Meanwhile, they're knocking their shit out. And this up to be done with them. Vault. It's built here. this faster. And turn and wait. Let me go out. I go general intro here. Slowly whittling them out. Send probe off in that direction. Doesn't know how long it's going to take for the next move. I should be safe to move. We got strategic resources. Another. And another. It's a lot of super spuds. This is successful to get ice anomaly. Less production, less food, but more science. No event, friend or foe. Plus food on colonies of Empire. Industrious. Want to make them pets. I need food. Now that's done, and we now have the probe factory, which now makes probe cooldown 100% better. Do we search 3 of the identified curiosities, or do we colonize, create an outpost on 2 unique letters in less than 3 turns, singular? And then for doing this, I get Epstis Madeline 20910 from the technologists as a seeker. The ecologists. Okay. That won't be hard. The rail news is here. There's anything here. It's colonizable. Go back. Someone in this direction, this direction, this direction. Maybe the clouds. Versus decrease. Power Academy G2. We also start this level recruited. I found my trace. Access to visual artifacts. Unexpected test. 2 Galvaros in your system. This.
In the name of the heart and of harmony, the unfallen greet you.
Okay. You discovered the planet of Coelsil, the home of the Sharagon AI. Because I hit it with a probe, probably. Yes, because I hit it with a probe. Okay, overpopulation's begun. Next thing to colonize is here. Let's do this after this science. They are unhappy. Domestic surveillance. The population to pilgrims, which puts me at max. You do your job and you colonize. We will colonize here. And we'll use nothing. We'll wait. You continue on here, and then we will settle your face and continue killing your people. You will continue on here and settle in the border. I'm going to throw a probe in this general direction. Another one in this general direction. I think that's fine. Not ready. Now you've leveled up. It's here. Approval. Capacity. More science. We attacked him. Backdoor doesn't help because I'm going to need to kill them. Steal some of their shit. Can only be able to have spies here. And we will also wait. Titanium. Maybe path back to here, and then we continue down to Gonos. What is this? We're not fighting Loria. You don't want me to hack operations, jeez. This does not look like a vehicle meant for settling. This looks like a combat vehicle. Yes, this is a Curiosity expedition vessel. So they're not going to be able to take anything from here. I should be able to settle it in time. I should be able to get out of here in time. Colonize the Mediterranean. See the hostile trace. Calls action operation has been successfully traced. Should I stand down? No, I shut down the hack. Intrusion detected. Okay, they're already defended. Nothing I can do there. Scientists continue to be in the lead. Okay. Back on the planets. I begin this. Hot, sterile. Moving the factions over is what I want. Beautiful. This is hot, fertile, fertile, cold, 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 anomalies. After modernization, we'll colonize there.
What can I do for you?
Still wearing them down. It is 10 every turn. I'm gonna keep stealing shit. Lots of gas giants burning. Uncolonizable. 2 colonizable. 3 colonizable. I want the one with a spatial anomaly. Psychoactive air. Science. Tech. City's trees. We'll take Gunnus probably. Definitely let me do that. What's this? Unfallen. Craft stations are up next. For this, I need military strength. So power and ships. Bombardment damage. Here. This as well. Somebody's clearly done. No, some of it's already been done, not all of it. Nice is now level 2 at a spaceport. It can offshore to other colonies. Okay. It is so on my shit, oh my god. So now that I have a spaceport, this was what? I can teleport between them? About to whoop some pirate ass. And then I whooped some pirate ass. We were hacked. Systems for restrictions from its transferring shipping populations. Pretty sure that I did. Is that being eventually used? Okay, whatever's connecting them has a spatial effect on it. I have a few choices. Considering I already have the resource for those two, I'm going to go for the trees. use money to upkeep. I continue to support the science. We continue to be in lead. We get fertility bill. +2 food on planets but anomalies. Alliance on systems. Peace for systems. Now they have monetization. Current academy quest concerning this and there. I discovered Planet Tour. Soul quest started. Strange tidings, curiosities, and silver constellation need to be examined and data compared to some of the words of an endless super weapon. Collapsing star. Asteroid field. Colonizing 7. Colonizing 12. Continue writing them down.
We can agree on a...
Now I need to make new ships. They'll be for after. And then less colonizable. Some planets, some super tax, democracy, and now you know leading political parties in the system. Okay. Abolish this. Abolish this. Apparently not. I need money. And then infertility bill. Didn't realize I was that low on money. Give me your shit. You have enough risks to be associated with population type. So fawns want to be in cold environments. Kogaris wants to be infertile. They want to be on planets with anomalies. I have trees now, but I don't want to do that. Unless they'll do these 3 science star system improvements and wonders. Military resource. I wielded shit from you. We're about to do science, right? Eventually. In 13 turns, you'd have to be doing science. One would get completed on this turn. Another would get completed. These instances. Webster. Expensive and almost millions. Service created from anything entertainment and receiving content form anywhere for free. And cultural jam centers. Extra science. Science for the science on science with science with science for science with science. I need money, bro. Oh, I'm in bed watching chat. Wasn't I in the chat room? Nope, because I left it. That's why. I asked him to come in. If you pay visitors, what charges? Okay. That was 7 minutes ago.
Motherfucker. Check podcast ideas.
I saw it. He pleaded guilty. In my defense, I was in the chat room for people to be able to tell me this shit, but then I thought about it and I thought, he went to work. And if I just sit here, people are going to randomly just walk in here and start just conglomeratizing the airtime. I just need to start sitting inside. I just need to start sitting inside an executive room so that you can tag me with these things.
Well, it's hard to get a hold of you because you have yourself constantly on Do Not Disturb, so if I try to call you, you're never going to hear it.
You are right. However, people keep pinging me another service with shit, and it gets to my nerves.
You do know that you can, like, change your notification settings in those servers so you don't get those pings, right?
I've been trying to be lazy about it, but now I just need to pull the trigger on it. Because it's directly affecting my ability to be heard, and for you to tell me things.
Yeah, because how can you not want to watch the absolute dumpster fire that is David Jaffe trying to interview Alyssa Mercante on Twitter Live?
Oh, he's doing it on live? I thought he was just going to do it over his fucking channel on YouTube.
No, that's why I said it. I said go in podcast ideas because it's on right now, and I don't know if it's going to stay up.
Okay.
Well, that's why I was trying to get a hold of you almost an hour ago.
Fucking Review Tech USA is here as well?
Well, your buddy Short Fat Otaku was on there earlier too.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of people have been cycling through it, so I think you should get on that while the going's good.
Let's see here. You know that people are just putting this shit in here. And when you say get on that, you mean try to get in there? Because I'm pretty sure they're not going to let me in.
Watch it,
because
like,
I have a
react to
slightly
it.
storied history.
Okay.
Because I don't know if it's going to stay up.
Let's see here. Started 2 hours ago, 20 minutes in the land. You have double time, auto speed.
But I'll be lurking. I gotta go make dinner.
Okay.
Have fun.
A little bit. If you're doing chats and super chats and all that, they're always appreciated and welcome, but I won't be acknowledging them until a little bit later in the show when
I'm out. He's ignoring super chats.
Alyssa has yes, well, I had one about, this is not what we're going to talk mostly about, I promise, but I had a joint this is the craziest thing. My son brings home a joint from a friend of his who parents make it. They roll their own.
Oh, cool.
And I smoked that.
It's called about out. It is now unlit.
In New York is New
Soho. Once I got in and I stood outside on the balcony, it was the first time I ever immediately felt at home. It usually takes me like a week to acclimate to a new place. And this was like, boom. I'm like, okay, in another life, I think I live there. Have you always been there?
I'm born and raised in the suburbs of New York, so Long Island.
Right.
And both my
Here
parents
she
are
goes,
retired
claiming that New York,
NYPD,
that
so
Long
very-
Island shit.
I exist the way that I
Really?
do. Yes.
Oh my God.
Father
Interesting.
cleaned up Ground Zero.
Is he healthy? Is he still with us?
He has some stuff. They're both still with us. But
Okay.
he has some health complications. But so far, he's not good. Okay. But yes, I grew up in the suburbs, pretty far out from the city. Then I lived in England for a few years. When I moved back from England, I moved straight into the city, and I've been here ever since like 2017, I think.
Okay. I got to ask because I know you're super progressive. You don't. I am too. And again, whenever people say, "Oh, you're a Democrat," I'm like, "Well, I tend to vote Democrat, but I don't consider myself a Democrat."
Mm-hmm.
Like and I've seen you tweet the same, right? You consider yourself kind of independent, well to the left of what most people who are Democrats are.
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party has shifted far more towards libertarianism in the last years. So yeah, no, I haven't aligned with most like mainstream Democratic policies in a long time. I'm still a registered Democrat, but yeah, definitely would not agree with a lot of the stuff they've said and done in the last few years.
So both your parents being cops, and it is a stereotype, but I mean, are they of the same political bent, or are they the kind of typical conservative cop that most of us would assume most cops are?
It's fascinating, actually. Like both my parents are retired. My father, because money is money and New York is New York, he started working again not too long after he retired, and he was a security guard. First, he was a substitute teacher. We joked he was kindergarten cop, and now he's a security guard at a private school. And in the time that he's been in these schools, I've seen politics shift closer to the left than they were. They're both very conservative by nature. Typical, I think, more old school Republicans in the sense of like socially liberal, fiscally conservative. I have seen my mother get a little more radicalized to the right, and I think I love her, but I think it is partially because she hasn't worked in a while. She has a lot of time on social media, and I don't think her media literacy
Oh wow,
is
you're
great.
blaming it on social media?
So
Really?
much so that she sent
Are
me
you
like a
fucking serious,
TikTok,
woman?
Like in the family group chat months
You
ago,
live in New
and
York
it's like,
City.
What's his name?
You can have a
The
chance of
guy
getting
who's
fucking
on,
pushed into a goddamn railway.
Sopranos, Christopher.
What do you mean?
Shit, I'm blanking. One of the Sopranos actors was dead. It was like a TikTok that was like sadly dies, and I was live. He's very alive. This TikTok is from 3 weeks ago, and there's nothing in the news that he's dead. He's not dead.
So what happened to you? I mean, was it England? I mean, what made you become you in that way?
It's weird. I always kind of liken it to, I was pretty conservative when I was really young, and I parroted a lot of what my parents said, and they're also Roman Catholic, so I was pretty religious too. And then I distinctly remember like mocking John Kerry when I was in high school. Like I was really. But then I
So you're saying you're always a fucking idiot?
I was watching the
Yeah, that's
Bear
not surprising.
Report. I think I just like put it on. I don't know why I didn't normally watch it. And like it was like 5 minutes in, and I was like, he's making fun of my parents and things that they say and what I say, and it's funny. And wait, hold on. And then I would watch him like every day. And then it's also, the cliche of like the liberalization of college campuses. But I think also it has a lot to do with the fact that I lived a pretty sheltered life. My parents were very strict. So going away to college and having access to a whole different group of people, having freedom to roam, starting to get into weed, which they were very not into. I really just think it started to make me more liberal. And I think also,
I'm pretty sure it was the
It's
desire to rebel that made you liberal, not that shit.
I mean, you bring up media literacy, which is like one of the things that I don't know anymore, living through, the last 20 years of politics and terrorist attack and all this shit.
Nope, don't say that fucking cope shit, David. You were more than happy to tell everybody about how much other people had media literacy when it came to issues. Especially with you telling other women that she didn't have the right to work at a job because you thought it was fucking lame and gay and fake that Laura Dark would dare do something while having breasts. Excuse me? You would say that it was inherently on the materialistic side of content creation that the reason why she must be popular is because there are people simping for her, not because she would dare play the fucking game she's criticizing.
My opinion.
Yeah.
Or was she just like, oh, shut up, never mind, it's happened? I mean, what is the response when you say, here are the facts, that guy's not dead from The Sopranos, and by the way, that's not happening with Biden or homeless people?
It's a bit of a she glosses over it a lot. I will say though, I'm not the good. We have 2 siblings in my family. I have a younger sister who's also a school counselor. So she has the patience and the ability to talk to my parents. And she still lives on campus, she works in the school there, so she's around them a lot more. They have like a different rapport than I have with them now. For a long time, I was fighting every battle with them, getting in every argument with them. You know, we didn't speak for a little bit during 2020 because we got in a big argument during the protests. And now I'm just in a situation where I really just want us to be okay. And like, I will have an occasional pushback with my parents, but it's much lighter. It's much more of me being like, yeah, mom, that's what's happening. And then she gets like, okay, well then forget it. But my sister does do the work. My sister puts in the work. And like I said, my father is, it's so strange how this stuff works, because before the 2020 election, my mom was like a Bernie bro for a split second.
I think a lot of people were that ended up going to Trump.
Yeah, she was seeing what Bernie was saying about things, and she was like, wow, that speaks to me in a way. And I think, unfortunately, the anti-establishment situation just got twisted in the wrong direction. But it's really interesting. And you know, I love my parents very much. We disagree on a lot of stuff, but despite how much we disagree on things, and the fact that I have an ACAB shirt that I do not wear.
You have the shirt, but you don't fucking wear it. How fucking classical.
They're cool peeps.
Okay, I mean that.
Not real supplier of the cause.
Cops are bastards. I mean, I'd love to hear their take one day, or their take from you, because it's like, of course that's not true.
No.
But what is true is if you have a police department and one cop is a bastard, and you allow that cop to stay a bastard, then you're all bastards. I mean, I think that's the gist of it, right? I mean, it's also...
What a crazy talking point. Oh, by this logic, if you have one migrant villain that exists inside of your city, and you allow more migrants to get into the city and decide to not assimilate to American culture and terrorize the people in that city, then all of those migrants are bastards, right? So, since she lives in New York City, and her city has a serious issue with fare hoppers that then commit crimes against those people by immolating them on fire and pushing them into the fucking railway cars and off the fucking tracks to die, whether they hit the third rail or get ran over by a train or not. They are terrorizing the city, and therefore all of them are a problem, right? Damn, couldn't imagine that you'd give such a great Trump opinion to take, David.
And unhoused or low-income people. And my dad did kind of say, like, yeah, that was pretty screwed up, wasn't it? And I was like, yeah, it was kind of screwed up. And they were sending you there, and you're going, well, it's just my job. And it's like, yeah, but what they're doing is fucked up. And so I think positions of power in police forces are the ones upholding these really bad situations. And I think unfortunately, a lot of the cops, I don't want to say, it's not akin to, you know, fascists, but it is very, we were just executing orders. And it's like, well, the orders are really screwed up. Like, let's pull that back a little and think about it. And it's also the militarization of the police, you know, the increasing money going into the police. New York City police shouldn't be in subways arresting homeless people for laying down. They shouldn't be arresting people for jumping the turnstiles. You know, they didn't stop a woman from getting burnt alive. They walked past her. So I think it's just like what cops should be doing, what police should be doing has just been so twisted. And I think in this country that if you need to have a separate mental health support wing because you can't call a police officer for someone having a mental health crisis because they might shoot them, I think there's like a little bit of an issue there. And
or maybe you don't send police officers to a wellness check and instead send a social worker that is then flanked by a sheriff, because it's not the police's job to do that. It's the sheriff's department to do that. But you don't like the sheriffs in New York City, do you?
Whatever.
I've been there.
What? But so to get back at her for trying to save his life and say, hey, parents of this kid, I'm worried about your son. I don't want to date him, but I'm worried about him. He does a mental health check on her, and we get a knock at the door at like 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning from the cops. But what I will say, which I love, and I told them to their faces, because they brought a therapist with them. And in San Diego, they have like that pilot program. They're doing it around the country, but San Diego is one of the cities. And they're like, well, yeah, we're just here to make sure she's safe. And she's the one who pulled my daughter aside and said, yep, everything's fine. This is a joke.
Yeah.
And it's, and so I mean, that's when a lot of people, I don't know why they called it defund the police, because most people that believed in police reform were not actually saying, let's get rid of all the cops in the world or in America. It was like, let's figure out, like you're saying, their police are good at certain things at certain times, and other times it might be a different branch of the police. But that's the thing about media literacy. So many people took it and assumed that all the people on the left just go, okay, well, fine. Well, who are you going to call when someone breaks into your house? I'm like, the cops. Defunding the police does not mean what it says, unfortunately.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
demilitarizing them, training them more in the culture. It's also a very big issue, especially in New York City, that many of the cops don't live in New York City, my parents included. They came from a middle-class suburban white town. They drove into the city and they started policing black and brown neighborhoods. So they already don't, like, I firmly believe that a proper police force would be demilitarized. Obviously, then you run into the issue of, like, we have to get rid of guns in this country in general, but I don't know if we'll ever be able to do that. And I think that the people police...
So you want people who are living in a terrorized city like the boroughs and New York State to not have weapons to defend themselves when they're being terrorized by people that will go ballistic on them at a moment's fucking notice. So the weapons that would have protected those people being harassed by the man that you would then try to put in the Jordan Neely case to put him in jail, you want those women to be unprotected because you are a bleeding heart. Fucking fantastic. Just great fucking politics.
People who live there see the cops as hostile. And so there's this standoff of people just being like, I don't trust you and you don't trust me. And if you move your hand here, I'm going to freak out. And, you know, I haven't had great experience with police in New York City. I believe that someone...
I don't know. Have you tried not being fucking a terrorist supporter? Because you seem to be a terrorist supporter. It's very easy to have fucking good relationships to a police, like to police and to the sheriff's department. It starts with being a law-abiding citizen, and then it goes to not shooting CEOs in the head, and then it goes to being involved in your local politics. You care a lot about the fucking national politics, but nothing about what's actually happening in your city. I wonder why that fucking is.
Doxed, and that you know, people might be making false calls about my house. This is a tactic that people, this isn't about that. Like, bit my head off, didn't let me finish. And I was like, well, like, no, but it is, because I didn't call you. So somebody called you and gave you a false report. And now you came to my house shining a light in my window. And you're not listening to me telling you that it's a false report. So I didn't even I called them to find out who it was, and they said it was made through like an anonymous report. So I can't even figure out what it was.
Well, I'm glad you're safe. I mean, that shit's nuts, man.
Yeah. Imagine I'm too stoned and then I freaked them out. Like, it was just, it wasn't great.
No, that sounds terrible. But I mean, and you would have thought after the Call of Duty guy got killed, that the people that do the swatting would go, okay, we do want to make these people's lives difficult because we're assholes and we feel we're justified, and whether that's true or not, whatever. But let's not. There's a difference between like a pain in the ass prank, like whatever the modern equivalent is of TPing somebody's house with toilet paper, and literally running the risk that you will be in jail because you have kicked off murder. But a lot of these people just don't seem to see the difference. But
that's a fucking lie, because most of the people who are the first ones to say swatting is bad and doxing is bad are the people that you believe should be doxed and should be stalked and should be gang stalked and harassed. The fuck? Did you forget what Twitter was for the first 10 years of its platform existence?
But keep going. Sorry.
No. I was just going to say it's just very easy to not care about the consequences of how you treat someone if you don't believe they're a person, or if you don't believe they deserve any sort of rights that anyone else has. And
what is your behavior towards people that you claim have bad opinions and bad politics and bad attitudes that are not congruent with your world state? I'll take everybody you don't like and you think are Nazis for 500, Alec.
A chumped up cop could come and
but that's less about you being Alyssa Mercante and more about you just being a woman.
A Mao.
Woman online.
A Mao.
But I do want to say though, and I'm curious about your take on this. And one of the things a lot of people that are either conservative right or whatever, a lot of people who push back on people like me, and I would assume people like you, are like, you know what, though? You guys think you're so arrogant. You think you're so much better than us. You think you're so much smarter than us. And go fuck yourself. Because you and Alyssa can sit there and commiserate over your little leftist, kumbaya bullshit. But go fuck yourselves because you're a bunch of arrogant, smug fucks. And I do think there is some truth to that. I do think that our side, if I may be so bold to put us at least in an adjacent bucket, our side has been unfortunately and cruelly dismissive for a very long time.
And yet you're still being cruelly dismissive even here now.
Folks who don't have the facts. And sometimes they don't. A lot of times they don't. But I think that has opened the door for a lot of people on our side to be cruel, hateful, dismissive, elitist, holier than thou. And I mean, I'm curious what your take is on that, because there's two ways to fight this fight that I think we're both invested in, right? Which is making things better and making things more equitable, I assume.
Yes.
But I don't know. I mean, what is your take on that? On the sort of, we're responsible too for some of this culture war shit.
It's tough because I think it's really hard to be in a situation where, when I started facing this in March, it was off the end of a piece that I had written and published. That was solid, journalistically.
The Kotaku piece about Sweet Baby, right? Yeah.
And it is really hard to want to have polite conversations with people who don't believe that trans people exist, who don't believe that Black folks are naturally working in the games industry for any other reason other than DEI.
That's not what people believe. Stop fucking lying through your teeth. You know that is bullshit.
Really hard to not be dismissive of that. And I do think that maybe there is some nuance in situations. I have had conversations in DMs and back and forth sometimes on Twitter where I have been like, this isn't true, quite simply, here's the proof, rather than me being full-blown, aggressive back.
That's not true, because you're always aggressive.
A lot of it, and I have learned a lot in the past few months. I have learned I'm not Captain America, and I can't fight everyone who says horrible things about me, and I need to.
But you're actively stalking people on Twitter and then stalking them IRL.
That's why
what do you mean?
Focusing a lot more lately on the philanthropic work that I do, and trying to support people more, and just break down when people are flat out lying, put it out there, and that's it. I don't need to every single time Mark Kern says something disgusting about me, say that he is.
Why would you even need to go that far?
A baby avatar.
Why do you go out of your way to do what you're doing?
He is weird. He's a weird guy.
He's weird, but I don't.
Subjectively, he's weird. No one is objectively weird. But in my opinion, see, I've been lawyer and media trained. In my opinion, he's a fucking weirdo. But I'm sure he thinks the same thing about me. That's fine.
And that's, I think that's tough because we are both kind of Spider-Man memeing each other of I fundamentally don't understand you. You fundamentally don't understand me. And maybe there are instances where we could go in with a softer touch. But for me, it's really hard, and I'm sure it's hard for a lot of people to want to go in with that when all of the things that you believe in and you stand for aren't just being cut down, but they're being cut down with and you're an ugly slut too. It's well, why do I have to be nice to you now?
Right.
So now you're just lying out of the top of your head because most people are not saying that.
I was on a podcast yesterday it was a debate thing on this thing called Wig TV.
Oh yeah.
And I enjoyed it. It was great. It was fun. But there was a point where I just lost my shit because
because you weren't able to control the conversation and stop other people from talking.
He may have even been speaking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, which, by the way, I read your piece, Rolling Stone. Great. I'm very much looking forward to that game.
It's surprisingly good.
That's what I hear. And I was excited before, and people came at me on the internet like, you're fucking chill. I'm like, dude, I'm watching the fucking shit Ubisoft's putting out. It looks good. If it sucks, I'll tell you I think it sucks. What do you fucking care? But anyway, I'm talking to this guy, and he's like, well, the problem with these games being so shit today is that all these people are DEI hires. They've never made a game before, which is the first thing. And I'm like, okay, let me explain something to you. The scope of a game, unless you're talking like a little indie 1 or 2 man band, the scope of a game, forget the fact they're $350 million behemoths that are on, but the scope of how to put together a video game with the thousands of people they have all over the world working on it and have it all work and all that, you are not putting people in any position, whether it's DEI or not, who don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's A. B, then he says, and that's why they're making all these remasters, because when you've got new people making games, that's the easiest thing to give them. And I'm like, you dumb motherfucker. And I know that there probably was a Jesus olive branching moment where I could have reached him, but I had just fucking had enough. So it's almost like maybe maybe the normal human isn't capable of bridging this divide as much as I can.
So now they're also not normal humans too. Maybe the thing you have to understand is that, yeah, it actually is that simple to put somebody on a remaster or a remake for a game instead of them having to do something that's original, especially if they're doing so at an AA or an indie level, where they're being platformed into the industry by people who are actively pushing for them to be in the industry. Like, say, I don't know, any of these fucking additional groups working around the majority of the investor firms, which also happen to be working on the bottom and the low end of the industry. Maybe it's possible that it's true and that you just couldn't argue against it because with all the examples that you're trying to talk about here, you didn't say that there. A little bit of the spirit of the stare there, David. Seems like it.
The infamous call-out couch. That is such a fun, silly night. Like, everyone from the industry is there. People you never see.
I used to be, when Ryan Davis was alive, I was on it. But then afterwards, for some reason, they started hating me. I don't know why, but fair enough. It's a good couch.
It's a good couch.
Yeah.
I'll ask Jeff. It's a good time. Everyone hangs out. Like, they had a freaking leaf blower there that they were like blowing in each other's faces so that their cheeks would flap. Like, it's silly. Yeah. And I think that night, it was the first time I had seen anyone in person, other than the few people I worked with at the time at Kotaku in the office, since the harassment campaign had kicked off. And it was the first time I had seen people in person that were like, oh my God, are you okay? How is everything going? Da 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 da. And I was riding such a high. Like, I was having such a good time. And, that clip of me has now been taken so aggressively out of context.
I don't know the clip.
Aggressively out of context.
Yeah, I was sitting on the couch and Grub was asking me about the harassment that I was getting.
That's not what happened.
Basically saying,
that's not what happened.
Like a blanket.
You're already lying. You're already lying.
The games industry is naturally diverse.
You're already lying.
Fight me about
That's not what you said. No, it's not. That's not what you said. You said, come fight me, bitch. Literally. IRL. And then you ran from every female that challenged you.
I look like Alana Pierce, is what you said.
Well, I was like, actually, I do box and I do.
No, I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, but I was like,
she did.
That's not what you did either. You wanted to have an illegal street fight. They said, I want to do it all copacetic, set it up. Both Dark and Mara Jade ran your fucking fade, and you ran like a fucking pussy. That's what fucking happened. Stop lying. We have the receipts. We all saw it.
In my channel, and I'm like, you're not making money off this. That's not the point.
How you lift?
Why would you not make money off it, Alyssa? You aren't making any fucking money being a fucking freelancer right now. Why would you not take the money? Why would you not raise money for charity? You specifically said that you don't want him to make money off him being Keemstar with Happy Punch. You explicitly said those things. So you wanted it to be unsafe, you wanted it to be unfair, you wanted it to be in a place where nobody would be able to see it, and then nobody would be able to address it. You did all this shit to avoid all this fucking bullshit that you decided you want to take accountability for. Oh my god. What a coochie. What a fucking coochie.
For various reasons.
Fair enough. A bit about himself. You're saying stupid shit, and I'm trying to tell you, and I also had King from the Iron Lords on, who's a fucking journalist. He's trying to tell you, but no, you who have no experience, it would be like me sitting down with your dad trying to tell him about policing.
Yeah.
It's like, and your dad could be like, well, I appreciate your opinion, but here's what's actually happening. Now give me your opinion. Nope, what you're saying is wrong, Alyssa's dad.
Yeah, again, like, and I've gone through a learning curve, and like it peaks and valleys throughout all of this. When I was on the giant bomb couch, like the infamous call out couch. That is such a fun, silly, like the people who were volunteer in animal rescue. I have 3 rescued cats. I've rescued dogs for people. I've advocated for against pit bull bans because I'm a big pit bull lover. So I just thought it was funny. I was like, this is a really good silly tattoo to get because I'm fully vegan, and you know, and it's also all men are enemies in the context of Animal Farm, which by the way is not even that like dense or good of a book. I was
Who cares about the book? Why don't you talk about the shit that you're directly involved in?
A lot of these guys who
read.
Well, it's like I'm not reading all that. It's like now you let alone Animal Farm. So it doesn't say I hate men. It's but you've seen online where people say she has an I hate men tattoo.
Yes.
You just gotta let it go, right? Or do you? I mean, how do you know? Maybe if you're watching, there you go.
Yes,
it's from Animal Farm, and if you don't know what animal is, I can't help you. I can't.
All men are enemies means humanity.
Humans, yeah, that's right.
That's the other thing too, you know. And I just thought it was funny and ironic, and I have it tattooed underneath my butt cheeks on each leg. But yeah, someone.
So when people say she tattoos herself and she works as a gam girl, where she says all men are enemies, and she's politically hyper-politicized, and she has a background in being hyper-politicized, and then she tries to cope out live on air. Actually, no, I don't mean I hate men, the men that I choose to make money off of. I mean humanity. Humanity is the enemy. It sounds like you flip-flop between the two, just like you flip-flop between whether or not people are for the girls or they're for the guys. Maybe you're lying. Maybe you're lying.
I was never. I think it's just. Again, the demonization of sex work is a huge issue.
It is.
I know horrible. Sex workers. I'm friends with sex workers.
I'm friends with sex workers too. They don't like women like you.
Gone to strip clubs. I've gone to plenty of strip clubs.
I don't believe that you've gone to strip clubs in the capacity of being other than a worker.
And men are making money off of you anyway, or they're trying to look for ways to gawk at you anyway. And if you feel comfortable doing this, then do it.
And you don't feel comfortable doing it because you stopped doing it. But, you know, you keep going back and forth between you will do it or you won't do it based on how much you feel annoyed by the particular people who are pushing back against you. You know.
Cam girl stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Years and years ago when I first graduated from
Yeah, years and years ago, but also you're selling it on your fucking Patreon.
Right.
I don't have the personal fortitude to kind of deal with a lot of men trauma dump in those situations, and I just didn't have it.
Then why did you choose to become a fucking sex worker? You just thought you could be able to shake your ass and get money without having to actually interact with people? I'm sorry, that's called emotional labor. All strippers have to go through it. Everyone has to go through it. You are no different than the guy that's serving him fucking meat and drink than you are serving ass. But Lord knows you can't serve. With the outfit you're currently wearing, Lord knows you can't fucking serve for shit!
Will believe not only that I was a prostitute, which is very different, but that I have performed sexual acts to get my job, or to get money. And none of that is true.
You quite literally bragged saying that you were fucking people, so if you weren't doing it, why did you choose to say it, and why did you try to delete the tweets that you said, where you said it? Oh, but it was a joke! Okay, don't joke about those things. People will take you serious because we don't believe you, because you feel inherently like a fucking liar.
To get the directing rights to God of War. Now, I don't want to suck his dick, but if somebody would told me you can direct that game, and that's the only way you're ever going to direct that game, I'd have sucked his dick.
But see, if you did that, sure, it would be a joke, but like you would have done it in jest to get whatever. But
okay, yes, it's different with a woman.
It wouldn't have followed you forever, and I think.
So the problem is that you're mad that you're not a man. I'm sorry, that's not how that works. Maybe stop acting like vehemently effeminate and start acting more masculine in the way you carry yourself. And by masculine, it means probably start putting more favor in meritocracy, and maybe stop being so quick to run to insult and then run to shock and blame and anger and annoyance when people use your own words against you.
I think because I am
that would have, but keep going.
Probably because I have I'm still a professional journalist, and I still want to be taken seriously in these spaces. I think that threading the needle of understanding that I can be a sexual person who freely and happily engages in sexual activities, who isn't ashamed of her body and likes to wear skimpy little clothes, and that does not mean that I have slept with people to get my job in this industry, and it also does not mean that I'm not good at my job. So I think that's
you aren't good at your job.
If I was not working in this industry at all and didn't care about any of this stuff, it wouldn't be damaging, but it is damaging, and it could prevent me from getting work. It could prevent me from being taken seriously. Like, do I need to sit in a room with Phil Spencer and have him think that I I've done these horrible things. Like I want to be taken seriously for what I do. And I think
Phil Spencer?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Although yesterday, though, he earned some of his cred back with that showcase yesterday. That was pretty good.
The showcase was great, but you know what I mean. Like, it's very hard to break through in this industry. Games journalism is dying, it's disappearing, and it's very easy to undermine the talent and abilities of a woman.
It is not hard to break into this industry. What you need to do is make a Twitch account. You've already done that. Then you need to talk about games that are coming out, upcoming, and/or that you currently play. Then you need to be up on the news stories and take your personality out of the news story. That's it. That's all you have to do to become a fucking reaction content creator. That's the position, because that's what the position actually is. Outside of that, you have two directions you can go. You can be like the rest of us, or you can be like channels like Pelvic Gaming. Pelvic focuses on the shit that she likes. She likes JRPGs. You don't even begin to care to give as much effort as you give to Disco Elysium. So you can't do it. You don't try to, because it requires listening to other people, or at least giving it more than a benefit of the doubt. And you don't do that either.
By just saying, you know, I gawked about 9,000 my way to that job, and it's like,
yeah.
If I was doing that, I wouldn't have gotten a shitty paying journalism job.
Yes, you would have, because they wouldn't have respected you enough to do it, because you were willing to suck their dick, which means you would have never had the ability to argue for it, because they just simply remove you. They wouldn't have to care about you doing fucking law enforcement issues. They'd just get rid of you. The fuck?
Right, exactly. You would have been directing God of War.
Why am I gonna suck my way to the middle? That doesn't make any sense.
That's right. You know, and I love Rolling Stone. I'm a kid of the '80s, so I when I got to go to Rolling Stone and that's where she was doing. You work for them now, or you're freelance?
I'm freelancing with them and other outlets. Yeah.
So, but yeah, when I got to go there to shield not God of War, Twist Metal Black, and I got to go into the Rolling Stone offices. That was a big deal for a kid of the '80s. Now people like Rolling Stone. What is that? You know.
I've had a subscription to them for years.
Yeah, and even when the tiny little magazine, which I hated. I love the big fucking, you know. Oh, but anyway, yeah. I mean, for me, maybe I hate men more than you do. Then. I'm like, you know, and that's what's so funny. They're always like, you should just fucking hire on qualifications. I'm like, okay, so how about if this is a great game director or designer or whatever, and she did suck dick to get in the door, but she fucking makes a crackerjack multiplayer map. What the fuck are you? What is it?
It's also just ironic, right? It's like twofold, right? Like,
the
obviously,
secrets of the stars.
I don't hate men. I hate people who have hate in their hearts and hate other people.
Sure, of course.
They just so happen to often be men.
White
straight men who act like that. But the other thing is, like,
it's all white straight men, definitely.
Sexual misconduct and misbehavior in this industry that come from men, and
that's right.
There are histories of people behaving in quite terrible ways. And I mean, I reported 2 years ago on the AI deepfake porn that was facing a lot of these Twitch streamers, women Twitch streamers, and how they were disgusted to see that men that they associated with on Twitch were
not men, one man
with their face digital.
Not men. It was one guy who was addicted to the fucking girls that his girl was associated with.
Added to porn stars' bodies.
Stop putting that on all of us. We don't give a fuck.
Really happening and is really an issue. I think going back to these like schoolyard, well, she must have sucked dick to be there, it's damaging to me, but it also doesn't.
It's damaging to you because it's true. Because you said it with your own words and on your own chest. Otherwise, if there was jokes, you would have stood by them on the tweets that you put up, or you would have just not said it. Period. People didn't say this shit without you putting it out there, and then you tried to hide it. Spoiled evidence, Alyssa. Welcome to the internet. We all know what you're doing.
Doesn't touch on any of the real issues that are happening in this industry and beyond to women and men. Men get sexually harassed too, so it's like.
But you won't listen to them and their problems, and then you belittle them and laugh at them when they talk about them.
It's like I think they want to get angry what they want to get angry about, and like it doesn't matter. It's disingenuous in every sense.
Except maybe the fact that they are angry about something. They just don't quite know what it is.
No, I'm pretty sure most people are informed and they're trying to tire of you and others people like you telling them that they don't know what they're doing.
So
they're young and they feel disenfranchised, they're frustrated, and in a lot of cases, a lot of these people who are saying these terrible things about me and you and others, they recognize that there is a machine that needs to be fed rage. And that will print out money for them. And so...
And you feed that machine, and both of you are a part of the problem, so you should probably put yourself on the bike first. Be a true leader, and show everybody the way.
they do it.
Yeah. Some of the shit they say. And that's even the thing, though, about
stranded on the world of Auriga.
I lost my train of thought because I keep thinking of shoe now. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe the idea with these that there is an anger there, and maybe some of it comes from when they hear, like when you say, a lot of it comes from white straight men, the hate, and I think there's truth to that. But I think what a lot of people hear, and maybe this is what you mean for them to hear, but I want to ask, is that a lot of people would assume what you mean is that is an inherent flaw in men. But my guess is that that is an inherent flaw in humanity, that anyone who is in a power position, sort of systemically, whether it's you are Phil Spencer or you are just a white straight man, and you have, even though yes, your life may be terrible, because they always push back saying my life's shit too. Why am I not getting treatment? It's like, it's not, your life may be shit, but your life identical. But if you are a trans black woman, is going to be worse. It doesn't mean that your backhammers is not valid. So what they hear is, you're just saying men suck. It's like, no, people don't know how to handle power. And people don't know how to handle unregulated greed and capitalism, and we bring out the worst in ourselves. If it was
very interesting. So you're implying that through her actions, Alyssa Mercante brings out the worst in other people because she inherently decides to do so in a very fucked up and rude manner. Crazy for you to have said that, bro. That's wild. That's wild. Such a wild thing for you to admit to. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Remember that you said that shit, though. Don't run away from the shit you said. We will be using this against you in the future.
Women were in charge, we'd be probably saying the same thing about women.
And in many cases, women are the jailers of the patriarchy. There are women who definitely enjoy all of the bells and whistles that come with, honking the tractor trailer horn for people like Trump or incredibly right-wing YouTube reactionaries. But it's also like, that's why a lot of the times I say things like, there's no solidarity that would unite people more than class solidarity, more than you understanding that the reason why these systems make you feel disenfranchised don't have to do with the fact that now there's a gay person working at your Starbucks when there wasn't before, or now there's a black woman at the head of Xbox Game Studios. It has to do with the fact that the 1% of people will remain richer than you could ever even imagine. They will get richer, you will get poorer, and your life will be more difficult. And
why can't that message get through? Because
it's, how do you break it? It's, you have to completely break their concept of the world. And so, especially in America, this country that sort of built its Napoleon complex, perpetual Napoleon complex. We're young. We broke away from another country. We're the place where you go for capitalism. This is where the richest people go to get richer. This is where the captains of industry started, Yeah. I think that breaking that entire system down and saying that it's flawed from the ground up, the foundation is rotten. It's too much. It's too. Then what do? How do you break that system and build it up?
And you can't
like that
say it because there have to. And I'm not looking at the chat because it would distract me right now. But my guess would be that there are people in the chat hearing you say that and going, "Oh, so you, Alyssa, you, Jaffe, are just really smart and wise, and you're able to rise above the machine." And thank you for educating us morons. And I'm saying that is a narrative that is sold.
Of course.
It's a narrative that's being sold by your words that they can buy from the fact that you're saying them and you're acting as though you are smarter and that you must be the one to disseminate knowledge to them. You stupid fat fuck.
And
I've done the work to understand this. Like, I wasn't.
No, the fuck you have not, because if you did the work to understand it, you'd realize that the people who are pushing against you are not white, straight, or cis heteropatriarchal. It is the minorities. The minorities are telling you that you should go fuck yourself.
And so have you. Like, I didn't wake up one day woke. Like, I read and I took in information and I used a unique mix of personal anecdotes, actual information, proven data, social, like, cultural and understanding of, like, those systems and those systems of power. And that's where, if you look at the way that the world is and the way that everything is right now, it so clearly points to, the way that capitalism has ballooned into this monster where the idea of the American dream is such bullshit, and everyone's continuing to think that they'll get a chance at it, and to be taken down 18 pigs is, you know, they think that maybe they can keep, you know, the Sisyphusian task or whatever of pushing it up the hill and eventually you'll be rich. It just doesn't work that way that much anymore for most people. And listen, like, I exist in a capitalist system. You exist in a capitalist system. Trust me, I live in Brooklyn. I know plenty of non-binary they, them people who like sell the shit that they make in their apartment and do nothing else. Yeah. And I respect them for that. I couldn't do that. Right. I like to buy things. I like to have my nice clothes occasionally. I like to spoil my cats. I like to go to the bar and have an Aperol spritz. So for me, like, I still operate in that system, but I understand that it will keep all of us, because nobody in this chat or on this call or in this industry, save for a few people, will ever be millionaires. No. And you know, but I think the
not about being millionaires. I heard was, it's about being able to have an industry that does not have people like you attacking them constantly. That makes sense because quote, they don't meet your standards.
It is. I heard a stat the other day, and I'm like, I don't know. I heard it was Bernie Sanders actually, who was doing his video after the inauguration, saying that the top 3 wealthiest people in America have more wealth than the bottom half. And I was like, what the fuck? Is that true? But I'm like, Bernie's not given to that much hyperbole. I'm like, that's probably, I didn't look it up. I didn't fact check it, which you always have to do. But I was like, that's pretty staggering, the fact that it's even believable.
Yeah, and you look at like Microsoft, right? Great example. Tons of layoffs. Microsoft hoovering up all of these companies, ostensibly to make more games, but like we're sitting here going, hello?
I don't agree with that. I think we are starting to see the vision of that, but still.
Yes, we are. For a couple of years, we were like, what's going on? But it's definitely falling into place. And I did just say this on Game S Mornings, that I think they needed that to be the case now. We need to see the... but something like Microsoft and having all of those layoffs after spending all that money to acquire Activision Blizzard, then the CEO of Microsoft made more money. He got like a bonus last year. And how many people lost their jobs? And how many more millions did that person make? And that should radicalize you. That should upset you. That somebody made more money.
Right.
And stayed in the upper level of society while, you know, 2,000 people lost their job, or however many people Microsoft fired. And I think maybe don't take the bonus. I don't know.
Okay, but it's interesting though, because can you be... and maybe you can't. Maybe it's not meant to be a gotcha question or a clever question. Maybe it's like, well, no, of course you can't. Can you be the best journalist if you are that enraptured with capitalist bounty? Going to the bar, buying nice things for your cats, buying nice clothes? Because fundamentally, if you are in a room with Phil Spencer, what you just asked seems to be a question that needs to be asked to him.
Yeah, and I think it's tough in this industry, right? I've experienced it at Kotaku. You can very easily get cut off from contact with these studios. You know, Kotaku and Nintendo have not gotten any, like, there's been no relationship there for years. And
what do you what was the straw that broke?
I think this was before my time there. I think there was a piece that somebody wrote about how people were emulating Metroid Prime before it came out.
Oh, okay. And that turned people on to go do that, and they got upset.
Yeah. And I think it's been belly up ever since. And then I think there was a report from back when Jason Schreier was still there, I think, about Bethesda, and Bethesda's like for a long time.
Jason Schreier?
I think so.
That's what I call him. I don't like him at all. He doesn't like me.
You don't like Jason?
He's a dick to me. He's a dick. But I appreciate that one person's dick is another person's.
I mean, him and I, we haven't interacted that much. He's been supportive.
I'm sure he's great to so many people. He and I just are on the wrong foot. Totillo and I were on the wrong foot for a long time because his fucking rag accused me of being a fucking misogynist. And I said, no, sexist. I said something sexist, and I did. And I apologized. I told the reporter. She told me, I said, you're right. That was sexist. I'm sorry. But it was not misogynist. Totillo, can you please retract calling me
Why are you
misogynist.
coping?
There's no, I'm like, all right, I get along with him now. But anyway, point is, continue. I'm sorry. So yes, Kotaku.
No, it's okay. It's just really tough to toe that line, because I think more so than regular journalism, right? And you saw, I think, God, not long after the ceasefire, there was a journalist dragged out of a White House press conference who was asking
No, I
questions
did
about,
not see that.
physically removed for pushing on questions. I think games journalism is the
This was
biggest.
today or
No, it was
after
recently.
Biden or
It was recently.
Trump or Biden?
It was during Biden.
Oh, geez, that's even worse.
So things in the past, things that aren't relevant now.
I can't. I have to find the Biden White House was kicking journalists out. Is this old? I'll find it and link it if I can.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think games journalism is like a prime example of like how difficult that line is, because I think there is value in people pointing to how sometimes some outlets, and Kotaku would very openly deride them, are just mouthpieces for, they're just PR times 2. They're just, this game looked good because look good, and that's a lot of like the mid-level game sites.
Right.
Some of the big ones are very pro company.
Yeah, IGN, I assume, would probably. I like IGN in the same way I like, People Magazine, right? I mean, it's got access, it's fun, it's but I don't go to it expecting anything other than the total surface previews, which is great. They do a great job of that. But yeah, that's not where I go.
Sometimes some of their stuff, social media stuff, I'll see, and that often has to do with like oh God, why can't it sponsor content stuff? Which always has to be delineated that it's sponsored content, but sometimes it can be a little, like I think they had like a few military like sponsored things where we were like, but they have some, and it gets, I think maybe people forget, but like some of their reporting is incredible. Like the Rebecca Valentine reporting that she did for Game Science and Black Myth Wukong, which has gotten her so much shit. That was
You mean the one where she lied? You mean the one where she lied about them and wrote stories while you were defending her from said couch, antagonizing people? That one where they reported a story where you actively did not properly translate it and you were pushing it as sexism? Sure.
GameSpot. No, she was. No. That's Lucy James. Was at GameSpot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Rebs is at IGN. So there is, there are excellent reporters there. But what I mean is like there are a lot of sites, and I wouldn't necessarily put them in there, that are just like mouthpieces. And I think there are people in the games industry, or at least game fans, who see that and they're like, "Fuck the access media." I don't trust any of this shit. And I understand them. I understand that frustration. There is a line that is so tough to toe, where you do want to push, but also, Totillo, Schreier, those guys push, but they can push, because you cannot blackball aggressively Totillo and Schreier, because you can try, but you will
let me just tell you something. Here's a story for you, and it's so old that it's not going to matter, but this, in the last 5 years, Schreier, let's just say I have a recording that someone sent me from a meeting at Sony where he had said something, and I don't even remember what it was that pissed him off. But they were saying if he doesn't, basically, I don't know if they wanted him to retract something or not print something, then we're going to cut all access to him. I have and this is not something on the internet. This is somebody at Sony recorded it, sent it to me when I was streaming. I said, that's not what I do, and it's not my place. And, I just, but at the end of the day, it all worked out. But it's like, they would do it. They certainly tried, and I don't think they're an anomaly.
No. And I'm sure there are instances of that. I have been in the room with like roundtables with Schreier and Totillo, and they're investigative journalists, and they have so much clout that they push harder than I think. So. It can be really scary for someone who feels like they're young in this industry, who feels like they're still cutting their teeth as a journalist, who's scared to get uninvited from things. It can be scary to push, and it can also be. It can negatively affect you. I have not been in a situation since that Microsoft CEO where I've been able to even have that conversation. And to be honest, there are conversations that I have had that don't have to do with that. Like I haven't been in an interview since I learned that information. And maybe when I am, I will have that conversation. Will I get invited to another Microsoft thing?
Right.
Let's find out. Let's find out. And as someone who's currently freelance, who doesn't have a masthead, who's trying to make money on her own, there is a level of power dynamic here that can be really scary for people.
How about that power dynamic of people can't even be able to go to your show and call in and be able to ask questions because you have somebody who's actually putting his finger on the fucking scale. So if we're going to go anything to be able to cover it, we have to cover it like this. Because you're not going to be willing to tell the fucking truth. Because you've been lying since. You're telling half-truths and full-face lies, but damn if anybody else is going to be able to know which one is which, because they're not going to be able to press you on the fucking microphone. Because if you don't have somebody putting the finger on the scale, you're never going to go out there and discuss with them. Simple as. And that's half the goddamn problem. Same thing that happened with your behavior and your opinion from Giant Bomb Couch on day one of Summer Games Fest. You're not going to ever speak on or be spoken to about these issues because you believe you're above the consumer and you're above the reporters you have to compete against. And you spend no time fucking learning.
And it is literally like looking at, okay, am I going to poke this bear and maybe never get an invite to something again? And there was a whole section of what could help me get more freelance work stopped. And it.
Do you think, though...
And do you think that that's possibly a part of the reason why people are telling you that the fucking nepotistic form of the access media journalism is a problem? Do you think that's maybe why there are people telling you that do not respect your opinions and they don't respect the information coming from you and others like Alana Pierce because it's based on nepotism and favoritism? Do you think that maybe people should be capable of standing on the merit of their work rather than who they know? No, of course not, because the few things that you do have correct is that the matrices of the business that require that, it also requires you actually work with other people. And you're more happy to reach for the industry than you are to reach for a fellow individual.
And I don't know, somebody, when I mentioned that you and I were going to chat, they're like, oh, well, Colin Moriarty and her don't get along. And I'm like, I love Colin to death. He's a great guy for me. I've always had a great relationship with him. I don't know your relationship with him, but my understanding is you guys are oil and water or whatever.
I think we've interacted once or twice. I was not a fan of the way that he treated the people at Fanbyte. He was pretty intense to them during a time period where they were struggling to keep their site up, from what I understand.
I don't know any. This is the Chinese company.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, he like me. I mean, I have issues with a lot. But the bigger we can talk about China and their involvement in video games and all that, and why he might feel that way. But I bring it up though more from a standpoint of that he has always said, he gets no access. Nobody will give him any access to anything. But I think you're not dissimilar in a lot of ways, and that the people who trust you, they're not there because you got to play 6 hours of Assassin's Creed, right? They're there because you want to rip the Band-Aid or you want to rip the covers off, both in terms of the political stuff, but also in terms of just the analysis of the product, right? I mean, do you think that's sort of changing that desperation for access on the part of games journalism? It's like it's not as important as it was because it's more now than just about previews, at least when you're an individual versus a big company.
I don't know. It's such a weird situation to be in because, I was invited to see South of Midnight at Compulsion Games because the studio was a fan of my reporting that I was doing about this stuff in the space, and they knew that I very clearly understood the harassment that their community manager was facing.
And why were they facing that harassment? And do you see that that's an example of favoritism inside the industry, giving people upstarts because they believe that they can use you for favorable reporting? Do you see that they're using you as a tool? No, you're more than happy to be used as a tool because you want to be that implementing tool.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff. And that got me invited there. My work got me invited there. And I was able to have an exclusive interview with them because of that. And that is that's rare though. Because if you look at Sony Santa Monica sticking up for someone like Alana, or you look at Square Enix having to do an anti-harassment policy because people were harassing their employees. That doesn't happen that often. So I do think the games industry is not so much I'm sure some journalists are concerned with access. I'm uniquely in a weird situation just because I don't have, you're emailing my Gmail. I don't have it at soandso.com right now.
Right.
I'm working off of freelance and the money I make, streaming, which isn't a ton. And, I'm in a unique position just in terms of do people still know that I'm capable of doing this work? Has my name been smeared so much that I can't?
And you would rather just, I have to ask, because I'm always fascinated when I see the success stories of, you know, whether it is a Colin or whether it is a Giant Bomb, you would rather continue that versus going, I'm setting up my own shingle. You already have a Patreon, right? So
yeah,
why not just go all in on your notoriety and or fame, depending on who you're talking about, and just sort of make that space?
Yeah. It's something
because she doesn't have the vehicle. She doesn't have the power. She needs to rely on the industry to make it.
Patreon. But I actually don't have, like, I'm a video game journalist, but I'm not just a video game journalist. I'm fascinated with internet culture. I've written pieces for...
Yeah, that's why you're never able to actually interact with anybody ever at all. You're so inquisitive that you never inquire about shit.
I love sports, and I'm a writer. So, like, for me... I don't believe that I'm fully pigeonholed. However, I'm not well known outside of the video game industry. So when you look at someone like Totillo and GameFile, or you look at even someone like Taylor Lorenz, who left WAPO and started doing her own thing, their reach is so much bigger than mine, and they're still like, it's okay. Or like Aftermath, which is all ex-Kotaku folks, you know?
Right.
There is not a lot of, I think, ground for multiple separate individual reader paid and supported journalists in
if it's reader
like I do think that it will just people aren't gonna, I mean, no one wants to pay for 8 different subscription services to watch fucking, you know, the Vanderpump Rules, and nobody's going to want to do have 5 different subscriptions to 5 different, so we're in a tough spot. I have, you know, obviously the streaming and the Patreon, it's not going to replace a salary. And also, I function a lot better, me individually, having severe ADHD and about to no longer be medicated because I won't have insurance in a week.
Oh my god, dude, I can't imagine.
Yeah, it's fun. I work better in structure, and I also enjoy mentoring and leading people because I was a senior editor at Kotaku, so I helped design stories.
So you like being in the corporate world of...
She likes being the one to tell people what to do.
Of the office.
Corporate. I would love to have like another... Yeah, I like to have a structure where I work with people as well. Believe it or not, I work well with others. And I do. Enjoy...
You are not what I thought you were.
Thank you.
Which is kind of a compliment, but kind of unsettling, given that
in the name of the
you have a reputation that is not what...
Listen,
you know.
The internet has, especially a place like Twitter, there's no nuance.
It's 4chan, right? It's become 4chan.
It's 4chan. And
no, it's not. It hasn't become 4chan, because if it became 4chan, you would have definitely left faster. We wish that it was that. But it is not. Stop coping. It is not.
Being silly, or I'm clearly like, I've had an entire day. I think also it's really hard. I'm not media trained. I'm from Long Island and I got a big mouth.
Me too.
And you know, like it is really hard to kind of read harassment all day. You know, and once in a while it would happen, especially early on. I would read the worst shit. You know, when this first started, I was getting pictures of bullets and nooses sent to me in my email.
I don't believe you. You know, I don't believe you. Prove it. Show it. Show us examples.
Domain names in my name and in my sister's name, which doxed my parents. And meanwhile, my father was like, "Tell him to fucking come to the house." I'm like, "No." But like, I would spend all day getting abused, and then I would be like, "Fuck you," to like one person. And then it's like, remember when you told that person to go fuck themselves? You're mean.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not this one singular person. It's a group of people. It's multiple people that somehow, just conveniently, every time, they're the worst person. How could I not say that to them? Except we wouldn't have found out about it, example, Cabrutus Rambo, if you hadn't done it in the first place. You're more than happy to go along with it. You were more than happy to be up on top of it. How many times and how many shows did you go on to that they did the exact same behavior that he's currently doing for you now? Where you hid and ran and lied. You were directly responsible in that chat room, on that call with the Blurred podcast, trying to grease the fucking story that actually the harassment, it wasn't coming from this one person, and it wasn't us harassing this guy, it was Kiwi Farms. You flipped between 4chan and Kiwi Farms back and forth. Pick one.
You're mean, bear poking, aggressive, and it's like, I am being I'm not even posting the majority of shit that I'm getting because it's horrific and I'm tired and I don't want to give it any.
Then we don't believe you. You're lying. Until you prove examples, we're just going to consider you that you're lying because you're a reporter and a journalist. There's no reason for you to cover up and hide the death threats. Just show the examples of it happening. Even if you claim, well, look, there I am. The people who are willing to claim it, they're not going to put their face on it. So it's not even fucking important. It's not real. It's not happening to you at that point. You're willing to give it energy instead of just clicking delete on it and moving the fuck on with your day. Unlike the docs statement that we had to cover the other day from the dream shit, the position of you're getting harassment begins and ends from, do I have to identify it because of the action being done by a group of people as a part of a campaign, or do I recognize this as an individual group amongst multiple people doing it because they wanted to, even if it may or may not be a part of a campaign? It's as simple as, do I give this my energy? Do I not give it my energy? You chose to give it its energy. You chose to say it live on air. So can you show us an example? No? Then it won't fucking matter and I'll believe you. It's so simple. It's so easy. Nut up or shut up. You've clearly chosen nutting up. So shutting the fuck up should immediately follow after. You don't get to claim victimhood over something that you haven't shown and you haven't proven. Especially while you keep doing so from platforms where you then don't get pressed for it.
More credence than it's already gotten. I don't want them to get that like serotonin surge from seeing me recognizing who they are and recognizing their message.
Damn, Carl, it's crazy that you were able to call that instantaneously. Why would you care? You already don't like them then. Then you would see it's a part of their point of trying to be recognized and you'd simply not give a shit. You would move on with your day. It's not enough. You are in choice paralysis. And you tell me that you are a good person inside of an industry for planning and optimization and collaboration with others? That's a basic leadership skill, Alyssa. You lack basic leadership skills.
But I'm getting it all day. And like one time I turned around and I'm like, shut up. And it's like, well, you're a piece of shit. And it's like, okay.
Because you don't know how to hold your tongue and you don't know when it's time to crash out. You don't know when it's time to crash out. You don't know how to crash out. You just like being angry. You like being mad.
I can't win here because they don't want you to fight back. They want you to lay down and take it. And especially if you're a woman. So
yeah, and then it goes right back to the people at the top making the money off. They're just like, great, keep hating each other. I love it. The money just fucking rolls in. Let's change the subject to something lighter.
Yay!
The Jews.
Oh my god.
Well, they're telling me you're an anti-Semite, is what I hear. Which I have a hard time believing
he's pressing
you're
her on
anti-Semite.
that. Interesting.
But hey, have at it. What's going on with that?
It's a strange thing to have come up because I love and support and know Jewish people. I worked for a long time in a really predominantly Jewish neighborhood on Long Island. I believe that you can love and support Jewish people and also stand firmly against what's happening in Palestine.
Me too.
And I believe being an anti-Zionist is not being an anti-Semite. And I think people who conflate those are being anti-Semitic because there's this belief that if you are a Jewish person, that means you're pro-Israel taking over, all of
the world,
all of Palestine, and having, like a legal apartheid state. And I don't agree with any of that stuff. And I stand against all of the violence that took place there, but I am firmly pro-Palestine. I believe Palestine should be its own state. I believe that what has gone on there has been atrocious to those people. And I support the end of killing of children and bombing of homes. And I think unfortunately in this current landscape, when you say stuff like that and you roundly denounce what's going on in Palestine and the horrors in Gaza, people can kind of turn around and be like, well, you don't like Israel, so you're anti-Semitic. And it's like, those two are not conflated.
Yeah,
because I know Jewish people. I'm working with a Jewish woman who she runs a charity where because she has dual citizenship, she can go freely to Israel whenever she wants. Right. And she brings just fucking cash to give to people in the West Bank. Right. Because it's very hard to get money in. You can't get anything into Gaza whatsoever. Right. But this is like one-to-one direct action.
Right.
And she runs this charity, and her and I'm going to be doing a charity stream for them in a couple of months. Like, she's Jewish, and she's against what's happening in Palestine. And so
that's nice. That's wonderful. Nobody asked about that shit.
That was
and that's not important to the congruency of the conversation.
Movement against me that was trying to smear me in a new way. But it's so, I don't want to say it's a silly accusation because it's a serious one, but knowing who I am, it's all
part of the same shit, right? It's just no one does their research, no one really has any room for nuance, but they have no problem taking the soundbite and running it up the hill as a flag of nobility.
There's not even a sound. That's what's so strange. I don't know where it began. I know that people.
You don't know where it began, but you were more than happy to throw that out on a live broadcast.
They reported on the Twitch ban when they banned 4 different Arab streamers.
For being a part of the anti-Semitic squad, please make sure to mention the anti-Semitic statements that they kept making against Israelis and people like and people like Ethan Klein. Please make sure to say that part.
After a harassment campaign or a misinformation campaign was happening against them, and I reported on that.
So you only mentioned the part with Dan. Got it.
And obviously that was vetted like.
We should definitely trust your reporting. You have such an eagle eye on both hands and sides of issues.
3 different people because we knew it was gonna piss people off, and that was kind of the beginning of the end of my time at Kotaku because it got untenable.
There we go.
But no, I would not agree with that statement.
Yeah, my guess is you are like most rational people that say you are abhorred and oppose what happened on October 7th.
Most rational people are capable of saying, hey, I feel bad for the people being fucked by the PLO, but I'm not down with Hamas. Most normal people don't support terrorism. But then again, most normal people aren't Hassan simps.
Are abhorred and opposed to how Israel has consistently responded, and you are pro-Palestine and anti-Hamas. I would assume, but I don't know. But that's my position on it as a guy whose last name is Jaffe, who is an atheist agnostic, but I was raised Jewish. So
yes, and I think it's also really important to remember that like none of this stuff happens in a vacuum, and so
yes, that's right.
October 7th was horrific. And I can't imagine knowing someone who went through that or being someone who went through that or having someone in your family that went through that. October 7th, and then the response to that, everything that Israel did was sort of, oh, well, it was because of October 7th. Israel was already mistreating Palestinian people. And
yes, we can go to war against 9/11 and it was horrible and they should all fucking die, but to act like it's because they're evil comic book characters and they did it because we like explosions and planes and we hate freedom.
Unfortunately, if you enact violence against people for long enough and you make them feel disenfranchised enough and you make them feel like they have nothing to do, they are going to turn to the worst things possible to try and change things. And those things will be horrible. They will disturb you. They will be horrific. And that is because they feel like there's nothing else they can do. And that's scary. You never want to be in a situation where you push someone to a point where they commit such horrible shit because they think they can do anything else.
Yeah, and the irony is that's where we're getting in this country. The problem with it is, though, is that we're doing it against each other and not the actual people that are harming us. Not that I suggest we do it against anyone, but it's probably one of the reasons Luigi is such a challenging figure to think about because, of course, he murdered somebody. That's terrible. But, fuck. How many people did this guy's decision not subconsciously even go, yeah, that's collateral damage, but that's the business we're in? I mean, so sorry,
Many people were denied life-saving care because they couldn't afford it. And I've been lucky enough to not experience it directly myself. I've experienced small scales of it with my little sister. My little sister's a type 1 diabetic. And for months, her insurance would not cover insulin replacement for her pump. So she had to use insulin that she had kept in fucking storage in case, which threw up everything because it was individual shots rather than it being in her pump and being on its own and automatic. She was manually doing it. Her blood sugar was all over the place, and it took years for them to finally approve a much cleaner, simpler system for her. So her situation was always fucked up. She was up and down, and when you're diabetic like that, it messes with your energy levels and everything like that. And I would just see her exhausted all the time, and she'd be like, my blood sugar's low, I overshot my insulin, this, that. And it took 2-3 years of her fighting with them to get them to cover a simple glucose monitor. And why she's a type 1 diabetic, this is life-saving medication, what do you need?
Right. No, I'm with you. Okay, I'd like to bring in some callers in just a minute.
Yes,
I just want to bring on 2 quick questions though. Number one is, now that we've had this conversation about the Jews, the I hate Jewish men tattoo, at least could you get rid of the Jewish part of the tattoo? Get that removed? Think about it. Just think about it. You have to answer. Now, the second thing, let's talk about Alana. I'm stunned that this would even... I mean, I know Alana a little bit, and I certainly know a lot of the Sony Santa Monica people. And if you don't know what's going on with Alana Pierce, I guess there was a bunch of people coming at her online because she wasn't in the credits of God of War Ragnarok, which somebody somewhere seemed to think that she claimed she wrote or was a writer on, which I don't think she did. And they're kind of like, well, you're a fucking lie, you know.
Because she's doing the nebulous thing where she's not being held accountable to the fact that she's claiming she's a part of something, and it's not legible on what her name is attached to. She's credited as part of writing the cookbook, but she's claiming that she's a writer on the project, and then is being backed up by an official account for the game saying she has worked with them, but it's nebulous as to what she's responsible for. What does this sound like? It sounds kind of like that company. What was they called? What was the name of that company? This company that bragged about being a part of all of these projects, that multiple fucking influencers on the internet that were on their side were trying to write fucking slanderous videos saying, you don't know what they're doing. You don't know where they are. They're not even listed. And people doing the research then showed, oh, so this is what you're doing. You're not in the capacity of just helping on the menus or the lore of the game. You're credited as senior writers on this project. What was that company's name, guys? What was the name? What was the name?
It's like, well, the most obvious conclusion there, if you're not a moron, is, yeah, she's probably working on Corey's game that hasn't been announced, and now she's working on a new game. From the guys who I just followed it today. It's kind of Onion. It's cool. It's a little platforming. She's the narrative director over there, but yeah, and they act like, well, if it was unannounced, then she should. She doesn't owe these people anything, and they act like they expect her to check in when she gets home every night at curfew and go, guys, this is what I was writing. Yeah. It's this unannounced game. That's why I'm not in the credits. Okay, do you still like me? Am I still acceptable? It's like, what is happening? And that Sony Santa Monica has to literally fucking tweet out, oh, she was a writer for us and we really liked her and she's great.
Yeah, and they were still like...
They shouldn't have to do that. It should be as easy as going to her fucking IMDb and looking up what she's a part of. Because she can say that she's a part of an unannounced, untitled game. It doesn't need to be said out loud every single time somebody requests it of her. You know that website called LinkedIn where all of you are having conversations where you believe we don't see you? You can list it there. IMDb, you can list it there. But you don't list it there. You hide the information as much as possible. Then we hear about it at dumbass fucking events like the Game Awards, when we see it in the games being pushed, like Dispatch.
Well, how come she's not in this? Well, how come she's not in that?
How come you're not in that, you fucking tout?
Because they don't have a way to get into the industry, because you have gatekeeping figures like yourself and Alana, and also Alyssa, that will actively tell them that they cannot let this person become a member of the Writing Guild Association, that they can't become a member of SAG-AFTRA, that they can't become a member of BAFTA, because, here, did you know what this person did to me and said to me on the internet? Despite the fact that you have nothing to prove that it's true, but you have a whole bunch of stories coming from people corroborating that it's true. That's why.
Countless contributing 0 nothing? How come that, you Twitter fuck? You're not in that. Because no one's
either. You're not in that either. And it sucks that she even had to do that. She's been in their line of sights a few times. She's, she pissed them off a few
She
times.
decided to get in the middle of stories and tell people, wait, you don't know what you're talking about. Let me inform you. And then everybody laughed at her because none of them were interested in that, or no one asked. She implied that she knew better than the people talking, and then when people who knew more than her came into the interim, both people who were in the business and people who were literally just advocating the same way you claim yourself and others advocate for, they tried to say, no, you're not allowed to talk.
A few months ago talking about accessibility in Elden Ring and how, in terms of accessibility, you are considered disabled
if you're a parent. Yes.
Because the ability to pause a game is very important.
This is not a talking point, which we're going to go over again. If you are a parent and you are dealing with a child's problem, you can put the fucking controller down, turn the controller off, and do your fucking job. This is not hard. Do not cope. Oh my god, I don't have a pause button, so I'm disabled when little Timmy starts throwing a tantrum in my house. Whoop feet. Whoop feet. Start learning how to whoop feet. Stop making excuses for being a little pussy about this shit and whoop feet.
Important to you because, oh no, little Joey just puked all over his jumper.
Yeah.
Shit. But then,
That's
you
right.
know, in
Or
Elden
little
Ring,
Joey
it's like,
is choking,
Yeah.
whatever.
yeah.
And, and again, nuance.
Flashback to where I have to get up and do fucking shit that is happening in the middle of my live stream, and I have to now adjudicate shit happening while I do so. Didn't give a fuck. Still had to handle the problem. It's very simple, very easy.
Why is this hard? Because I know why it's hard, because we're taught not to care about nuance, because if we cared about...
Incorrect. We care about nuance. We do not care about people who are being pedantic about caring about nuance. Both of you are pedantic about caring about nuance.
But nuance, the powers that be, wouldn't be the powers that be.
Well, they
But,
get
yeah.
Luigi'd more often, probably.
Yeah, because people are now saying, oh yeah, Alana says having kids is a disability. Yeah, she said that in the same way that you said white people, what did you say? White people, you can't be racist against white people, which is technically accurate.
No, we're not going by technicalities. We're going by the full exception of it. No, you can be racist, you can be bigoted, you can be prejudiced, because all of them are the same fucking thing. We're not doing that wishy-washy fucking prejudice equals power equals oppression bullshit. Stop it.
Just like it is accurate to say what I say, which I get shit for, which is not very clever. It's everybody says it, that is aware of this stuff, which is all white people in America are racist. And that doesn't mean you don't like black people.
No.
It means that if you're white, you benefit from systemic racism that has built this country. I assume what you were saying was because white people are in a power position, you can be bigoted against white people. You can hate white people if you're a black person or whatever, but you can't by definition be racist, because part of the definition of racist includes an ownership of power and a control.
And that is something that came from people trying to look for justification to be a bunch of fucking losers because they can't handle when people tell them that they're being hypocritical on the bullshit that they want to get across from people. Because they really, really, really want to be able to tell people, no, I can be an asshole. Maybe, just maybe, it's possible that you don't need to fucking lie to feel good about yourself. Maybe, just maybe, you don't need to fucking glaze like this to try and justify your actions. That's so shitty. It's so shitty, dude. It's beyond fucking shitty.
Over people that are looked at as lesser.
Yeah, and that is actually something that I followed that up with, because people were, of course, and I think there's an interesting bifurcation here. There's like people who accidentally misunderstand these conversations, and there's people who willfully misunderstand these conversations.
Right.
And
you mean like you do?
That to,
every time somebody tries to tell you about something?
Disabilities, or when you're a parent. That's willfully misunderstanding something. And I think there was a mix of both in that situation. Yeah, I believe that the systems of there are never black people do not hold the keys to all the major systems of power. So
Right.
yes, you could have a black person who's like, I fucking hate them.
Yeah.
You could have anybody who says that about anybody.
Yep.
But whether or not they can use that hatred to affect the life of more, multiple white people, or even
Interesting. So if they have the ability to affect the life of a person with their vitriolic hatred and can hurt people with that vitriolic hatred, that's when we should care. Okay, are you and David going to take accountability for the fact that you can actively do that with the salacious lies that you're willing to tell right now on the broadcast, both in the past here from where we're catching up and in the future where you've been confronted by others? Seems crazy, dude. Seems crazy. Accountability doesn't exist here.
even one white person.
Because simply they are white.
Yes, they can't do that.
Right.
They can't do that. So I
now,
mean,
answer me this: if we lived in Wakanda, it would be different, correct? Then, if you lived in Wakanda, you could absolutely be racist against white people.
Well, yes, and
if Wakanda's on another planet.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay,
yeah, because if you're having
but they don't trade with other people. Come on now, T'Challa, he's not into that. He's not doing deals with Elon. Okay, so let's bring on some calls and super chats. Tony, I'm going to put the link there, and if you can post it and pin it to the top of the YouTube, that would be great. Again, I don't ask what you can do whatever the fuck you want, but you'll be off the show. Which is fine. I mean, big fucking deal. Shoot your shot, have your moment. She's not talking about the lawsuit, which I'm sure you can understand.
Which means you were never going to really platform people, and that's why people are going to be talking about it outside the fact that you're going to try and hide the shit.
Don't be a prick. You don't have to agree with it, or you don't have to like
it. So she's allowed to be a prick to everybody else, but no one else is be able to zing her? Damn! Crazy how both of you don't understand how this works.
You don't have to like me. You can disagree with everything she said. But you're not doing hate speech. Even if it wasn't Alana, I don't...
Making jokes is not hate speech.
Alana. Alyssa, I don't do the fucking hate speech. You know I fucking don't. So go fuck yourselves. Okay. That's not hate speech. That's just mean.
It's so funny. My sister's name is Alana. Spelled different.
We were just talking about Alana, and my notes say don't forget to ask about Alana, because I know you were tweeting. Okay. Before I get to this first super chat, though, where do you think the people who are against people like you and I in our stances, where do you think they're right? Where might they be right, and what might we be missing in terms of things that they say about our side or our position that we should probably listen to?
I don't know necessarily if we're wrong on this. I think they're right in seeing that the games industry has shifted in a way that doesn't value its workers and the people who play those games. I think they're right in feeling frustrated that games, a lot of game developers, or at least major publishers, just kind of see them as like piggy banks. That they can make money from. I think they're really right in seeing that, and I think they're looking for someone to blame, and so they get sent in the wrong direction. You need to get sent up top to get mad at that. Don't get sent to the bottom or the community manager. She's not the reason why you
and she may or he may be super liberal, but that's still not
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that they're right about. The games industry overgrew during COVID. I think they overhired, they overspent, they took too many shots at what they thought would pay off in a few years. They took way too many shots on live service, way too much stuff, put way too much effort and energy into that. And I think they're right in seeing that those are issues. But I think in a lot of other cases, I don't think it's right or wrong. I just think we fundamentally disagree on a lot of basic human rights things and equality. Like, I just want gaming to be more diverse and to feel like people have an equal chance to get into this industry. And I don't think that's a crazy liberal idea.
No, well, the guy we're about to bring on first, Wick TV, and I'll bring him on in just a second. I was on his show yesterday, and there was definitely a sense, not Wick necessarily, I can't speak for him, but from the people I was with, they felt a lot of people in games were there because they didn't deserve it. And I can just tell you, man, when you're hiring, you are desperate for the best fucking people.
Yeah.
And you're not. This
is inherently incongruent with the status of DEI politics, because DEI politics clearly has stated that it would always choose to trash a racial candidate that was not belonging to a minority group if they had candidates of equal status and equal skill, but one was black and one was white. They have clearly stated in every case: white, black, Asian, Muslim, like ethno-religious, like Jewish. They did it in every single situation. They did it in every case, and then actively bragged about it. Cap!
That you're just going to hire anyone at a very important level. I've not seen it. I've just not seen it. Doesn't mean it's not true, but I haven't seen it. Totes Professional Gaming, thank you very much for joining, buddy. I sure do appreciate it. Big Afro Man, 18 months. Thank you, sir. Always great streams and interviews, Jaffe. Thank you very much. I want to have your baby. Big Afro Man, 14 look, I'm progressive. I told you I'm more progressive than you are. Big Afro Man gifted 1 Jaffe membership. Thank you, buddy, for that. I appreciate it. And then Stephen Hawkins, bring up the rear, 34 months. He says, thank you, buddy. He says, why were you blocking people and being so nasty when all the doxing stuff going on and the warring? Okay, I'm going to read this exactly as it's written. I don't quite understand what he's asking. Steven says, why were you blocking people and being so nasty when all the doxing stuff going on and the warring and whoring? I got banned from you for asking questions. Steven, I appreciate your membership, but I don't there's a...
Case example 1 of you dodging people's questions, trying to whatever you would like to call this, I'm going to call this infantilization and inherent dodging. But you are going out of your way to not answer a question from someone because you desperately want to be able to make them look and sound as though they are ridiculous and upset, when it's so easy for you to be able to answer these goddamn questions.
A lot in that one question, and I'm sure Alyssa would be happy to answer it, but I don't understand it. Do you know what he's asking?
Might need.
Maybe try reading it. Maybe try reading it as a complete sentence instead of trying to pick out words.
Context. Also, throwing whoring in there is sort of showing your hand a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he may be okay with that, but
maybe you're okay with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But no, I don't know. Unfortunately, also for a period of time when Twitter was first taken over by Elon, I did install a automatic blue check blocker for anybody who was buying blue checks and like farming engagement.
Okay.
That was uninstalled a couple of weeks later.
That was uninstalled a couple of weeks later because but why would you even start by saying, oh, everybody who has a blue check must inherently be somebody who's engagement farming, except for the fact that in order for us to use the website properly, we have to have that engagement. So, we have to pay money to use Twitter to the effectiveness that we wouldn't have had to back during early year Twitter. And your reaction to that is people who have blue checks must be engagement farming, when you yourself engagement farm. We have to do this in order to use the website like a functional website, and you're ignoring people who effectively are the paying customers that may be engagement farmers, or might just be a regular dude, a regular girl, a regular guy, a regular nigga.
Because I was testing how much you could make off of having a blue check. Not a lot.
Oh, so you were engaging farming yourself? Then you need to go fuck yourself then.
But I was very curious about it, and I think there's still a lot of people who have like fallen under. Like I've even noticed like regular gaming like news things are blocked. So you could be blocked for that reason, or you could just be blocked because at a certain point in time, I was getting very overwhelmed, and for like my mental health sake, I went through a lot of health shit because of all of this.
I'm sure.
For my mental health sake, I was just like, I can't, and you know, there sometimes the whimsy was I'm blocking, sometimes the whimsy was I'm gonna try and stick up for myself, and so I think, yeah, that could be why. I'm sorry, I don't know more.
Yeah, but I mean, people aren't owed free access to people, you know?
No.
So I block all the time now. The one thing I have learned from little Jason Schreier is block like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because there's a point where it's like, if you want to engage, you've made that clear. If you want to be a troll, that's fine. I support your right, but I'm busy. I don't have time, you know, and I used to engage.
Yeah. It's just too much for me, honestly. Like really the health stuff was enough. I'm like, I don't need to be dealing with this.
What are you on, Vyvanse, Concerta? What are you taking?
For
ADD.
I don't have it filled. I haven't had it filled in a very long time because there's so many issues with it getting filled, especially.
I thought you were saying you're about to run out.
I haven't been on it for a while, but I was just on Adderall.
Adderall, gotcha.
Daily Addies.
I gotcha. Oh yeah, I was just curious.
Didn't love it though, because they did kind of make me feel cracked out.
Yeah. Well, you may not have ADD then, because I take the shit out of that stuff, but I don't feel it. Like caffeine doesn't affect me. It makes me normal. But anyway, let me bring on Wick. Wick, how you doing, buddy? Here he is. You're on with what? Are you there?
Yeah. Can you?
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes. You were on with Alyssa.
Hi. Nice to meet you, Alyssa. How you doing?
Nice to meet you. Good. How are you?
Oh, you know, I'm here. We're living life day by day, but you know, we'll get through it. I did have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. So I've only tangentially followed all the drama surrounding you with Kotaku and the gaming journalism and all these things. I'm fairly familiar with it, but I'm by no means an expert. So if I get something wrong or misrepresent something, please forgive me. It's just what I've heard. It's just what I've fair. During your spat with people like Cabrutus, Grums, and all these other creators, if you could go back in time and change anything about how you've dealt with any of these things, what would you change? Is there any portion where you feel like you yourself, like, oh man, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
I think it's interesting because
why can't you just start off with yes
on
because
the way you react to harassment.
Yes.
or defamation or rumors spreading. There's a lot of eyes on that. Especially, I think you might disagree, but I think especially as a woman in the industry, they really are looking to see how you respond to the way that people talk to you. I was not raised to be somebody who lay down and took it. So I pushed back. I pushed back a lot. I think what I would change is I wouldn't read everything. For a while, I was like, it was like a car crash, and I was reading everything. I was like, I couldn't look away. And I was just taking it in all day, every day for hours at a time. And I did not give myself the break that I should have to stop looking at it, because it was making me prickly in every direction. It was making me prickly with my loved ones. It was making me prickly at work. And it was not a good look for me. Just in my, like, it affected me physically. I don't know. A lot of people told me the other day at the New York Game Awards that I was glowing, and I was like, it's because I left my job. Yeah. But yeah, I think
maybe not because it was the hot ass fucking theater lights that you were probably under, baking lives in the sun, or maybe you horribly corpsing through bad jokes being written right next to Caroline Boutique, your coworker from Kotaku.
I wouldn't be paying as much attention to it. I really, really wouldn't. And
no, that's
I think it's really hard to have the clarity looking back.
No, it's not. It's as easy as, I'm going to engage with that. I'm not going to engage with that. It's not that hard, dude. It's not that fucking hard. It's really not that fucking hard.
Like, you don't have that clarity in the moment. I'm sure there are some times when I didn't need to be like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, because I don't think it went anywhere in some cases, even though I hoped it would. But I can't think of anything specific.
Okay, no, and that's
I will, if I can interrupt. I'm sorry, Wig. I just want to say, because a lot of people will tell you, oh, well, just don't read the comments. Don't go on social media. I'm like, bitch, nobody's writing about you.
Yeah, it's really hard.
It's like, why are you searching your name, Jaffe? Because people write shit about me, motherfucker.
No, you wouldn't be searching your name. You'd just be focusing on your job. You're looking for shit to react to, which means you're looking for material. And you're looking for easy material that you can dunk on. That's why you're doing it. Most of us don't even name search. I don't even name search. Most of the shit that comes to me is given to me by other people. I don't usually go looking for it. But, you see, this would be a bad tactic. Carl doesn't know, because what I should do is I should look for those easy dunks, and I should easily build my platform off of easy conquests and easy slapbacks. I should be willing to be down the deeds and during in the rungs. But you see, I don't like doing that because I don't like being annoyed and upset with shit, and I know that people clip things, so it's easier to have nothing for them to clip, because, oh my god, this guy don't react to anything, he's not upset, he's just boring. Versus, when I do get fiery, and I do get annoyed, it's because we're reacting to somebody actively fucking lying. Of course, the way I can act in myself is not the way that I would act on a broadcast. But you see, that's the world we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who want to be their best performative selves at all times. And when they're not performative, you don't want to walk the walk and talk the talk like necessary, like the fucking rest of us. You don't want to live by those standards because you want to be able to decide the standards.
Curious, if somebody were writing about you, you'd be doing it too.
In some cases, they were outright threats, and in some cases, they were sharing my address. So, like, I had to be reporting these things and being aware of it.
Reporting them does not require you to announce that you're reporting them. Being aware of them does not mean bragging and being a victim about it.
So
now you know what someone's going to say to that, and maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But people say, and I am not going to get into specifics of legal stuff. It's not my place, and I agreed that I wouldn't. But there is a question about address sharing that people are saying, well, she's kind of a hypocrite, right? Where, you know what I'm talking about? Is that can we talk about that or no? Is that
I can't speak to it, but I will just say it's publicly available information. That's a public filing.
Gotcha. So you didn't delete it. You didn't delete the location for you, but this other person, you made sure people saw that person's location, because that's what people are saying they're upset with you about.
That information, I mean, mine has already been made publicly available in many spaces.
Excuses, lies, bullshit. You hid your information in your public filing, but put Jeff Tarzi on blast. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. No. We're not doing that. You wanted to put his information out there as a vindicated way to antagonize and terrorize him, and you didn't want to have to take accountability for doing so, and you wanted to say, well, everybody knows who I am, so I don't think I'll have to do that. No, go fuck yourself. You're dishonest. No. We're not doing that. We are definitely not doing that.
Including in Kiwi Farms. So for me, both of those things have been publicly available information.
So why put it out again?
I did, especially with how the harassment has been. There was a decision made to make sure that that wasn't just right at the top because of what I've been dealing with.
Yeah, I can't speak to. I'm just not familiar with that situation.
All right, Wick, I'm sorry. I just had to ask. Keep going.
It's fine. But I guess the reason I'm asking, right? And I understand, like being in the moment, like when you have a mob coming at you, a literal mob of hundreds, perhaps thousands of people. No one's. At least I don't expect anyone to behave perfectly. But you mentioned you were prickly and things like that. So I guess. And maybe you can't think of a specific time, right? But maybe you can. I'll just ask, right? Is there anything where you maybe responded to someone in a prickly manner that in hindsight you look back and you're like, man, that guy was just probably asking a question and I took it wrong because we had 20 different trolls asking me the same thing in a way that was harmful or horrific or things like that, and this guy was just trying to figure things out, and maybe I shouldn't have.
And maybe it was his name Wick TV, and he had a beard.
Oh no, I don't know if I've even engaged with.
No, I don't know. I don't think we have. I'm sure that's happened. I think I think also it's really like I'm not infallible. I'm a human, and I am very, believe it or not, sensitive. I come out very strong, and I come out very, very like I can take this. But after a while, it was very clear that I couldn't. So I'm sure that I responded to people, especially there's also a problem that we have in this situation where there are a lot of people who are prominent figures that are kind of like perpetual question askers, and they play it off as this innocent, like, well, I'm just curious if you but then if you look at the way that they and the questions are like they're intentionally leading, or they're toying with misinformation already off the cuff, and those are some people who are like big names in this space. So you get a little like, is that what you're doing? And I'm sure there were a few times where I bit someone's head off. One
of the reasons I'm asking is because one of the things, just for sake of clarity, this is a criticism I have not just with you, but of the industry in general, the journalist industry in general. And I think I talked with this with Jaffe yesterday. It feels as if that you and your colleagues and the industry in general are painting criticism with such a broad brush. A lot of people are catching strays. So it becomes frustrating as someone who is just trying to figure out what is going on with the situation. It feels dismissive that our criticisms that we feel are valid are just being dismissed by your guys. So I guess my question here for this is, with this criticism, my question for it is, how can we make this better? How can we fix this? How we can get this better?
I think that's a valid point. I think though what's really interesting and that maybe is not getting thought about necessarily is that a lot of the reasons why there might be this sort of blanket, well, this is why you guys think this because of this, is because some of the biggest, loudest voices in this space that are pushing back against us on the daily are doing so in incredibly disingenuous and in hateful ways. And they are spreading misinformation, and they are spreading racism and sexism and misogyny and transphobia. And they're doing it under, but we just want to protect video games. We just want good video games. And so the arguments or the questions that they have are coming from very dark places.
I
think,
or financially interested places.
Yes, right? I think if
like yours and his and anyone's, if they have anything to do with the industry, or if they themselves have vested interests when it comes to being independent journalists or drama covers that are interested in the things that you're doing, and you being mad that the person whose job it is to effectively be a tabloid is investigating the things that you caused with your actions.
If you have someone who is telling you that someone such and such a studio is infested with DEI, I don't think we can have a one-to-one calm conversation, because I have an issue with the concept that you believe that seeing a person of color in a space they're only there for DEI, or they're not there for merit. So I think there are a lot of people who have taken up the mantle for people who might have valid arguments in the games industry, and I think they've commandeered it and taken it over and turned it into something that is much more nefarious than just, I actually do want to know about this. I actually do want to know about that. And that is part of the reason why I'm streaming now, because I am breaking down news from my understanding of what goes on in the inside of the industry, and I am trying to point to valid issues and valid criticisms. And I would happily take a genuine, kind, question from somebody in the right setting and can talk to them about it. But you also have to realize too, like, I am trying to protect my mental health in some cases and my safety, because like sometimes
no, I know you don't owe
weird.
anything. We get it. But like one of the things I've seen, and maybe this isn't fair, and I'll admit this because this isn't from the video game industry, but it's from the tabletop industry. One thing I saw recently, one of the I'm not sure if he's the CEO of Piazzo or someone involved, said something like, if JD Vance plays our games, he needs to stop and send it back. And I understand why you say that. Look, I voted for Harris, right? I understand. But it feels as a lot of people who didn't, right, or who may have sat out or maybe even voted for Trump, they feel attacked by these kinds of things. And it becomes like there's this animosity, right? People who just want to play games. And they don't like, maybe they're not politically active. Maybe they don't know, right? But they're like, yeah, I voted for Trump because whatever. And they're seeing that there's an active hate from owners of these businesses, and they don't know what to do about that. And I think it's increasing the animosity.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because I think, look, if you don't want JD Vance to play your game because JD Vance is a racist and beyond that, a lot of things, I think that's valid. I think that people who might have voted for Trump, for whatever reason, you know, media literacy aside or political literacy aside, I think assuming that someone saying if you are JD Vance, don't play our game, then one-to-one applies to you, I think might say a lot about how you do consider this stuff. Maybe you are more politically aligned.
I mean, we're all tribal, right?
Maybe you are more politically.
If I consider myself a Democrat, for example, and you start attacking Biden or you start attacking Harris, whether I should or not, right? Whether that's right of me or not, like, hey, wait a minute, that's my team, right?
No.
I mean, I don't believe that.
Oh,
like,
he's now trying to shut down the conversation.
Biden more than anybody in the world, because I think that's a weird old man. But I'm also not
the difference
Democrat.
is, the difference also though is that Republicans and Democrats have a lot of different aspects. But one of the things the Democrats can do more, doesn't mean they all do, but one of the things they do a little bit more than the Republicans is they're not as beholden to their leaders as figures. Like we, as a Democrat, as a progressive who votes Democrat, usually Biden works for me. I was glad he dropped out because he's too fucking old. He shouldn't have run in the fucking first place, right?
What a talking
I have
point.
no problem saying that, but a lot of times you get a lot less people on conservative folks that are saying that. They won't say that about their guys.
I'll just cop to you that, yes, Republicans are worse at this. Absolutely, 100%. But let's not act as if Democrats and even socialists and even communists and even libertarians and even any group, right, that you identify with yourself. Like if I say I'm a feminist, right, and then someone has a critique of feminism, it can feel like an attack because, well, that's me. I'm part of this group, right?
Sure,
and so that's what I'm worried about here.
You know what I mean? I think a statement of like maybe the conversation of like we don't want any conservative person to play our game, that's a different statement. But I think also if you say I don't want a transphobe to play my game, or I don't want a racist to play my game, or I don't want a homophobe to play my game, you know, okay, then if you are any of those things,
Your camera froze. That was funny.
Look to God, because that's why are you like that?
Pause. How about you just accept that people that you don't like are gonna play the same shit as you? There is a actual unironic fucking rapist who is playing Path of Exile 2. And unfortunately, I can't stop him. I can't stop Ascension from playing the game. But he's playing it. It's a problem, but it's gonna happen.
I mean, I get it. I do.
I think they're fundamentally different. I think that's the connection there that's happening. That's weird. If you are so affronted by the idea that JD Vance is not welcome to play a game, why are you aligning yourself so much with this person that feels like a one-to-one attack on you and what you believe in? And if that's the case, you know, do you agree with what he has to say? And do you understand why that person may feel that way? And I think I've also said, if you don't like these things, you don't have to pick up and buy these games and play them. And I've never advocated for anyone, you know, picking up a game that they disagree with and buying it because they have to. So I think, you know, I think.
Gee, bullshit. We all got called sexist for not voting Kamala or Hillary and then burned down Portland and Hillary lost. True. Thank you, Just a Girl. Thank you for the $5.
Identity politics can be a bit of a bitch in some ways, and I
Yeah, and maybe you should realize that you shouldn't have allowed it.
Bye.
Thanks, Wick.
Speaking of what you just said about they don't have to play it, I was speaking to, I'm going to call her Gloomy. I don't know if that's what she goes by, but her and I were talking earlier because I was saying, hey, you were coming on the show, and she's a woman in gaming, and she games a lot, and she had some thoughts. I was like, that's a really interesting take. So I'd like to bring her on.
Sure.
This is it Gloomy or Gloomith? Or what
Gloomy's fine, yes.
All right, you're on with Alyssa.
Hi.
Hello. I was curious because I do read some Kotaku articles, and I try and gauge all around, listen to Moist Critical, this and that, get as many takes as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Is there kind of a point that's too far to push for the progressive line? Because as time goes by, the more we try to go for the inclusion, which I think should be done, it's resulting in more animosity for women and minorities to enter these spaces. A number of my friends are no longer playing Apex with me and other competitive games because the comms in the game is just too vitriolic for them.
I mean, that's an interesting question, because in a perfect world that shouldn't upset people, that push for. And I fundamentally don't agree with the idea that DEI is something where people, or diversity inclusion in any way is a situation where people are getting jobs that don't deserve it. And like Jaffe was saying earlier, especially in this industry, I think getting a job that you don't deserve it just because you checked a box, that would really fuck up development, and it would slow down a company who, at the end of the day, they just want to print money. They want money. So I think that the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place is because when we were just hiring on merit, there was people being discriminated against, and there was a preference to hiring certain types of people. And so this was put in place to try and rectify that, because there was still instances of companies solely hiring, white men or straight people for a lot of reasons. I mean, gaming was a predominant boys club for a long time. I think that the pushback is unfortunate, and I think it's being painted in a way that is disingenuous, which is why people rightfully might be frustrated thinking that someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. But I think that's just not the case. People are not missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're Black. And I think, as someone who plays online games and knows how bad the comms can be, that sucks, and I don't want that to ever be the case, because I've only ever advocated for and reported on how bad voice chat can be for women and women presenting folks in those spaces. So I think it's like an unfortunate symptom of people just misunderstanding what this movement is, because I don't believe that it's something where people who don't deserve a job have gotten a job, and I think it being portrayed like that could make people mad, and I completely understand that.
Do you think that if you knew there was a direct line between you bringing attention to these negative things out there and women online experiencing more harassment, would you dial it back? Or is that kind of the same as telling the woman walking down an alley in a...
What were you wearing?
Right. Is that kind of the equivalent? And it's like, that's a them problem, not a you problem.
Well, I think that's the reason why I haven't dropped out of this, like why I haven't backed out, because in every case when this happened the first time, the first Gamergate, the goal was to get women off the internet, and in some cases it worked. Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn do not want to be online for...
Amau, lol, kek, Amau, lol, kek, still sweeping for these people. Long after it's been shown what they were willing to do, and long after the effect they've had on the industry has ruined it further. Amau.
For a very specific reason. And I didn't want to be that, because I also knew that the moment I disappeared, it was someone else in their line of sights, no matter what. They will move on to another person.
I stayed in this industry because I needed to be the one to protect them. I had to be the one to take it on. I had to be the one that was targeted so that other women wouldn't be harassed by these nasty men. Lord have mercy.
Seeing that happen with Alana. And I said, I'm just going to take it. I'm going to take it on the chin. If anyone told me that things that I was doing was getting them directly harassed, they were coming to me and saying, someone said, Alyssa Mercante brought me here and I fucking hate you, that would be a conversation that I would need to have with them and that person. But I think I've tried to take it on the chin as much as I can, because I don't want this to be harder on anybody else. That's not the point.
Well, I would say I can't speak for the hiring process for any jobs. I'm not going to speak on something I don't know, as I've not hired anybody for that field in any way, shape, or form. But I would say for like the community, it has in the past 6 or 9 months gotten worse in the vitriol of the community, saying like, you don't belong here anymore, we're not letting you in anymore, we don't want you to be a part of this anymore, you've taken too much, we don't want you in. And no matter how high the merit is, like for competitive gaming, your higher ranks still mean nothing now. Before it used to be like I'd go Ricky to gold, I'd keep my mic off and that would be it. But now even in the higher ranks, I have to question if it's worth trying to communicate with teammates without getting vitriol put forward. And I think it is an issue that not every journalist, but a lot of journalists will approach games and go, well, if you hate this, we don't want you anyways, we don't want you to participate. And that's causing a lot of othering and tribalism. So are they going to be able to attack the journalists? No, they're going to be able to attack people in the games that are as close to them as possible. And I think that is an issue.
Yeah, and that's again, like I said, I've written about this a lot. Riot is doing a really great job policing chat in Valorant, which can be really, really bad. I played Halo 3 and Halo 2 when I was in my late teens, and the shit that I heard then was some of the worst shit I've ever heard in my life, even now, after everything I've heard. I think if we're saying that we don't want you someplace, or someone's saying that we don't want you someplace in the face of hate, I think that's very different than somebody saying they don't want someone there because of who they are. And I think that that's just where this tribalism is like missing. We're missing converse. We're talking about different things. And many people are saying, if you believe that, you know, black folks or queer folks or women are only in this industry because of DEI hirings, they don't deserve to be there, or that people are making video game characters more ugly or forcibly injecting diversity into games. If you believe that stuff, I can't find a middle ground with you if you believe it that wholeheartedly. And I think if someone's getting mad at that and saying, you know, getting angrier at women and getting angrier at black folks in games or something like that, I think that's like accidentally proving the point. As unfortunate as that is for other people who have to deal with it, I don't want, especially people who are not involved in this stuff, to be dealing with hate online. That's the last thing I want.
Then maybe you should stop producing it.
So I'm sorry if that's how it's appeared. I really am. And I would just say that, like, I think it's just symptomatic of what's already happening here, that there is like a rotten core that is getting fed anger, and there are people who are saying they don't want that around, and that's making them angrier, and it sucks.
I would say it's less appeared and more what is happening, because I would say in the past 5 years everything was much more accepting and comfortable.
So Gloom, if you had your way, would you tell Alyssa and people like her to stop reporting on it?
I would say that there's a method that is being engaged with that is not beneficial to the community whatsoever, in which a lot of articles will go and just accuse the entirety of the, maybe not the entirety, but a good majority of the male gaming population of being a problem, that they should be excluded, that their opinions are incorrect, and with them not being heard, it is going to cause further vitriol. They are going to lash out further. They've been left behind in a lot of society.
I think I know in a lot of my reporting, I've never made it a point to make a sweeping generalization about male gamers. This has been strictly about the reactionary right-wing movement that has been gaining steam, and that focus on those men, and they feed off of those insecurities that they may feel for good reason. And they tell them that the way to fix that is to, you know, point to the people who don't look like them that are in that space.
But I don't. Be a bit of a chicken before the egg, because they're not accepted in the spaces of the progressive line of thought. They are told that any attacks on them are not actually attacks.
She's trying to explain how these men are not being properly advocated for. Jaffe is trying to stop her from saying these questions because he's showing that it's possible to be able to have a conversation about things that are actual problems and how you add to them. And he's trying to stop that from happening because we're here to attack those people and say you're wrong.
Any things that occur there are not real. What is happening to the exclusion that occurs to them is non-existent. I think inclusion is beneficial, but unfortunately the methods that are being enacted are more so, we have been oppressed, ergo we shall now engage in the same rhetoric towards you, and that's not going to be beneficial at all. That's why so many people are turning towards MAGA and stuff. Even people in my country of Canada are saying that they support Trump's cultural takes, and that's ridiculous. It's fundamentally ridiculous.
Can I ask you, where do you think, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but when you say that the same tactics of we're oppressing, not we, I mean, I'm a white guy, but, you know, the powers that be and the culture wars are oppressing these men that you're talking about because they were oppressing other people. How are those men being oppressed right now?
They have no security or any place in society anymore. Can
you be specific about what that means?
We have given a lot of benefit to women to
They don't have a place to go to speak. They don't have a place to be spoken to. They don't have a place to commune. They don't have a place to get help and assistance. They don't have a place to be seen. They don't have male-centered spaces that only have space specifically for men with no inclusion of women, unless those that are willing to do the work, like that of the Honey Badgers, such as Allison Tiemann, Hannah Wallen, the Grim Reaper, and others like that. Places like that. You know. Places that they don't walk into and they're told, you don't need our help because you're a white guy. You benefit from systemic patriarchy. You know, things like that.
Now pursue careers, to be independent, to...
You've allowed women to be independent? I didn't know that they didn't know they weren't independent before.
Well, we can open a bank account without our husband's signature only, what was it, 30, 40 years ago?
1970s, yeah.
So by...
you mean legal?
Government or the cultural norms is what I mean by we.
Okay, keep going, sorry.
Like, I myself have now been allowed to have these freedoms and I'm able to engage in these things. But unfortunately, we still have this culture in which men are taught to be very stoic, to hide their feelings, to repress, be a provider. But that job's not on the docket much anymore. There are still some cases that occurs, but it's not the norm. Okay. And we haven't given them the tools to manage that. So now they have these online enclaves where it's not your fault and it's not your problem. And we'll be there with you and we'll sympathize with you and we'll fill you with these radicalized thoughts. And when they go onto a lot of these feeds online of, like, I guess would be the term mainstream media, they are blamed more often than not, rather than trying to be understood and included. So it makes sense that it is a self-fulfilling prophecy of this pipeline of isolation and radicalization. I think that is going too far. I want acceptance. I want people to be treated fairly. But to do so and to deny a vast majority of the population seems counterintuitive. And now people in the communities that are minorities.
Okay, I got you. Well, I have a response, but I want to hear Alyssa's response.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, most of the time I know that a lot of people would agree with me that I do think that there is a serious problem with the way that we've treated masculinity in this culture and in modern society, and that's incredibly indicative of, it's incredibly symptomatic in the game space. But I will say that the unfortunate reality, at least in my mind, is that I think progress is slow, and progress is almost often met with pushback. And I still think that there is not nearly enough equity and equality and respect for women and people like me and queer folks and black folks and people of color in this space. We haven't magically, you know.
What?
Bridged a gap that's completely closed now. It's still very much there, and I think unfortunately it's very hard for us to address this without
my internet dying? Or is it because the broadcast ended?
A day for my daily vitamin plates.
more lost. But I will things because there a lot of people are just kind of parroting talking points that they've learned in chat rooms that they found solace in or community in. And I don't know how to completely undo that except by doing stuff like this, like going and talking to Taylor Lorenz or continuously pointing out that these young men are being targeted for a reason. They are lonely, they are sad, they do feel lost, they feel rudderless, and these people are taking advantage of them. And I think that's who they should be upset with.
Well, and I just want to add, and I agree with that, and I want to add, Gloom, that what you said, that it's like men used to be the providers and they had this opportunity, and it's almost like that's been taken away. That's been lessened because of what I would consider, and I imagine you would, but maybe I'm wrong, a good thing, which is you don't need a woman doesn't need a man now. And so now what I think you're right, the unfortunate response to that is that a lot of these guys feel useless. But honestly, if they want to look for some help, stop making fun of the left when we say therapy is good, self-reflection is good.
Maybe you should stop trying to control how the men go about therapy, and also stop telling them that they should open up and then use those tools against them in relationships and in society.
Meditation is good. Absolutely, you're right that the ramifications have led to these awful things that unfortunately women are experiencing online. But fundamentally, it's not going back. It's never going to go back to you not being able to have a checkbook. But what it can do is a man can go, I can cry, I can emote, I can express myself, and I can still be a man, whatever that means to them. And I think that's more of a position of the left than the right, to be frank with you.
Lies.
Anyway,
beneficial
Cope,
tool.
skin, and lies.
Hey, Gloom, sorry. I'm going to give you the last word, and then we're going to move on to the next caller. Thank you so much, Gloom. I appreciate it, buddy. Seriously, I'd love for you to call.
Gave several levels of pushback and just, you're talking about a lot of things that I can't be able to control the conversation on. So we got to push you out. Got to push you out to get another person in.
Back in the future. I love your take on this, but please, Gloom, if you would wrap it up.
I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, just to quickly respond to that piece, having the therapy and the group hangouts and that emotional factor is beneficial, but it does not give the sense of purpose, and that's what's causing a lot of the vitriol. Is they've lost that sense of purpose, and it's still being ingrained into them that provider role should be their sense of purpose. Yet we don't have society.
Who's ingraining that in these men?
It's still in. We still teach children that boys can't hit girls, but girls can hit back, and if she does, then she likes him. We have tons of cases of misrepresentation in emotional abuse of women towards men. They are left alone, and we have not put the tools forward for them to feel included. And
I think the more tools people have, Gloom, the better, because I think more people need to. I think people, Alyssa said it better than I do, but if anyone feels alone or lost, or in this world of interconnectedness, it breaks your heart when you really think about it. So I think we're all eating at the same, issue, but I don't know if I agree with some of the things you're saying, but I will talk to you in the future. Hopefully. I love talking to you. Loved having you on. Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
All right,
keep bring someone on. I'm grabbing another La Croix.
Absolutely. Hey, listen now.
La Croix. At least she said it half right.
Oh, okay. I might eat a fucking edible, because I tell you something.
You need an edible. God damn, this debate shit's hard. I gotta be on drugs, bro. I gotta be on drugs.
By the time that edible kicks in, we'll probably be wrapping up, which means we can game stream, and I'll be high as a fucking kite. But I got to think about it, fellas. I don't know if I'm doing it. I see Steve down there at the bottom scratching his head going, when am I coming on the fucking show? And he's like, I'm not going to smile.
Right,
I'm not going to crack a joke because I fucking hate Jaffe. I understand. What I was saying, Alyssa, is I might take a goddamn edible the size of an elephant. By the time it kicks in, we'll be wrapping up, so I'm not going to get you in any trouble. But first, let's bring on Dev. Here we go. This is Dev. Dev, good to see you again, buddy. You are on with Alyssa. What's up, bud? Dev.
Give me just a second. I am adjusting. There we go. I'm in the middle now. Okay.
Hi.
There you are. What's up, buddy?
Hi. Hey, Jaffe. I haven't talked to you in a while, man. How's it going?
Well, it's good. I fucked your wife last night, but besides that,
Jeez, I gotta go tell her about that.
I tell you what, man. She's lost. Anyway, the point is, Dev, what's going on?
We were on WIT TV together last night. This is kind of a semi-continuation of that conversation. I kind of positioned myself in the middle of that conversation, because there was the two guys, the one guy who really watched my content and really liked me, and he's like, I love you, and then he was like more to the right than I was. But I'm also not as far to the left as you are. I definitely view myself as a moderate.
But you were in the middle of two men.
Oh yes.
That's fine. I'm bisexual. I don't give a shit.
Hey.
So
my butthole's still bleeding. My butthole's got the blood coming out my butthole.
Well, you're not using enough lube then, so let's.
That's an option. Oh shit.
So I can continue a bit from where Gloom was talking, because she had some points. I don't know if she was gonna quite get there, but she had something that I think I can hitch onto, because there is definitely a problem with men, and not just in terms of men being toxic. So, for example, men graduate from university at around half the rate of women right now. And if you average out all the university degrees over the course of your lifetime, that's an additional $1 million earned at your job. So now at this point, also plus the fact that men are overwhelmingly homeless more than women are, there is definitely a growing class disparity, not just a sex disparity between men and women.
Okay.
So there are definitely like men exclusive issues that I think people who are more progressive tend to, they belittle or they don't service them properly, and so you have.
Where do you see the belittling of that? I'm sorry to interrupt, but because everything you're saying, I see Alyssa nodding about, and as much as I disagree with a lot of people on the far right, I saw the movie The Red Pill. I thought there were some good points made in that film about men's health. It doesn't mean that I agree with a lot of it, but some of it, where are you seeing that it's being belittled?
To be honest, I haven't really hung out in progressive spaces for over a decade because I haven't been a progressive in a very long time. So maybe things have changed since my day.
Well, you should call back when you actually have up-to-date facts, right?
I'll go and hang out with more progressives and talk to you about it. But basically, there is definitely like there are men's issues that aren't jokes, basically. And
sure.
Yeah. 100%. And I think that that's valid, completely valid. I would also I don't know a lot about the college stuff. I'm very curious about that. But also how much of that has to do with men working in industries that don't require college degrees, that tend to be more blue collar jobs. Does that have anything to do with that? I mean, I'm of the belief that we should have women in more blue collar labor 100%. I started doing gardening work over the summer to make extra money, and I was like, my
That's
hands
nice,
dirty.
Alyssa.
What is this? I loved it, but I don't know a ton about that. But I think it's I think there are valid issues that are going on with men in this world, especially young men in this world. They're angry, they're rudderless, they don't know where to go. I also think that it's really, really interesting that anybody who has been marginalized or mistreated in a systemic manner for the majority of the history of this country or modern cultural history, right? Any of those people, when they get what seems like a modicum of equality or a modicum of progress, it feels like the response is incredibly reactionary and incredibly intense. And it is very hard to kind of have a conversation like we're having in good faith of but there are real men's issues when there are so many men who the way that their anger presents itself, especially online, is deriding and hating on people who have just started to get a foothold in these spaces, who really are still, the last time I checked, it's still not women running almost every single game studio. When I went to Ubisoft Quebec City for this Assassin's Creed preview, every single game director was a dude, a white dude.
By the way, can you speak to that or not really? Because I know Rolling Stone Legal couldn't, right?
Yeah, Rolling Stone Legal wanted to vet that, yes.
Yeah, I read it before I read the footnote, and I'm like, this guy sounds great. And then I read the footnote. Can you...
Yeah, but that's a prime example, right? So Ubisoft Quebec City is ironically under a ton of scrutiny for, making a game that apparently is, disrespecting Japanese culture and forcing a black man into it, according to some people's arguments. But they are also being run by predominantly white guys, and one of them was accused in 2020, Jonathan Dumont, of fostering an incredibly hostile, harassing workplace. Now, Ubisoft gave me a statement that I shared on Twitter when I asked them about this, because also, Jaffe, if you've ever done these things before, when you do game previews, it is like a fucking marathon that you have to sprint. You don't have a choice.
Right.
It all day. If you're in media, you get brought to a studio. You're stuck there all day. You eat when they want you to eat. Yeah. You have shitty coffee. I'm always the asshole that brings my own coffee because it's terrible.
Yeah. I heard your accent come out when you said coffee.
No, yes, I'm from New York. But you're and then you have to be around, and bless them, I love them, but a lot of people in the games industry are a little neurodivergent. So you have to be around incredibly socially awkward people. And I'm very social butterfly. So I feel like I have to bring up the social level by being chatty. It's exhausting. So when I did this preview, I completely forgot about the 2020 allegations. I didn't put his name to his face. And then I went and left and was looking up everyone's names and said, oh, fuck, that was the guy. So I think it's this stuff is still happening. They said that, the people who Dumont was, and anyone who had any allegations against them, they were either let go in some cases, or there was, some sort of process whereby they were reintegrated back into the team in a way that made people feel okay. That's the statement that Ubisoft gave me. I don't know exactly what went down, but this stuff is still happening. Women are still being mistreated in this industry.
Sure. I mean, Blizzard, I've heard the stories, yeah.
Exactly. So I think there are valid conversations to be had. And I have consistently spoken about how I think that these people who are taking heaps and heaps and heaps of money from men online, young men specifically online, who feel rudderless, who feel out of place. They are taking tons of money from them because they see a problem, they're pointing out their symptoms, and they're offering them no solution. But they're just churning that rate. Well, there are a lot of leaders in the right-wing space, there's in gaming specifically, you can point to someone like Mark Kern, who's raised $600,000 for a game that's been in production for 8 years, and he's done so off the back of a lot of anti-woke conversations on Twitter, and that's where he sent a lot of his backers have gone from Twitter to backing his game. That's 8 years of a game's dev cycle that we don't know much about and that he's pretty quiet about.
This is correct.
You could go
This is
into
true.
any of these large like leaders. It's someone like a Hypnotic or I guess an 8-bit.
Yeah, but they're not necessarily directly tied in the way in which you wanted to be able to attack somebody like Dev. So, attacking me, attacking Dev, attacking anybody who's spoken against you, who's reported anything against you, Dark. You can't really be able to tie them together in this way, because that doesn't mean that we necessarily fuck with what he's doing or defend him what he's doing. I've had plenty of conversations with Cassie where I have emphatically discussed exactly that to that edge.
Eric, the side scrollers, they just raised $25,000 a round for the Real Game Awards. Where does
Oh,
that
hey,
money
by the way,
go?
congratulations
Thank you.
on your award last night.
I heard I won.
Yes.
Worst Games Journalist. Landslide victory, so suck it, Reb. Suck it, Paul.
That's right.
Well, something that you said, because I'm watching the whole stream up to this point.
Of course.
You said something along the lines of, it's hard to have a polite conversation with people who don't believe that trans people exist or black people work in games for any reason other than DEI. And fair enough. Sometimes you come across somebody who is so vitriolic and so just unable to listen that I get it. And there are definitely some people in that space, because I've been in those spaces as well, who are definitely like that.
Yes.
However, I can say though that Stuttering Craig is not one of those guys. Like you could have had a reasonable conversation with him.
Okay, we're not.
I
We can't. We're
don't know
not.
if you can now. I don't know
But
if you
Stuttering
can now,
Craig
but-
is not the lawsuit guy, so that's fair game. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, he's fair. He's not. I guess you could say he's not, but the people that he aligns himself with, not only openly and happily say slurs on social media.
Oh no, they said slurs!
Terrible things. I'm not going to name names because I'm not silly, but he runs with it.
If you can't name names, then you can't be able to astonish them in this way, where you're choosing to put their name out here like this and associate them with behavior that you can't be able to affirm with confirmation of their name. You are willing to talk about fucking Mark Kern, but you're not willing to talk about these people in question? Bitch behavior. Bitch behavior.
A very specific group, and listen, my boyfriend is not involved in this space in any way, shape, or form. He has played games. He almost went pro in Overwatch, and he did watch a lot of stuff. Yeah, he's a dork, but he doesn't know anything about this industry. And I was actually shocked he knew what Kotaku was when we first started dating. He watched. Somebody sent me that I won last night, and I opened up the clip, and he went, "Is that the Screw Attack guy?" And I was like, yeah, that's him. He's like, I used to watch him when I was a kid. What do you mean he's doing this now? And I mean, look, you could say that he's not a guy, but in the opening animation for his Game Awards, he has like a horrifically racist cartoon of Hideo Kojima. Like,
I did see that, yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe he's not as crude and as lewd and as, openly defamatory or harassing as some people, but he still is somebody who is courting those people intentionally, is having people on his show who say the F slur and the R slur left, right, and center. And I don't think that that's someone that I could have had that conversation with, if I'm being honest with you, because just because he has a polite face on.
And hang on, Devin, let me just briefly back that up. I did have a polite conversation with him. I came on his show with Melanie Mack and with him, and I had a conversation with him about my trans child, my trans son, and it was a very, for the most part, fine conversation. It was nuanced. I walked him through our experience, and I was like, all right, well, he's never going to agree with me, but all right, that was harmless, and at least maybe somebody out there who heard it was like, all right, Jaffe's, whatever. And then it wasn't X months later that he's still out there posting clips about how awful I am and a terrible dad and all this stuff, and I'm like, well, you're full of shit, in my opinion. Because, not you, Dev, but him, because I'm like, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to be my friend or think I'm going to win a Parent of the Year. But anybody who heard that conversation knows we did the best we could, and I think we did wonderfully, with all the information and all the resources at our disposal. And it's to paint me then, after he's had that information given to him, as some sort of anything other than that. I'm sorry, it paints him as a guy who he's not a genuine, noble participant in the conversation to me. And so I wrote him off.
Well, I mean, I understand that the two of you have had your experiences, but I've only had positive experiences with him.
Well, that's good.
Despite not politically aligning with him, right? Because I don't like Trump.
What's the point, though? Who cares? I'm not saying who cares about your life, Dev. I'm saying just because I'm sure his mom likes him too. But what's your bigger point though? Because I'm sure a lot of people vibe with him. That's great. Good for him.
I think he would have been a good faith person to have the initial maybe the initial Sweet Baby Inc. conversation with. I'm sure the bridge is completely burned now. It's not going to happen at this point. But back then, I think there was an opportunity there that I think maybe was squandered a little bit.
I would disagree with you just because I think his behavior, even if it wasn't towards me in the first place because he didn't know who I was or we weren't disagreeing openly yet, I think his behavior points to a pattern of someone who, if I'm being quite honest...
and don't you think that what you're about to say is about to apply to yourself based on your race and behavior?
Realized how lucrative it is to behave a certain way online, and I also did not really want to contribute to giving that man any more money. These people are making enough money off of my name and off of my likeness. And I'm not going to give you views. That's why I'm very picky about where I go. It's not about me wanting to, not be challenged in these situations.
Except that it just so happens to be that in every situation you choose to go to, you're not being challenged. And when they go through the level to what you believe is something that would push you to have to ask a serious, fair question with the energy that you gave and the behavior that you had every single time, it just so conveniently tends to be that you're not getting pushback for these things that you've done, that you said, and that you behave with. It just so happens to happen every time! And they explicitly brag about doing so!
Or else I wouldn't have agreed to do this and take calls. It's more...
when you have somebody who's got his finger on the scale that will kick them out because you can be able to say, I don't want to do that, they're being aggressive, they're being mean, they're being rude, or him actively try to cover for you or your political side. Sunday matching!
I'm not going to go on and talk to someone who very clearly wants to make a lot of money off of this drama farming. Yeah.
All right, Dev.
I appreciate you.
I already got to talk.
I got so many other people waiting.
Because I'm so popular.
You are
one
popular.
more shot.
Let's see the song.
Okay?
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Dev.
One more shot. Okay.
One question. Go, buddy.
I think Wick said something earlier about painting with a broad brush, and I mean we didn't actually have a chance for me to ask you any of the things that I wanted to ask you because the conversation went off the rails. But so I'd like to talk to you again at some point. We can do it here.
Of course.
We can do it on Wick's show a little more long form.
Or my Twitch.
Yeah.
Sure, that too. Jaffe, I think you can vouch for Wick. He's a good faith moderator. So.
Yeah. Or you could be live on your Twitch, broadcasting your side of the conversation. We're not going to platform you, Alyssa. If you want to be able to have conversations, you're going to do it in a third-party meeting ground like Wick TV. Wick TV is going to do his fucking job and not be a fucking shill and accept more political favoritism or money. You're going to do it in a third party. You're going to be able to hear and answer the questions. You're going to be able to have to do this thing called debating, and you're not going to have a microphone that you're going to have the ability to shut the fuck off because you have somebody like David Gaff controlling the fucking scale.
Wick is great. Alyssa's great. I just met her today, but she's awesome. She's rubbish at Marble Rivals, but
I have serious disagreements with you.
I only play the Punisher. I can't fucking play that game. I love it, but
I'm a fucking cloak and dagger.
Oh, Cloak and Dagger is amazing. Amazing. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Dev.
These people that I don't like play a game that I want to wait on because I know them at their fucking interest.
Yeah. So I have written down a list of significant disagreements that I have with you that I want to get into in a bit more long form.
Okay, but get into one now.
I'm not going to be rude about it or anything. No, they're all too long. Listen. Okay, you heard me talk about Antonio Gramsci last night, right? And how long that took?
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have that.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of time. We don't have that kind of time.
I know you were a college professor or working in college, but you got to, give us a one sentence. What's the burning question you want Alyssa to answer for you? Because I know you waited a long time. I don't want to.
I'll ask you a short one that is more drama oriented, just kind of for my own shits and giggles.
Okay.
You mentioned something about people, the whole come fight me in real life, bitch. That thing, right? And some people actually did, in fact, say I'll fight you. I know one of them was Vera Dark, and she said that she would actually do it at Creator Clash. And you mentioned earlier in the stream that none of them offered to do it at Creator Clash, but she did.
I mean, she asked to do it with his name. He runs a boxing thing as well. He makes money off of it. Yeah, no. It wasn't Creator Clash. I brought up Creator Clash. She wanted me to go on with it's not the quartering, but it's someone whose name is completely escaping me.
Oh, you're so capable of remembering all these people that you fucking hate, but you can't be able to remember the name Keemstar.
Keemstar. She wanted me
There you go.
to do Keemstar's, like a show on Keemstar's thing.
No, all of them wanted you to go any place, and Keemstar happened to offer, and you ran away because you didn't want Keemstar to do it. You said to Keemstar's face that I won't give you money, and every single person that was saying, go on with this, go on with that, go on with this, you shut them all down and said, no, I don't want it to have anything to do with him. We're going to do it in this unscrupulated place with people who are unverified and untrusted.
And he wanted to put it together with his community, his organization thing that he does, and I told her no. I didn't want her to make any money off of it, and I didn't want him to make any money off of it because I disagree with him as a person as well. It also was really funny because I think it's really clear that there was like that was a very blanket, fun, silly statement that then turned into a real open season on people wanting to like, oh, we can do violence normally on her now. We've been threatening it for months, but like now it's okay. And there was a lot of
Cap. You don't want to have violence with people. Don't do dumb shit. You were trying to fucking prognosticate violence. You got mad that it happened. Stop.
men who were like, I'll fight you. And it just, at the end of the
There were very few men that I can recognize that would put their name on it that are actual fucking figures, like these two were, that were saying such things. You don't have examples of on base, and you do not remember their fucking names. You just remember that you did not want to give Keemstar money. Stop lying.
The day, like, I stand on business. And that was what I was trying to make very clear. I believe in what I say. I believe in a diverse industry. And no one was named because I don't want to, like, fist fight anybody because I'm almost 35 and I spend way too much money on Botox to screw up my face. But I think if it was a good faith conversation and if Creator Clash was still a thing, because Creator Clash doesn't happen anymore. I don't think it made them any money, and it was really expensive to put on. You know, then that could have been a thing. But her and I, when we were speaking, she wanted me to do it on a Keemstar thing, and I told her no. But you know, I did take boxing class for a long time, so I would be
fair enough.
Cool. Dev, call back sometime later. I'd love to talk to you again, but we got to move on. Thank you, bud.
See you later.
Thanks, Dev. Have a good weekend, buddy. Let's bring it now. This man, I'm convinced, fucks chickens. This is Review Tech USA is here to talk.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you goddamn right. Let's bring on the chicken fucker right now. Hang on.
Chicken.
You chicken fucking motherfucker. What's up, pal?
What's going on, man?
Holy shit, what's up?
I actually shout out to my docket team for letting me know that you had Alyssa on. Alyssa, how are you? It's a pleasure to actually talk to you.
It's so funny to hear your voice. Hi.
Yeah, we are. It's interesting that you're on this tonight because we're going to be talking about one of your favorite people. My docket team put together a nice, big trail of receipts of his hypocrisy.
Okay, but just be clear, we can't get into the lawsuit. You know that,
No,
right?
we can't. But you can say whatever
That's
you want.
why I'm.
and I
That's
can
why.
smile with my beautiful teeth.
Okay, fair.
Ah, beautiful. Okay, I was. That's why I was being vague. But all right, Smash JT, you don't have to say anything. It's interesting because I have a slightly storied history with him before he went and started doing the right-wing cocksucking thing, and
He is not a right-wing person. He does not go for fucking politics. When he does choose to get involved on political topics, he is choosing to cover them. Despite that, he is not a right-wing individual. Saying that people are against the left wing does not make them right-wing.
he's always been an opportunist. He stands for nothing. He did this with the Intellivision Amico. He called it a scam at first. Tommy took him on a ride in his Ferrari. Magically, all of a sudden, he's an Amico believer. He just did the same thing with side scrollers, where he was saying, what is Craig smoking with the Real Game Awards? Real. Congratulations on your award, by the way.
Thank you. I wasn't offered a chance to give an acceptance speech, but hopefully I will in the future.
Yeah, you should just go there and say, go fuck yourselves. Yeah, I'm not a fan of them either, and they're not fans of me. In the beginning, he said that, so what is Stuttering Craig smoking? All of a sudden, he has an opportunity to go on their podcast and be part of the Game Awards. Video gets unlisted, and he's sitting there making it like the Game Awards. I supported them. I was the highest tier. Even his own audience called him out. It is now unlisted video. He's just a hypocrite. He just wanted, if you know his backstory, he just wanted the clout for the sake of clout, and he finally found it with a group, and that's why. And I heard what he said about your kid, David, and I wanted to
Yeah,
Anyway, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's called me a baby killer quite a bit, so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've done that, but that's different. Fuck them babies, Alyssa. Fucking disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
Don't even get into that. I'm an Elden Ring crackhead. I played way too much of that fucking game. So yeah, these are all really awful people, including the pants pisser. You know who I'm talking about with that too. Great, and it just shows how they just don't really care. And the thing is, the group they're going after, I heard you mention this before, it's like the 20-something lost souls. And I'm one for, you could have an opinion and you shouldn't necessarily be responsible for your audience. But at the same time, I know that these are disillusioned young dudes. Their minds are being poisoned, and it's going to ruin them for the rest of their lives. And these guys are cashing in on it, and I'm just sick of it. And we're talking about that on Lolcow Tech Talk tonight.
That's important because, and that's something that I'm pitching a story because I don't want to do it on my Patreon because I don't want it to seem like it's a personal vendetta thing about about the actual financials behind this, because these people are making a lot of money off of this. And like I said, you know, how much money they raised for the Real Game Awards versus how much that production must have cost them, how much money Mark Kern has raised for a game that we don't know when it's going to come out, how much money these people make in super chats every night, which a lot of the cases, the things that are said in those super chats are horrifically hateful, transphobic. I mean, there was one where they suggested that I needed to be Eiffel Towered between the two of them so that I wouldn't feel this way anymore and be so angry, and that I must flick my bean to the idea of these men, and that I'm wetter than my leaky ceiling over the concept of the man who I am taking to court. And it is disgusting, and they make money off of people donating money to be able to have that read out loud, and it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars a stream, and they stream every night.
Tech, please hit me back on what Eiffel Towering is. I don't know.
I think I have
two men. It's two men, girl in the middle.
That's the penis, and that's the penis.
But here's the two. No, they're standing up.
Okay, the penis is coming like this,
and the woman is in here in the middle.
Oh, so she's like this.
She's the middle of the Eiffel Tower in between two dudes.
We used to call that a Mr. Belding from Saved by the Bell. I understand. I'm sorry.
Did you see when 8-Bit Eric was thirsty and like talking really sexual about you? Like, I could be a crude fucking dude just like Jaffe. Okay, I'm not knocking that. But it's the way it's done. It's
you guys know what a blumpkin is?
Yes.
I learned that. I love it. I don't want to do it, but I learned about it.
You were talking to someone who, 2 days into my first job in the games industry, got drunk with a bunch of people at the outlet and told them that I wanted Henry Cavill to hold my head in between his thighs like a vice and shave me bald. And I would say, "Thank you, Daddy." And that shit doesn't bother me.
Listen, if it was consensual and you didn't hate the Jews, I'd fuck the shit out of you. I would.
People are gonna clip that. You know that I don't.
Clip it. I know you don't. Come on. But that's the thing. Why can't we have fun? Oh, but yeah, fuck them. Fuck them, because they'll make. But I'm being jokey, right?
Yes.
No, I was saying that to Richard, not you.
Oh.
Richard, I'm not really gonna fuck the shit.
To me?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't care.
Oh, let's do it. All right,
it takes on a different flavor when those are the same people who are harassing you or calling you a whore or smearing your name, or their chat is full of people who are saying that you look like a trans man, you look like your father hated you, you're full of aborted babies. Like, it's very different than speaking sexually about someone who you have spoken so disgustingly about. And I can't explain it except it just feels like your skin is crawling with bugs, and it is so uncomfortable because I am someone who very much enjoys sex, very much enjoys being a horny little shit. But the hate mixed with the horniness is a specific level of gross for me. It really.
I think you and Alana are threats because you happen to be attractive humans, right? And that's not. Don't say. Wait a minute. Don't say things. I'm not. That's the worst part of our society. I'm making a blanket statement about just empirically speaking. You have nice symmetry. Blah blah blah. You take care of yourself. Alana as well. Right. No one's coming on you. Whatever. But
I didn't think
that bothers them so much. If you guys were really unattractive people, like Rich and I here, no offense, Rich, come on. You got to own the DeVito, baby. That's us. That's what we got. That's the bag of hammers. But if that was the case, Alyssa, I don't think you guys would be getting half the press you are.
No.
Isn't that's so... They don't even realize
And
that.
I think that's why I became their worst nightmare, because they found out that I did cam work for like a week, and they were like, oh...
That's not what you said. You said you were a lifelong cam girl that was a sex worker, and that you would prefer going back to doing cam work. You have done it for much longer than a week. Something that you also deleted from your post, which is a part of the spoilage of evidence that goes into your lawsuit. You technically shouldn't be talking about it at all. Everything you're doing right now, Alyssa, is fucking admissible. Lord have mercy.
Wait, so not only is she hot and ripped and she likes to have and sex positive, but she also made money off of that? And not for me? I can't buy it?
They're also salty too, because they're like, oh, I can't have her, and then they go into like this.
It is really interesting that these men hate me so
Yeah.
much, but they continuously focus on talking about me sexually or taking pictures of me where I am in very limited garb and making that the thumbnails on their pictures. So it's very interesting.
If you don't like it, stop putting it out there.
I'm not a psychologist.
If you're not going to stop putting it out there, don't get mad. It's part of the thumbnail game.
I'm not a psychologist, but it's very interesting.
Richard, I love you and I want to have you on all the time. And I'd love to come on your show, but I do got to move on. Is there something specific you wanted to chat with Miss Alyssa about?
One interesting thing, you don't have to respond to a man named Jeff. When he had his video about being sued, one thing that just shows you how hypocritical it was, he was mocking you for not being able to afford to fix a leak in your roof, but literally almost in the same breath, I have a sound clip of my soundboard where he says, I need money, I just do. That's Jeff. That's Jeff. Anyway, thank you for having me on. Alyssa, it was great talking to you.
Don't forget Richard's new show tonight, right? That's coming on Loud Cow. Is coming on what time?
It's on at 8, actually in about 40 minutes, 8 p.m.
All right.
Eastern Daylight Time. And we're going to be roasting the shit out of Alyssa's favorite person, so make sure to tune in.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Always
Have
good to hear
fun.
from you. Bye,
Thank you.
Bye, Richard.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Are you doing good, Alyssa? Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm gonna have to get dinner in like 2025, but I'm
You tell me when you're ready to wrap. I'll go. I can go for a while with the shit, but if you're
do this all
right,
day.
like I said, I'm this.
You had a
close to
little bit more time in me.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's bring on. I think Ember's Arcade, and then I'm gonna bring on Sync. I think, but let me bring on Ember. Ember, it's Jaffe. What's going on? You're on with Alyssa.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes. Hi.
Oh, great. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I've got a kind of a big question about, I guess, the gaming industry having a bit of a progressive slant, that sort of adversarial relationship that it's developed over the course of the last 8 to 10 years with some people that are consuming games media and looking for games coverage and industry analysis. It seems as though the games media space is shrinking year after year. Layoffs are happening. This strategy isn't bearing fruit. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the psychology of sort of the willingness to have an adversarial relationship with the reader, or maybe with the gamer as a metaphysical concept. And the fact that seems to be suffocating the media that was once, I think, vibrant in maybe the mid 2010s and the teens, and that seems to be going away as a result of this. And maybe there are other external factors, but from my perspective, as a reader, as a consumer of that content, it seems to have gone away. And there's sort of a bigger question that I want to ask you, but I guess we can begin with that for now.
Yeah, I would say there are definitely a lot of other factors that are going into why these places are disappearing. A lot of it has to do with the fact that so many of these sites were thriving under the old Google SEO format, which is consistently getting changed now. As someone who's been on the inside of this and understood, how often we were just trying to chase SEO terms so that we could rank, and how often we were struggling to continue to go up against sites that were in some cases churning out like AI generated content or stuff like that. There's also, a lot of these media companies are owned by investment firms that are always just looking for ways to cut the fat as much as possible and sell it for parts. Geo is a prime example of that. And I think when you start to see the way that things are getting automated through AI and other stuff like that, you quickly realize that you should, cut the fat even more and get rid of more and more people or more and more sites. advertisement is also not doing as well online as it should. Brands are really scared about not being brand safe, so they don't want to associate with certain things. But I will say what you're feeling in terms of like adversarial, I don't know how much it's that, you know, Kotaku was at the center of Gamergate the first time this happened. And so I think the people at that site are like uniquely positioned to be dealing with this kind of stuff. And even when I was there before any of this happened, it was kind of like anything that you said was undoubtedly someone was coming at you because of what you did at Kotaku, because you worked at Kotaku. I don't know how much of it's adversarial. Obviously, I've been back and forth with people quite a bit.
Right.
As much as I think that it's also like, I'm a gamer. I've been a gamer. That's why I got this job. And I was a gamer in a household that did not understand gamers. I got into it because of my cousin. My parents were jocks. I was a jock. They're like, what are you doing? I don't understand what this is. We're not paying for this anymore. You're a girl. You're not getting an Xbox. So I bought it with my money from my summer job. But I think that most gamers are not people that I want to write off or someone that I want to alienate or someone that I want to turn away from in society. I think that the loudest people online in certain spaces are people that I wish they would just fucking stop. I wish they would stop attacking people. And I think that's what Kotaku and other sites do, is point to that. That's what that Sweet Baby piece did. That's what, a piece that I wrote that was called This Was Never Anything About Hate. That's what that was focused on. I don't know if it's as much adversarial as it's, especially people who have dealt with it at Kotaku, they just have a firm line of what they don't want to deal with. But I do agree with you that the industry is shrinking. It's shrinking aggressively. And what's unfortunately happening is what's filling in the gaps are these YouTube and accounts and these people online that are not held to the same standards that we were. If anyone wants to think that we weren't held to standards, that's a different story. But I'll tell you right now, there have been several instances where I have been at Kotaku where someone has gotten called into a room to have a conversation about a piece to ensure XYZ was done, because GeoMedia has already dealt with aggressive litigation for any sort of error that someone might have made. I mean, just look at the Hulk Hogan case. So there is a level of accountability that you have to be held to when you're at a company like that someone making YouTube videos doesn't. And I think it puts us in a really weird spot. But I totally get why you might feel that it's that way, because, you know, you look at someone like me and I'm pushing back. And of course, we make these over-the-top hyperbolic statements of, I can't stand gamers. It's like, I go to GameStop and chat with the guys on Knickerbocker, you know, like I chill with them. Like, yeah. I don't hate them. I hate mean people. And mean people, unfortunately, are like, I speak for all gamers. No, you don't. I would hope you don't. I really do.
Well, I really appreciate that. It's a much more insightful and thoughtful answer than I was bargaining for. I mean, that was I really appreciate you taking the time to do that. I was going to ask you a bunch of big questions, but I don't want to take up too much time, and I'm sure there are other callers. But I have a small question. What's your favorite game of all time?
Mass Effect 2.
Oh, okay.
Mass Effect 2 or Halo 3.
Oh, wow. You know, 2 was my least favorite in the trilogy. Can you believe that? I think that might be our...
No, I can. Maybe that's why I hate you. No,
He's probably Jewish too.
No, I'm definitely... I'm Catholic.
I was raised Catholic, but I'm nothing.
I really appreciate you taking the time. I wanted to say before I go here, I think you're lovely, and I think that it was nice to get a chance to listen to you speak for yourself, because there's a lot said about you, and I don't think that I've had the opportunity to sort of just see who you are, and you're obviously very lovely, you're very intelligent. I think that, you know, if we got granular about, well, how do you feel about this and this, I'm sure that
we would disagree on something, sure.
I would, and probably quite a lot, but I think that you're a really wonderful human. I think you've demonstrated that today, and I hope that a lot of people will be able to soften, I think, in the way that we talk to each other, because even if we disagree, it's clear that there's beauty in our humanity, and I think that's worth cherishing. So thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk.
Thank you. You have a crazy good speaking voice. So if you aren't already doing stuff with your voice, you should.
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you have? What do you have to say about me that's nice in Burr's Arcade?
David Jaffe, I think you were made in the image of God, and I think that you're a beautiful man. Even if you don't agree, I love you.
I believe I'm beautiful, but I don't believe in the God part. Good to see you, buddy.
Please.
All right, there he goes. Let's bring on Sink. Sink has been waiting a while. This is Sink's nephew. I think that's a reference to that guy on the Young Turks or something. But,
yeah.
Sink, am I saying it right? You're on with Alyssa. What's up, buddy? sync.
Oh, there's empty.
Are you there, bud? While he's getting set up, you want to go grab another drink?
Can you hear me?
Go.
Here we go.
This is gonna be good.
It's Pete Turtle, baby.
I know it's Pete Turtle, baby. Listen, Alyssa, this.
Oh my God.
Be nice, be kind, and begin, Pete Turtle. He's out of his fucking mind,
Nice.
Alyssa.
I just think she should be challenged today because the last
Nobody
6
cares
guys,
why. Just go. Just go.
I'm out. You want to stop him from speaking. Why? Now I want to know exactly what the guy's going to say, even if he's being bombastic.
We interrupt this.
Yeah, nobody needs preamble. Just talk.
They kind of do if they're talking about a situation, an example. You don't know who he is, or you know who he is, and you don't want to tell other people who he is.
Ask her what you want to ask her.
Well, listen, I have a bunch of things I got to ask you, but you can't ruin the flow, goddammit.
I assure you,
I'm
there's
Pete
no
Turtle.
flow.
I think you know me.
I'm not sure. No, sorry.
Okay, we've spoken before, but anyway, you keep pointing to the right as this horrible, evil. All we do is attack people. But what about you and people on your side, like Kate Bush's husband? He just got blocked on Twitter, right? He told a pregnant woman to go kill herself. Told a bunch of people to go kill himself. He's your friend, isn't he? Do you promote him saying that? Are you okay with telling a pregnant woman to kill herself?
All right, let her answer.
I'm out. He's going by the handle of the account's name, but not the actual tag of the account. So when he says that, he should have said airbagged and airbagged one, which is impersonation and is currently violating ban evasion on Twitter.
Answer.
He doesn't speak for me, and I don't speak for him. But
he's more than happy to follow along with the shit that you do and the shit that you say.
We do know each other.
You're his friend.
He's been very supportive of me throughout all of this. But yeah, I don't speak for him. And also, I think a lot of that conversation is taken out of context as well. So that's important to take that into account.
I followed the whole thing perfectly in context.
To context to what?
Is it ever okay to? Let me tell you. Is it ever okay for a guy to go online and tell a pregnant woman to kill herself? What would be a proper context for that?
I don't think it's okay for people to say that trans people shouldn't exist, or for someone to make a character in a video game that they
so that
name a
justifies
trans
it.
person. I'm not saying it justifies it. I'm saying that I don't think that's okay.
But what about you, Jeff? Do you think that justifies telling a pregnant woman to kill herself?
I mean, how attractive
Especially
is
the
she?
side that cares about women so much.
Laughing at the potential that somebody has been told to kill themselves over these things. She immediately tries to laughter. I mean, if we're talking about severity and kindness and patience and understanding, seems like you don't have much patience for people. Very interesting.
Listen, here's what I'll tell you. I don't know the context, but let's say this. Do I think that telling someone to kill themselves is ever a nice thing to say? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. But do I also think that I don't know Kate Bush or her husband, but I do know that my guess is that it was built on the bones of an argument that was already festering regarding something that the person that they said that was awful. What was it that woman?
God.
Well, I'm asking you. What was it that she said that Kate Bush's husband felt the need to respond in that way?
She was just an anti-abortion person.
Well, okay. So she just basically came out and
She said,
said,
I'm anti-abortion, and he said, kill yourself. Is that what happened?
Yeah, she was basically talking about how wrong it is to get abortions.
Basically,
she didn't tell anybody that they're going to hell or anything. And even if she did, that's not worse than telling somebody to go kill themselves. Especially while they have a kid. You're telling the kid to die too.
Alyssa, wait.
I'm not sure if he even knew that she was pregnant.
Oh my God, the deflection is real. Your side, you guys take accountability for nothing.
That is a deflection. That's you actively saying, well, I don't think he knew about that. You're being informed about that. You're saying, well, I don't know, I don't understand the context, which I suppose is a fair reply. But then your reply goes to, well, how would I go off that? You're saying you don't know him. You're aware of who he is. You can't deny that. People know that you know who he is. So, you're willing to say one thing, which is, well, that's an unfortunate thing for them to do. But then follow up with, well, that's funny. It's funny. I stifled a laugh at that. It's hilarious.
Nothing.
It's not a deflection. You just
Eternal,
don't know if that was pop
what
common
accountability
knowledge.
would you like Alyssa to take for something
for someone else?
your follower who signal boosts your behavior is telling other people to kill themselves. Can you disavow this person's actions, considering this is someone who's been supportive of your work? Can you tell them, hey, this is not acceptable for you to do, and I disavow your behavior? Boom, done. It's easy as that. It's as easy as that.
I'm just saying, she came on here and she was talking so bad about the side of men. Real right-wing men. No. Yeah, right-wing men. No, not even space, and they say all these horrible things to women, but I don't think you could point to one thing that somebody on my side has said worse than telling a pregnant woman to go kill herself.
P-Turtle, hang on. What has Alyssa said on this particular...
Let's see here. Antagonizing people for their behavior, belittling people that she believes is beneath her, the involvement of saying that men need to go to particular spaces and places that would have been available for them if it weren't for the fact that it is being taken from them by individuals that then treat them the way that they do.
Her chat that was bad about right-leaning men.
You literally labeled all people who are against the progressive as right-leaning and right-wing. You know, any of those things.
She's basically, but she didn't say.
Not basically, what did she say?
No, she's basically saying there's no room in this space for right-wing men.
I don't think she ever said that, and I'll give you $1,000 right now.
That is what she's saying. She didn't say that verbatim. That is what she's saying.
Okay, so where are you? Wait, you're making a pretty strong accusation against a woman who's clearly shown that she knows the number of a lawyer.
Yeah, she clearly knows the number of a lawyer. If she needs a lawyer over conversations that she's having on a fucking call-in, then she's bitch-made and doesn't deserve to be working in the business. End of. It's as simple as that, dude. Don't even need to get complex about it. If you need to call a lawyer, if you need to protect you from this situation, prompted by you allowing call-ins, and now you putting your thumb on the scale and controlling the conversation, then you have problems, to which is not our concerns, and should be mocked for having done this shit. Simple.
So let's be clear. You are telling me that there are things she said that are obviously suggesting that she thinks right-wing men are what, bad?
If you're a religious person, right?
That's not what I asked you. Do you have any evidence? Because you're saying she didn't say that.
No, I was about to give it to you.
Okay.
If you're a right-wing person, right?
A what? A what?
A right-wing person. Now you're being pedantic.
Was you talking to me or her?
You. If you're a what kind of person?
If you're a right-wing person, right? Or if you're a conservative, right?
Yes.
Or even if you're a Trump supporter. Listen, do you believe Trump supporters should be allowed in gaming?
You're getting off. No, answer your fucking... If you are a right-wing person...
Look at her face!
Because...
I'm out. Lol. Keck, I'm out.
She's confused because you're not saying anything. If you are a right...
You keep trying to interrupt him.
...wing person, continue the thought.
Do you believe that those people are good and should share the same space as you guys? Or do we have to succumb to all your beliefs? Are you willing to make compromises? By the way, I don't believe in compromising. We're destroying you guys, but I want to know if you guys...
I'm out. This person is definitely not capable of being able to be on a platform.
Guys believe in compromising.
Alyssa, just let me know when you're ready.
No, I don't
one more question.
I don't believe that you should compromise with anybody who thinks that
There we
trans
go.
people shouldn't exist or queer people shouldn't exist or black people shouldn't have jobs in gaming. I don't know what you mean by compromise. I don't want to have conversations with those people because I don't think if they believe that in their hearts that we'll have any common ground.
Okay, and last thing I was going to say, because I know I had like 100 things, but Jaffe has to get me off. Even though, you know what, listen, we have a lot that we actually agree on.
I don't have to get you off.
You don't have to get him off, but you're still blocking him from speaking.
It's that you're not. I know you do the character, and that's great, but we're on for 2 hours. Alyssa's tired. I assume.
I'm out. Lol. If she's not capable of being able to do fucking call-ins, bro, then you've got problems. This broadcast has been going on for, currently at this point in period, 2 hours and 32 and 51, going up to 4 hours and 7 minutes and 6 seconds and counting, if this has not stopped in the future. She would be tired at this point, period. So what you want is softball questions and softball conversations.
I'm tired. It's 6, 7, 8 o'clock in
You
New
let
York.
a bunch of content creator grifters talk about nothing. That
I'm out.
Ember's Arcade guy came on and literally just kissed her butt.
Ask her.
I am. All right, last thing. You said that a bunch of people have messaged you and, making up lies saying that you sucked your way to the top. Now, you can be honest about this. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw a tweet you made saying that when somebody asked you, and you're smiling right now because you know what's coming. Somebody asked you, how did you get into this industry? You said you sucked dick. Is that true? And if not, then, and if it is, then why are the people who are accusing you of that wrong?
Is it true she made the tweet, or is it true she did that?
Yeah, is it true she made the tweet? And if it's true that she made that tweet, which I know it's true because I've seen it, then aren't they justified in saying that you made it to the top by sucking penis?
My guess is it was clearly a joke if you made the tweet.
If it was a joke, and she is capable of identifying that it was a joke, then when it gets brought up in her case, it is then possible for her to be able to demonstrate, well, I was joking. It was a joke. So that if in the future she says anything to this degree, especially in terms of her sex work, then she's capable of saying, well, see, I was joking then, but I was also serious then. Because you cannot have it both ways. You want it both ways. Hello, Burnt Joker.
That's a good
Maybe
guess.
not. She's very sex positive. You're
very
sex positive.
good
I would love to know
So
your
wait a minute,
body count.
you're saying that you can only be sex positive. If you're sex positive, then you also have to trade in using sex to advance your career. Those the same things
You
to you?
have to. I'm saying that it's likely if you're sex positive, you would have no problem sucking your way to the top.
What connection
You
do
just
you
said
have?
you would suck a penis to get to the top. Did you not say
You're the
that?
same kind of person that thinks rape is a sexual crime and
not
a crime about power.
Oh my God! You keep saying that. Why don't you let the woman speak?
I don't have to
You're a
let her
white knight.
speak.
Stop
She's
simping,
probably.
Jack.
I don't have to let her speak. I'm just gonna keep trying to defend her by getting in front of the conversation.
You let her speak.
I don't need to simp.
I don't need to simp, which I'm gonna continue doing by actively blocking the conversation, the way that I currently am. Now why would I stop doing the thing that I'm currently doing? Excuse me, sir.
Well, I know you don't need to, so stop it. So, listen, did you say that? Did you tweet that out?
That tweet that you've seen, I think hyperbole is a lost art.
So you said it. Next question that should follow up behind it. Why did you say it? Well, because I was trying to be funny. Cool. So, since you were trying to be funny, can you be able to identify that it is possible that people are going to take you at your word? Because when people ask you questions, you do not get answers. Is it possible that when you do this, when you choose to be tongue-in-cheek, that you are incapable of then communicating on issues and being taken seriously about those issues, because when given the chance to be serious about those things, you choose to behave like this, where you act smarmy, and then you hide behind other people who are willing to run defense for you.
And I think jokes are often misunderstood online, but I also can't speak about it that much for a lot of reasons.
You want us to give you a
Fair
second
enough.
to look up hyperbole?
I know what hyperbole means, and it's fair enough. I'm just saying, so people calling you out, because, not everything is understood through, text. People saying you suck your way to the top. It's not them lying. It sounds true. You wrote it, and if you're saying it's a joke, you could have clarified that.
There is a very valid reason why I can't clarify that, and I can't speak to it anymore. But
Yes, you can. You can't clarify it here, because if you clarify it, then you have to stand by the fact that you will be saying on a record that you didn't want to clarify it because you wanted to be able to get away with being able to trick people, and then say, look at how quick they were ready to go at my throat. You see, that's what the problem is in the industry. No, you don't want to clarify it because you know that the shit would be used against you in court.
hopefully in due time, people will learn that. So, but
Peter, thank you, buddy. Enjoy your weekend, good sir.
thank you so much.
Fair enough. Thank you, Jaffe.
Anytime, bud. I try to bring everybody on,
I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna hide.
I'm not saying you.
I'm not going to hide, except that you are in fact hiding, and you were letting him speak for you the entire time.
I'm not saying you are. Steve, you've been waiting a long time. What's going on, pal?
Hi, Steven.
I'm just getting high as hell, Jaffe.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, brother.
I had to calm down.
And then we got just whoever the fuck this is here.
Down a bit because I was getting amped up in the chat, and I'm like, all right, I got.
All right, what's going on? What you want to talk about, sir?
I've got a couple things.
Oh yeah, you are getting high.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the first, you don't know me from anyone, but when the whole thing was going on back in like I don't know, May, I came on and I was defending. My name's Steve Hawkins. By the way. It's not a hard one to remember. I get it all the time. But yeah, I came on and was defending you, and then all these people were coming out and they were all being nasty and shit. And I'm like, there's no point in attacking this woman like this. And I had your back up until you just like went crazy, basically. You were going nuts. And then I was like,
what are you speaking to?
What is that?
Like what are you speaking to in terms of what you considered me going crazy? Like what was that time that turned for you?
It wasn't that so much, it just didn't look good. And I know you're probably pissed and probably upset and fighting back, as you said, but I was defending you, and then people are making all these wild accusations, and I'm like, okay, is that true? Is that not? Do you have proof? And then you blocked me. And I don't care that you blocked me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It was just, to me, it was kind of absurd. Okay, it was just kind of absurd. So I'm like, still like, what was going on with you mentally or something back then? I'm not trying to be demeaning or trying or anything. I mean,
she did kind of already answer that though, right?
Yeah, I did kind of speak to that a little earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what specifically happened to me.
But she doesn't. How would she remember? No offense.
I don't want to diminish your situation, and I don't want to like come off like a dickhead. But it has been like I almost consistently have a DM that's gotten flagged and has to go like by Instagram or Twitter or TikTok or email like almost every day. And during that time, like especially in like April, May, June, when things were kind of like really kicking off, I was getting nonstop. I mean, like I could show you what my inbox looks like. It's a battlefield. So in some cases, I was just doing things to protect myself, and sometimes they were knee-jerk reactions. They were like, "Oh, block, I can't do it. Oh, block, I can't do it." And I may have never even known that you were someone who might have been sticking up for me beforehand, because I was just almost at a certain point in time, you like blur to what it even says or who it's even from. You just block, I can't, and it was more just a personal protection thing. But I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings, especially if you felt like you were advocating for me, because it does feel like I don't get that a lot. So I do appreciate that.
It was just strange. That was all. I mean, like I said, I don't really care. It was just like, wait, what happened? You know what I mean? And then,
yeah, I can understand that completely.
And then there's some other things about, like just the whole doxing thing and all of that. There were accusations brought to you against you that you doxed somebody's wife or you went after somebody. And I just wanted to know, like...
And I don't know anything about the lawsuit, so if we're getting into that territory, just say that's not...
I don't know.
This would be before the lawsuit, it would not be admissible, and it would not be relevant in the court. Stop trying to glaze her.
If that was the lawsuit.
Yeah, it does get into that, so I can't really talk on it. I'm sorry.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It does.
That's fine. I just...
All right, Steven, you've waited a long time. Any other question for Alyssa before we move on?
Yeah, just I just don't like the nastiness online. I don't like all the back and forth. And I know that you've kind of put fuel on the fire a bit, even if they were attacking you.
I disagree. I think a lot of people wanted me to lay down and take it, and I didn't want to. So I think unfortunately, and I also think a lot of people want you to be polite in the face of some pretty terrible stuff. And I'm human, so you know, you would hear only so many times that you are ugly or you're being called trans in either direction, which is really interesting, or that, you know, your father didn't love you and you're pretending to be this, pretending to be that, and you sucked your way to the top, and you hear all these things all the time, and you get angry, and you get frustrated, and I struggle being polite in the face of that, and that is something that I'm working on too, because, you know, I don't agree necessarily with the when they go low, we go high, because sometimes I'm like, come on. But I just think it was also just eating away at me, getting in those arguments all the time. It was just making me miserable. And
have you been to therapy over this? I assume you
yes.
have.
Oh my God, yes.
Well, okay, so and I'm a very big advocate of therapy, but I'm curious about your therapist. Can you share kind of their take on how to deal with this? Like, do they think that you should respond, you shouldn't, or is it a balance? What do they say?
I will say, my therapist said to me in November, I think any other person that has gone through what you've gone through would be in a way worse mental health position than you are.
What do you attribute it to? Exercise or what?
I guess.
No,
exercise 100%. I live 100%. I live 5 days a week. I ride a motorcycle. That is a huge, incredible way to clear your mind, because you have to be very present when you're on a motorcycle.
Right.
But you can't be thinking about anything else. And it's physical, and it's beautiful, and it's fun, and it's a little scary. So that was huge. I play soccer every week. You know, I kept myself busy, and I kept myself surrounded by people. And I also told myself at the end of the day, I can put my head on the pillow at night and know that I stood for something that I believe in, that I think a lot of other people believe in, and that in the end I will be seen in a positive light by people who I respect, and that has helped. But yes, she told me, you know, she helped me set up a mindfulness thing where it blocks my access to social media after a certain period of time, and during certain chunks of the day. But that wasn't put into place until she was like, I think we need to do this, because I told her it was like a car wreck, or it was like Mean Girls, where she's like, I know that everyone got sick of me talking about it, but I couldn't stop talking about it. And I was just constantly looking, like as if the final worst thing that somebody said would just make me fully numb to it. But it didn't work.
Right.
It didn't work. So.
Yeah,
Got it. All right, Steven, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you waiting, and
Thanks,
I appreciate it.
Steven, and if you can, like, you know, go onto my Twitch or go onto something and DM me your handle. Like, I'll unblock you, dude.
I will. And Jaffe, is it okay if I can ask one more question?
No, because you're high, and I don't like people who do drugs.
Oh, don't fucking
Go ahead.
Be fucked up.
Quick.
Goddamn right, Steven.
You fuck.
Go ahead.
Anyway,
What's up?
The other thing is just the way you came off back then, and you can I want to get into your mindset about the way you came off to me, and this is coming from someone who has a sociology degree.
Blah 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 blah.
Gender studies and poli-sci, so I know this stuff, right? You came off as what some of my professors would have said as a feminazi. You came off that way. I'm not saying that's what you are, and I'm not accusing you of it. I'm just telling you how I saw it. And
is there a question though, or what, Steven?
Yeah, I want to know. I just want. I want to know if she's aware of that, and if that's just something that, you know, like, what's your view on that? I want to know what was going on.
I would say a couple things. One, I think it's really interesting that a gender studies professor would ever say the word feminazi. But
he was kind of crazy.
That kind of. I disagree in terms of how I was coming off. I think, again, there's a lot of stuff and perspective and internalized things that go into play when you read a tweet, or when you're only shown certain aspects of me as a person, or those tweets are the ones that perform the best, or those YouTube thumbnails make me look a certain way, or you see me post my butt or go, like, I have been flattened, my personality has been flattened, and my reactions have been flattened, and it's very hard to understand who I truly am. And so I think that your perspective, and it's probably a mix of a lot of things. You got blocked. It's the discourse started to get very intense. It became clear that I had to take action outside of social media, and it may have come off that way to you, and I can understand that. I think that all I was doing was trying to stick up for myself.
Trying to interrupt her in the middle of her talking. Very interesting.
Question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not.
To a man.
I mean, doesn't it feel like the equivalent of "Why aren't you smiling more, honey"?
It is very like that I should have accepted, this horrific old school misogynistic,
With
listen.
grace
I'll put
and-
this into perspective. I bought Halo 3, I bought Xbox 360, I bought Xbox Live the day that Halo 3 came out. My parents were like, "What are you doing? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen." And for years, they will still tell this story when they go out to dinner and they explain to people what I do. For years, my mother loves to talk about how she walked past my bedroom one night. It was late. It was when I was finally allowed a TV in my bedroom after like the first year of college.
Wait,
So I
you
was
didn't
like
have one at
18.
15 like me?
I was not allowed because they knew I would never leave. 19, I think I was, and my mother walked past my bedroom and I was up late at night. I was stoned in my car. Got in the house and was playing Halo, and she said all she heard was me screaming curses and rage.
Well, that
And
was
then it
me with
started
the
going.
Lion King today.
Yeah. It was me
Nintendo
going
one. I was
in and out
awesome at it.
of. Yeah, I was going in and out
Yeah.
of Italian and English. I was la 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 in Italian and English and cursing and screaming, and she asked me the next morning what happened, and I said I was in a Halo match, and it was I was trying to break to 50. I was trying to get to the highest she could in Halo. It was getting competitive. I was playing, and a guy on my team said he was going to find me and rape me, and like just out of nowhere. And so I just went fucking ballistic. I was
So you failed the test. You failed the test that belies everyone on the internet. When given the opportunity to defend yourself in a way that was able to find ways to make that guy look lame, you failed to make them look lame. So you're not cut out for it.
calling him everything under the sun. I was telling him, horrible things about him, about his family, this, that, and the other thing, because I just didn't. I was so upset by it. I was so hurt, and I felt disgusted, and I was full of rage. And I think, the things that people were saying about me and to me were horrible. And
a
I
lot of it.
yeah, and I think
That's why I initially stuck up for you, and then I just.
Thank you.
fuck
I
it.
think,
didn't hate you for it. I didn't hate you
No.
for it. That I just.
I got it. But
Neutral.
Steve,
Yeah.
the thing is, though, I hate the fact, though, that anybody is in a position that they have to explain why they're defending themselves and punching back.
Yeah, it is. It does.
Why-
It's kind of like
why
you
did
didn't
you-
do it right. Like I shouldn't even be facing it in the first place. So it's
No,
kind of like,
I'm just talking about from like I'm trying to get to know you.
of course, yeah, and that's
Well,
also
you
why
guys
I
can
want
do
to
that offline on. In
Well, we're not masturbating here or anything, Jackie.
I'm aware. I know what it looks like, but I'm just saying I got to move on. And I'm saying
out.
my
Well-
point is what I take from this, Stephen, besides some of the other stuff that I thought was quite moving and important to mention, and I appreciate it, is this idea, though, of if she was a man or if she was an unattractive woman, you probably wouldn't be asking her the same thing.
Yeah, I would.
No, I would. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for asking that question. No, he would, and I would, because I would want to see, and I want to know, and I would want to see it from her eyes. I would want to be in her head, so that I can see where she's coming from. Because if I can't do that, then I can't be able to understand her. And you trying to constantly fucking cock block every single goddamn question is emblematic of the problem of why people cannot see from her position. Because they want to hear from her, but they can't hear from her. Because you're in the fucking way.
You might, but a lot of people.
maybe.
You
I
might.
mean, most people think. I mean, my wife thinks she's ugly.
Okay, you might, and I believe that. But I think you would agree that there's a lot of people that would expect a woman, and then a woman who looks a certain way, to be gracious when they're being told to go kill yourself. That's just the way it is.
There's always gonna be
And I think
a
that's.
lot of people who are assholes.
I think they're the ones who need the question, in my opinion, if I may.
I
But
was just trying to figure out what was going on in her head.
Sure.
gotcha. All right, Stephen.
There's one final thing.
What do you, Steve Jobs?
just
All right,
one thing.
fine.
You know,
One
it's
final
not
thing. What do you got?
There's nothing wrong with sucking dick for money. I would suck Donald
I'd
Trump's
suck a
penis.
hobo for $1 billion.
I would suck his penis for a fucking, and I hate
How much though? How much though?
$1 million.
Oh God, no.
Tax free. Drop,
So-
sign it. I will suck your little mushroom
No.
dick or whatever.
We can all
I'm out.
agree that there's nothing wrong with sucking dicks for money, but I would also
There's a limit.
make it
There's
clear
price.
that I've never done it. So
Well, I
nothing
don't-
wrong
I
with
don't
it.
care. It was just a joke.
Never done it.
It was
Yeah,
just
no,
like,
I'd
that's
suck
my
the fuck
segment.
out of a hobo
I'd
for $1
suck-
billion,
I'd
man.
suck the fuck
Hey,
out of
Hawkins,
someone.
thanks, buddy.
Okay, well, I love.
I'm out. Actively shoving them out of the room to stop them from talking. I'm out.
how a conversation with men ultimately turns into fellatio. It's
Well,
like
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up. Hey, let me ask you real quick. There is something though, and I don't think it's. I mean, maybe it gets talked about. I don't know, but it kind of goes back to when Dev was talking about a lot of these men and they feel isolated, and you've talked about lonely men. There is, and I'm certainly not a guy who's out there, defending a lot of what they call themselves like the incel community.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an important conversation for someone way smarter than me to have, I think, which is, in a society that is so marketed and focused on visual, and just in a species that is also focused on that, in a situation where we have now women who don't need men and be, as they should be, choosier, there is this kind of collateral damage of men that if they can't do it with money or looks or charisma, a lot of them, unless they just get lucky, I don't think they're wrong when they say, yeah, we feel kind of shit out of luck. And at least the Joe Rogans of the world, or maybe the Stuttering Craig of the world, will say, hey, I'm going to show you how to get what you need. And so I do wonder if it's so easy to minimize and ridicule those types of men. For whatever reason, maybe because it's one of those things that, thank God, I was able to get laid, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like when people talk about pedophiles, it's like, well, we should talk about pedophiles because it's horrible, but it's such a taboo subject that we can't even talk about it and figure out how to fix it, stop it, and protect kids.
Yeah.
And so with incels, I look at it and I go, okay, you know what? We should be able to talk about it in a way that's not belittling to those people, and go, what's going on with that? And how does that get fixed? Is the only reason we have 8.x billion people on the planet and that we're losing that now because for so long women had to have men, but now that they don't, that's just the natural ramification of, is that what we're going through? And there's no solve other than they just die out of the gene pool?
It's, it's so, I agree that all these conversations have to be had. And then I also think that, people should 100% remember that, the reason why men feel like this because of a system that men created.
No, because now you're blaming the victims. Cap again. Stop pushing this narrative. We're not accepting it. It's not acceptable, and it's bullshit.
That then failed them.
And then makes money for...
Yes, and then makes money off of turning around and going, the system that failed you, that we built, failed you, and now you're angry. But you know who you should be angry at? Her.
Yeah.
And I think that's because look, you made it so that women couldn't go to work. You said they couldn't go to work. You made it so that black folks couldn't drink at the same fountain as you. You made it so that gay people couldn't get married. And then all that does is make a straight white man feel incredibly untouchable, important, more important than anyone, because I don't have any limitations on my life.
Right.
And that's why I also think that progress feels like limitations to them.
Yeah.
Progress feels like punishment.
Right? I mean, it is limiting because those things get taken away. But
I think it doesn't limit them at all. It just stops limiting other people. And that feels to them like now, the ease of which I moved through this world is not guaranteed. And I'm angry about it. But I do want to and I do have these conversations a lot. I spoke at length about how how Gamergate the first time led to the Trump election, because Steve Bannon himself said we can tap into these angry young men and we can use
conscious. That's
the thing. We can use them. And so I would love for these young men to realize that they're being used. And there's also some great examples. I wish I could remember the name. There's a games harassment hotline. I don't know if it's in place anymore, but it was when I was talking about how women are still getting harassed, and in a lot of cases still roofied at game events. They were a hotline that didn't just give women a chance to call in and say, I've been harassed and I don't know what to do. They also had a specific classes or workshops with men who have been accused of these things, who have been put in these situations, to give them space to talk about it, to get them to understand why they did it. And that kind of stuff is super, super important. And it just doesn't happen enough. And if I didn't think that some of the people would come to those things would try and shiv me with a fucking pen, I would probably...
I don't go to these events because I'm always in danger. I'm always in danger. Every single time, I'm always in danger.
We try and do it, and maybe I can do it in this capacity more often.
Yeah.
Because I don't fault these people for the situations that they've been put in. It's always a pyramid. It's always a few people at the top telling you what you should be angry at and why, a few foot soldiers that spread that message even further, and then anonymous droves of, not foot soldiers, generals who spread that, and then foot soldiers at the bottom who just keep going everywhere and just swing at whatever they're told to swing at.
You keep saying anonymous, anonymous, anonymous. I'm not anonymous, Dev's not anonymous, Craig's not anonymous, even to his credit. Lara, or lack thereof. Mark Kern's not anonymous. Most of these platform figures, Vardark and Marjade, they're not anonymous people. They're just people that you don't like, and you know that you can't fucking argue against them, because then you're talking from the position of having no backing and no fucking audience to defend you. You're doing the smaller streamer cope. This is what this is. You're doing the smaller streamer cope.
And yeah, I don't fault them for being stuck in that position. I just wish they would stop sending me death threats. That would be nice.
I hear you, no doubt. Do you, when you play on Rivals and you go on voice, do you play only with friends, or you'll just go live?
No.
And
Oh my god, I've solo queued my whole life.
do
And again,
you get shit because
I don't believe you. I believe that you can solo queue, but I don't believe that you're solo queuing. I can believe that you solo queue. I don't believe you're solo queuing. If you're going in by yourself and there's no one you're playing with whatsoever, I don't believe that, because every single time that Airbag's live, he is playing in a group. So, I think you're playing with him. I should have paid attention more to when he was doing it, but I'm pretty sure that you're playing with him. Yeah, itchy.
because of your voice? And do you say I'm Alyssa Mercante?
No,
can you
God.
imagine?
I mean, no, I can't.
You just got Mercante, bitch.
Yeah, you
That's
got
what I'm gonna say when I kill somebody with my
Do it.
shirt.
Yeah, try and do my voice. Just do the New York accent.
Hi, here's the call. That's all I got. That's all I got. I'll get AI to do it for me. But anyway,
Do
so
it.
you do still get shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I also played. I'm a masochist. I solo queue competitive. Overwatch. I solo queue competitive Apex. I solo queue competitive Rivals. And so it is. I've played soccer my whole life. I'm a defender. I'm a healer. I stay in the back line and I like to communicate. So for me, that game is impossible to be played without communication.
Yeah, absolutely.
This, however, is true. She's saying something that is true. Anybody who's ever watched me play fucking League knows this to be the case. These games were not made for communication based only inside of pings and inside of callouts from an automated VGS. It requires communication, and most people are incapable of communicating. But that's an entirely separate conversation to you slandering content creators on the internet.
I'm talking all the time.
Right.
And sometimes I get shit. A lot of the times
So
on
it's
Rivals
dead.
I have not. The worst I've ever gotten has been on Overwatch or Call of Duty. But honestly, Rivals has been pretty okay.
If you keep, when you stream, and you stream mostly your competitive stuff, can people, when they tune into your channel, they can hear this shit? Like, that's got to be fascinating.
Well, actually, they joke around about how toxic I am, and it's not
good.
It's not that I'm toxic, and I'm not cruel. I'm the same way I am on the soccer field, which
Yeah,
is
you're
like
competitive, and you're.
I'm telling you to go somewhere, and if you're not going there, I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god! Like it's that, and I'm very.
But I assume you don't use the N-word or slurs.
No.
And that's the thing. It's just fucking trash talk. It's like, it's trash talk to say, hey, you know what? I've seen harder competition, when people were lining up to fuck your mom. That's trash talk.
I say stuff like, my favorite thing is like, if somebody's doing, I also, and this is a problem that I struggle with, but I also get really frustrated at people who are being like purposefully obtuse in these games. Like if you're losing because we're running 4, damage characters, 1 tank and 2 healers, and I'm just trying to fucking heal you everywhere and you're not getting any picks and you're not changing your character, you're an idiot. And you're a cop. You're stupid. And so I'll always get like, my favorite is you're fucking dog water, dude. You are dog water at this game.
Right.
That's my favorite. And that's because the accent can come out.
It's weird, though, that a lot of people can do it without the slurs, I guess was my point. But,
you can absolutely talk shit, even without, I don't have to hit your gender, your sex, your sexuality. I don't have to hit anything.
Oh look, who is that? It's Airbagged. Please let that be the real Airbagged.
Any of that shit. I just have to be like, you sound like, 8th grade was like 4 years long for you.
That's pretty, I'm gonna use that one.
Like 8th grade, worst 4 years of your life. Am I fucking right?
All right, I'm going to watch your stream now. That's good. Airbag. Speaking of 8th grade perpetual airbag, I don't know you. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Oh shit, this is my boy actually.
Oh, good. Airbag, what's up, bud?
You're airbagged. It says you're not connected.
All right, I'll bring on somebody else. If you're there, put yourself back in. I'll bring you on.
Yeah.
This is Andrew. Andrew, you are on with Alyssa.
Fix it.
Airbag, you fuck. Got him. Andrew, you there?
What's going on?
I don't know. Let's try Sal. Sal, are you there?
Oh, hello.
What's up, champ? Hey, man, you're on with Alyssa.
Random person in the background. If they're wearing a mask, they are, or if they're wearing anything over their head, if they're not sitting in full darkness to encapsulate themselves while they're looking at the fucking screen on the StreamYard, they're wearing some kind of, they're wearing something over their hood.
Go.
So, Alyssa, I wanted to ask you about the theory about left-leaning video game makers get allowed to make games and get the finance of games again and again, even though they failing in making the numbers to be financially successful. And one example of this is Red Games, the developer of Dustburn.
Okay, no. So they're not sitting in the darkness. Glasses, hat, rim of hat, face down here.
Of what?
That's foreign. That's foreign.
Dustburn, yeah. And they recently got like 2 million kronas from public money from the Norway Film Institute to continue to make games, even though apparently their last games weren't successful.
What's your question? What's your question?
Yeah, I'm curious for the questions.
What is your response to that theory? Yeah.
Well, I think there's a lot of really interesting approaches to this question here. Like, success is, if they're getting money from the government, right? In a lot of cases, that's usually a government effort to support more of a specific type of industry in their country. They did that with CD Projekt Red. Poland invested heavily in games industry and giving grants to people who were starting game studios. So, because they wanted Poland to become an epicenter of game development, and that's why we have Cyberpunk 2077, and that's why we have, the upcoming Witcher 4. If they're getting government money to make something like that, I would guess, and I don't know the whole backstory, but I would assume that it has something to do with promoting the arts in Norway or whatever it was. And I also don't think that they have the same metrics of success that we might in a traditional worrying about sales sort of way. I think it has a lot to do with, did they make a game? Was it an artistic endeavor? Let's see what else they can explore. And I think, if the player didn't want to buy it and they didn't buy it and they still have funding from some capacity because it's probably a government initiative, I don't really see an issue with that, because I think, every government is allowed to support the arts in any way that they want. Because again, and I think that's another thing that we forget, video games are obviously a heavy capitalistic endeavor with a huge economy around them. They are also art. And so there are games that are made just to push the boundaries of that and to play with that medium and to be interesting and weird that probably won't do well, but how does art do well? It's a very weird thing to think about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, Sal, thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Make me a mop.
We'll wait. We'll wait if you don't mind.
I have to pee. I'm gonna wash my hands, guys. Be good.
Okay, Sal, what did you say?
Make me a mod.
Make you a mod? Fuck you, Sal. Go play the Dustborn and Platinum it, then we'll talk. Don't do that. All right, see you, buddy. All right, let me see if I can get Airbag back on. Airbag.
Oh, what's up, man? How's it going? How's it going?
It's going great. So it's working now. When Alyssa gets...
So let's see how it behaves and how you behave when you start to do this. Welcome back, Struggler. I definitely need help understanding how to play in this space. This shit is nowhere near even closely symmetrical to fucking Civilization.
gets back, we'll put you on. What's going on? How's your Friday?
It's great.
Good.
My partner right now is working a 12-hour shift. It's been snowing in Charleston. Super
nice.
cold.
Nice. I love the snow.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, but
Okay.
obviously, like, there's a bunch of fans in the chat. Hey, how's it going?
There's a bunch of fans of you. Are you famous?
yeah. Apparently.
Cool.
P Turtle. I just wanted to address the P Turtle thing.
Okay, well, be aware P Turtle is kind of like Tony Clifton. If
I know. He's been in my mentions, and he mentioned something about because I'm Kate Bush's husband. That guy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Amal, lol. So now that you have the person in question that they were talking about being someone that she personally knows and covers, quote, he's my homie. Are you going to be able to address any of the things that was said about him that were done? Probably not. Let's see it.
So there was I guess he said I told a woman to kill herself, or a pregnant woman to kill herself, and like, why does Alyssa stand for that? All that shit. So I don't know if you're familiar with that Yorch guy that's on Twitter. Have you seen this guy? He's like the dumbest Gamergate guy. He's like, gamers.
Dude, get out of here. Is that airbag?
Gamers, hey, look, this game and this game, he does a lot of like false equivalencies. Like,
I want to say Yorch is familiar to me, but I don't know why. So
he's one of the dumbest guys ever. Just screenshot his tweets. Don't engage with him.
Okay.
Anyway, there was I guess something happened with Alyssa, do you remember what the game was or something? Something happened with a game or something like that. And Yorch got into my replies, and he's constantly he basically tries to like farm engagement. That's what he does.
Okay.
And I ended up just saying, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna block him, right? And he was sending me his analytics, which is pathetic. Like see, this is what these guys do, right? Once you start getting in an argument with them, they're like, look at my views, man. Thanks for the views. Look at my analytics.
You are quite literally doing the exact same thing, Cope Seeth. You cannot be trying to push for engagement and push for interaction as you do, and then get angry that people are monetizing you for the shit that you're saying and the shit that you're doing. It's not gonna work. Can't act this way. It's not gonna fucking work, dude.
Making like $14 a month off of Twitter Blue or whatever. And it's like
Nah, that's not what they're saying it for. You're talking about streamers and content creators. Mostly no one is making any kind of money off of Twitter Blue. Most people that are making small pittance amounts. And usually the ones that are making it, Pot Kettle, and mutuals like mine, like the Ebony Maw, they've been only able to do so only because they're trying to find ways in which to pay it back to other people. You're quite literally a perfect case example of that content farm, and you taking advantage of other people when you don't get to do it the way that you want to.
It's so pathetic. Like, that's what they do. That's what they wanted. That's their whole existence. So he sent me his analytics, which were like sad for a guy who like literally replies to every Gamergate or, you know, anti-woke or woke guy.
Right.
And is a Grum's dick rider as well. And I basically was just like, bro, just straight up, you know, end your shit, right? Like it's Call of Duty talk, right? Like
except that like you are like a person who like doesn't get to do that. You like don't get to like tell people to do that because like it is going to make you look bad. End of. You kind of don't like to get that because like you can't be trusted to like take shit seriously.
It's not a death threat. They keep saying it's a death threat. I don't think they know what a death threat is. A death threat is
literally telling somebody to kill themselves. And then telling them that, and I know what you fucking said, telling them to kill themselves and that you're going to send someone to their house to go kill them is a death threat. That is what you said to them.
It's like literally like, I'm going to do this and come to your house, right?
Right.
Telling somebody to just like off themselves is just like, dude, just get off my fucking timeline. Fuck you. I don't want to hear you.
Were you telling Yorch to off himself, or were you telling the pregnant woman? Because Pete Turtle said it was a pregnant woman?
No, so I'll get into that. Here's the full story, right? So he said that, and then some guy came into my mentions who was like another antagonizer or whatever. And I just like, I was like at work laughing and just replied to him. I was like, bro, fuck off. And I guess somebody found like a Facebook post of mine or something like that and was like, look, this guy is sad that his grandma died. And I'm like, what? And
fucking old bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, okay, like, all right. Like, it was literally like one of my family members was like, let's celebrate the life of his grandma or whatever, or our grandmother or whatever. Anyway, so that guy replied, and I was just like, yeah, fuck you. And the girl, the pregnant woman, her account is Coyote Art. I guess that's okay to say. She deleted her account, by the way.
Why would it not? Oh, I see.
Yeah, but she got into my replies, and she was like, "Oh, it's so. Why would you tell somebody to kill themselves? Blah 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 blah. When?" And I'm like, "You literally do you not understand? You came into my replies out of nowhere. We have no mutuals, nothing. And you came into my replies to defend Yorch and this other guy who were like, hey, let's make fun of this guy's grandma dying, which is like, whatever, who cares? She's 97 years old. Like,
and she's dead, am I right?
And she's dead. Yeah, exactly. Rest in peace, Gma. But anyway, and so she came into the chat, or to my replies out of nowhere. Is like, I find it very odd that you would take offense to this, which I really didn't. I was just like, fuck off, kill yourself. And I was like, you can kill yourself too. That's all I said, right? Okay. And then I deleted it because I was like, that's a little too harsh.
You deleted it because you were trying to evade.
And how would anybody even know she was a she and
this is
she's pregnant?
The craziest part. I did not go to her profile or anything to be like, let me check if she's pregnant, right?
Well,
all
again,
I
and
saw
that's
was that her first fucking tweet is about, yeah, they're LARPing as a man because they were talking about some dev.
Oh, they were being transphobic.
So what they do, this is what these guys do, and you probably know this, Jaffe. Like, we may not be like on the same team fully, but like this is what these guys do. They pearl clutch, right? So they can sit there and be like 41%. Oh, kill yourself. And then as soon as a leftist or a wokey claps back, they're like, oh my God, a woman was, she was pregnant, you bastard. And then here's the thing.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
This woman, we went back because I was like, this is odd. I did my what's that guy's name? Oh, Smash JT. I did my cautionary Google search, and called myself a journalist, and fucking went to her Instagram and then found out she's been lying about being pregnant for like 2 years. Like all this, she wasn't even pregnant. She wasn't even pregnant.
Conjecture, examples, hearsay, prove it on camera, show examples. You're platforming a person who has actively called for the death and has actively antagonized and harassed and spread around the docs, as well as doxing others, all trying to act under anonymity, and then using that to then build a platform on Twitch, specifically trying to be a waiting room for Alyssa Briganti. You are actively platforming a bad actor. You are actively platforming a bad actor.
Hey, some women have delayed, labor.
Sure, for 2 years, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, I did not look at this as like, oh, she's pregnant, do this and I'm gonna win the fight or whatever. I was just like, get out my fucking mentions. Like, they talk about, oh, you wouldn't last in a Call of Duty lobby, dude. Telling somebody to kill themselves is not. It's like the lowest tier, right? Anyway, so
I just think it's. They all thought that you knew this about her and you had said it because it would be the lowest common denominator, and that's because every accusation in this situation is a confession.
Yes.
These people who have come after me have gone back and found pictures of me that I'm like, that is like from 2009 on my Facebook.
Yes.
And I think they think that, you having an offhand comment to someone that's definitely off color was like researched, and you thought, what's the worst thing I could say to this woman who's definitely pregnant that I definitely know?
I mean, I just fired it off. I didn't even have to think. I just fired it off.
That's what I mean, but I think they all think that you're doing the same thing they do, which is you have all this spare time on your hands to click everyone's thing.
He works from home, or rather, he just exists. I don't even think he works. He exists from home inside of a gated community where he spends all of his time on the platform for any amount of time between 8 to 10 hours between whether he does or does not have work. This is an individual who makes his money this way, if this is to be believed. Cope does not even get close to how bad it is.
Question. This is for Alyssa and Airbag too, but mostly Alyssa. And again, I don't really care. I serve at your pleasure. I'm grateful that you are here and spending so much time with us.
And giving him views to try and get onto a higher platform because he doesn't have the ability to build on his own.
Key Turtle wants to call in now because Airbag is talking about.
Oh, here we go. Hold on, real quick before he jumps in, because I've already.
No, he's not jumping in if Alyssa doesn't want it. I'm not going to do it.
Demonstration of exactly what I said was going to happen. I'm going to platform who I want to platform, and if they are able to actually go back and forth and have for good humor, good comedy, good views, I'm not allowing it if they don't say they want it, because I'm going to control. Boo! Tomato, 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 tomato!
He just screams so.
Yeah, your call, Mike.
And I'm worried that it'll descend into a screaming match between the two of you because I love you, Airbag, but you bitch love to scream.
Okay, so is the answer no? Let's not.
I would say that's a no. And also, I have to go eat soon, so I do want to
let's wrap it up. Airbag,
real quick.
Bye. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. You guys rock. The other guy said he got fired for taking upskirt photos of minors. By the way, that was the other guy that they tried to.
In the argument.
Anyway, yes. But Jaffe, thank you. Alyssa, thank you. And yes, follow the parody account Airbag1. Bye.
All right, see you, buddy.
Actively platforming someone who is trying to get around a block and ban on the account. It's all here. The gang's all here. The gang's all here. Just bring it on in, everybody. Wow. Also, it is at 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 8 seconds. If she's not capable of eating while she's fucking talking, I don't know what the fuck this is. Somebody has to explain it to me. Because there's a difference between doing 4 to 16 hours of streaming and then eating in blocks afterwards or during it. And you can't do fucking a hard 2 hours without somehow needing to break. I don't get it. Someone has to explain this shit to me.
All right, last 2 callers I'm bringing in.
Okay, awesome.
We make it quick, and let's see. We got DC. DC, you're on with Alyssa. What's up, bud?
Hi.
This individual's not present.
DC, where are
I'm
you,
here.
bud? Yeah, I know. DC, are you there? 5, 4, 3, 2. Sorry, pal. And did I already have Andrew? And Andrew, did I bring you on already? Andrew.
What a wonderful system. You don't have any moderators helping you with this. It's just you fucking cycling through what you think is going to get her bad press. Just wonderful shit, man. Just wonderful shit, truly.
Andrew, where did your mother and I go wrong? Are you there, buddy?
I'm out.
All right. Well, there we go. So I'm going to get some super chats and then we'll wrap it up.
Sure.
Alyssa, I still have questions if you would ever want to come back.
I would love to.
Oh, I would love that. Because I want
to.
She loves coming back to places that are completely neutral and or positive towards her and make sure that she never has to get any kind of pushback whatsoever, ever. She loves being able to get away with lying. What do you mean? Why don't you not come back? Come on!
For everybody.
I had such fun, man. I was scared of you. They told me you were scared.
Scared of me?
No.
I think that somebody said that to me. They came up to me at the New York Game Awards, and obviously, you know, when you go Alyssa Mercante in public, and I'm kind of like,
yeah,
like I'm not sure, and I'm like leaning. And he was like really kind. And we had a great conversation about writing, and I told him this thing that I've been thinking of. I've been wanting to do a zine, like a traditional zine. I want to like have people write things, but I want to print it out. I want to format it all physically with like a really zine style and then scan it in.
Excellent.
And have bespoke art. And I was talking to him about how it's something I want to work on. And then he came up to me at the end of the night and he was like, I just want to say thank you for being so approachable, because I think I thought that you would not be. But you gave me like the courage to go, because Todd Howard was there and so was Reggie Fils-Aimé, and so they were like, let's say hi. I'm happy to say hi to other people now because you were chill. And I'm like, I really think that even people who might agree with me must think that I'm like super intense, because I come off very intense online. But I'm like, I love people. I love talking to people. I could talk to anyone. I got that kind of face where in public the fucking waitress is telling me about like her son's girlfriend after the first drink is, you know, served.
Excellent.
So like I love people, so I've really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed
Me too. I'm gonna ask you to come back sometime soon because I do want to cover multiplayer. I want to talk about Very Dark briefly. I want to talk a little bit about Kotaku and their responsibility and things like that.
I would love to.
And also, why are some of these big games failing? We have theories.
Yes.
We'll talk about that. But let me get these super chats to wrap it up because these guys have been patient and very generous. Yorch, which is not the same Yorch.
Wrapping up. 3 hours, 10 minutes, 40 seconds out of a 4 hour, 7 minute, and 5 second stream. Yeah, no.
She says, "You're the best, sir. Not a fan of a lot of views expressed today, but I can respect them. Keep up the good work. Nice to be able to see a human Alyssa. Wish I could call, but still working maybe later. Thank you for all that support, George." Mikey Russo, very wonderful guy pushing back all the time on the assholes on Twitter. He has gifted a membership. Thank you, pal. And he has also finally joined the Diet City Soldiers. Thank you. Hypnotic has dropped a super chat. Thank you. Fuzzy, thank you. He says, "I want to ask Alyssa."
So you read Hypnotic, dropped a super chat, but you're not going to say what's in the super chat? Interesting. What's in the super chat? Why can't you say what's in the super chat?
Alyssa, if in her opinion she sees conservative-leaning folks in the game business having to filter their opinions or not. Also, how does she navigate interacting with this sort of person? I'm assuming Fuzzy's talking about P Turtle.
I mean, I don't know about conservative people feeling like they have to lean a certain way in the industry. If you looked at my Ubisoft piece, towards the end of it, one of the associate game directors, Simon Lemay-Comtois, Quebecois, he was talking about how everyone was getting angry about the existence of Yasuke in the game, and he was like, I just really I want people to know why he's in it. He's in it for a reason. Now he's in it for a reason. The story makes sense. The gameplay makes sense. And then at the end, he was like, and me and in his like Quebecois accent, he's like, me and the other guy who's like another dude who's an associate game director that works on combat, we're not exactly the wokiest people in the world. Like he was like very like, we're not even like these like super big proponents of DEI that were like, yes, it must be a black man and a Japanese woman in the lead, and that will bring equality. We can do it, He said that
given that one of the guys was accused of all kinds of horrible shit. So
I think there's still a ton of conservative-leaning people, or just not as aggressively lefty-leaning people in the video game industry, especially leading in the video game industry, because you kind of inherently have to be conservative-leaning to be a billionaire or a millionaire in these situations, or at least somewhat. And in terms of interacting with them, I don't know exactly who you're speaking to. You're speaking to conservative people in the industry. I talk to them all the time.
Well, I think he's asking, how do you navigate interacting? Oh, no, you're right. Fuzzy was saying, how do you navigate like this guy? Let me ask you this. If you had known the guy you were talking to for Assassin's Creed Shadows was the guy that had all those accusations thrown against him, would you have approached that interview different?
I definitely would have asked him because that's my number one area of reporting is culture and the culture surrounding games when they're played and how they're made. I'm very fascinated in that world. And I definitely would have asked him about it. I think it's interesting because it almost would have made me look at his answers as like even more genuine and less PR-y if I knew that he had probably exhibited some behavior or allegedly exhibited some behavior in the past that was a little bit backwards and conservative leaning and maybe a little bit not great. Especially
because it would make you think that putting a black samurai in a Japanese location has to come from a place of story value or conceptual
because there's
value.
no way he would have wanted to have done that if he was technically or allegedly not a good person. So I actually think it's good that I forgot, even though I would have liked to have asked him personally. Although, to be honest with you, in all these situations there is a PR person in the room with you, and a lot of the times you push that. Of course you did. A lot of the times, you push that question and they might be like, we're not going to answer that. And so I don't know if that would even come across, but I'm glad that I didn't know until after, because I was taking everything he was saying at complete face value. And then I was kind of weirdly surprised that both him and that other guy, definitely aren't the leftiest left people in the world. And they really have just and they've made this game on merit. Like they made it because they wanted to make it, and it makes sense this way, and the story is right this way, and nothing.
So why is it that when everybody asked for this or said that, you told them no?
Things being forced, and I think that's like accidentally even more proving what we've been trying to do.
It's a very weird thing to say. You know, you'd think PR would be like, that's kind of a great talking point, but it's horrible, but you should say it. Ames, I will get your super chats after Alyssa leaves tonight that are specifically about God of War, but thank you. I'll get back to him. Mikey Russo, it seems like he cares he was blocked. He's talking about Steve.
Yes. Sorry.
And then he also super chatted, and I'll just give you the vocals. Let it go, let it go. So that's also from Mikey. Thank you, pal. George gives us a sticker. Thank you, pal. I appreciate it. Total Package member for 25 months. Thanks, man. Isn't Alyssa the one that's wholly obsessed with Smash JT? Throwing accusations on him with little or no proof. Well, I think that's going to be a court's job or a jury's job to decide. But I don't know. Is all we want to say about that? But thank you for the membership Total Package. But that is the guy we're talking about.
Yes, that is the person who I have taken legal action against.
Okay. Goodrich Games, thank you, buddy. Is Dave Goodrich, one of my fellow designers in the game biz. He says, here's money for entertainment while I work. Thank you, sir. I know you could play streams while you were being a gigolo, but that's excellent, sir. Yeah, he's awesome. Listen, here's I'm just going to tell you now to your face. In about 2 weeks, I'm reaching out again. I'm not going to be a regular guy who bugs you every fucking 5 minutes, but I need a part 2.
Yeah, of course.
We spent so much time, and I think we had to kind of lay this because there's so much that precedes you coming on a show. But now I really want to.
I need to be able to get the dumbasses to show me that they're dumbasses and give me the ability so as to say, see, this is why I have to do it, because shut the fuck up. If you weren't such a coochie, and you actually had the ability to platform real discussion, you wouldn't feel the need to try and defend her and protect her. You didn't want there to be discussions. You didn't want there to be people that may or may not be able to attest to what she's saying and what she's doing. You didn't want her to have to face any kind of backlash. You're being a coochie. 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 Coochie!
want to now address games and your take on games and the end, you know, so I will reach out in 2 weeks.
I would love to.
Good. Excellent. Last one. Jonathan, thank you, buddy. 50 months. This was a great episode. It was nice to see the side of Alyssa and see her real personality without someone else's perspective influencing it. Obviously, you don't need to know how to find her, but you can find her on Twitter. Of course, you can find her on Twitch. She's on Twitch right now, I think.
I am on Twitch right now.
So all you Twitch people who think I'm an asshole because, look, Jeff Grubb blocked me. And I'm like, why the fuck would Jeff... And you know why I was told he blocked me? He thought... Because he said I was a right-wing guy. Because I have a membership tier called the Diet Soda Soldiers, and I said some just jerky thing like, hey, sign up and join the army. And Jeff Grubb was like, oh, yeah, we know the kind of army you're talking about, Jaffe. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
There's no way. I don't believe it.
Liberal person, the most progressive person any of you motherfuckers know. God damn it. Anyway, well, listen, have a great weekend. Stay warm. I know you're saying it's fucking freezing out there.
Fucking break. It's fucking break.
Give us your real. Enough of this fake vocal fry shit. Give us the real Alyssa to say goodbye.
The way that I talk is exactly like this. And also, I'm about to partake so I can enjoy.
Are you going to stream while you're doing that?
No, I'm tired.
No, I mean you're not. Okay, so you're not going to Rivals after this.
I'm going to Rivals, but not on stream. I'm lazy and I like to sit on my couch.
I'm outlaw. Fucking biting her nails about whether or not she's going to make it through this or not.
They don't have cross progression, and my rank is better in there. So
okay, but do you actually consciously change your voice to move the accent?
When I do interviews in like nicer ones, when I was on like the CBC. No, I mean like like ones that would be in places where not everybody knows who the fuck you are.
Ones with Christians, I understand. Continue.
Yeah. Ones who don't talk about sucking hobo dick for.
Oh my god, $1 billion bucks. You to the hobo.
I do kind of, I elevate and change my voice a little bit just because I have a kind of crass voice. Like my accent is pretty aggressive, and it gets worse the more tired I get, drunk I get, or high I get, or if I talk to my mother on the phone for 5 minutes. Understood. I mean, literally, if like, allow me for one moment.
Oh yeah, please call her. I would love to ask her about Facebook.
She left a message.
Oh, let's hear.
Wait, is it speaker?
It's very hard to hear.
Hang on. Is she on speaker? Oh, here we go. I got it.
That's so cruel. It's your mother. I have been watching for the last, I got sucked into iMemories. I just have to tell you, I have been pissing my pants. You are one fucking funny kid. That's all I'm gonna say. Didn't realize how freaking funny you are.
That's nice.
Oh, she just left me that while I was on with you. So
She wasn't watching this though. What's
No, iMemories is great. I can't recommend it enough. I'm not fucking sponsored by them or anything. It's just so cool. It's it's a digitization of your physical home videos.
Oh, is this with the Apple thing?
No, no. It's just like like you send it out to this company. You send all your physical media to this company. They scan it into their cloud-based software, and then you can bring it up whenever you want.
What's
with
it
a
called
login.
again?
iMemories. Like it's not Apple related. I don't know how they haven't gotten mad at that, but it's lowercase
Right.
iMemories. And I did it for me and my sister did it for my dad years ago because it was expensive.
Oh, that's
And
wonderful.
So now we have all these family home videos that they could just, and especially my mother. Hello, I'd rather her watch that than Facebook videos of like deep
That's
fakes
true.
of like Joe Biden eating a baby.
Well,
So
from
this
now on, all I'm going to do when I watch Family Guy is when I see Lois, I'm thinking of your mom. No.
Yeah, my mother is a very interesting woman.
I understand. Listen, Alyssa's mother, if you're watching, you done a good job. I like the cut of your jib. I think she should get in the ring with Vera Dark, though. She takes the shit out of that ginger fuck. All right, Alyssa, thank you, buddy.
What can I say except you's a bitch ass? You saw follow all in the time. What can I say except you're a bitch ass, a bitch ass, a bitch ass, a bitch ass?
You have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank
I'll
you
talk to
so
soon.
much. Everyone be well.
All right, and I'm going to stay on for a little bit with you guys. Thanks, Alyssa.
3 hours, 20 minutes, and 13 seconds of hard softballs and active protection. Again! Again! Again!
Okay, let me get these two super chats real quick that were God of War related. Ames, thank you, buddy. He says, what would Kratos say? You want to stay on? Turtle, you're on?
Yeah, I do.
And immediately after she's gone, brings them back in to try and milk them. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. Assed bitch.
Andrew, you're on. DC2 is on.
Literally bringing them all in.
Show is on.
And I'm
Go for it. All I know is when she agreed to come on with, we can't
watch then. Like I don't understand. She seems very
That's
cool.
the question.
No.
on. Show is on. Kenny.
Can you guys hear me?
We can all hear everybody. Oh, Anthony.
man.
Anthony, I tried to bring you on earlier and nobody was there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that's why I was like, I didn't know it was you, but even so, yeah, I brought you on and I was like, Anthony, and there was no response. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I didn't hear you, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. What's going on, you guys? What do you want to talk about?
I
real
wanted to
quick?
get a question into her too, but maybe it would be better to ask you. Maybe I'd get a better answer asking you.
Okay, go for it.
So what is this chick's big drama? Like I don't understand. She seems very
That's the
cool.
question.
No, yeah,
That
it
was
is
the whole
because
chat,
she seemed really cool.
Yeah, she's
There's
great.
YouTube videos you can watch then. You know, Jeff is not gonna
they're all
tell the whole story.
Send me a link.
No, but I'm just asking, like, what's the lawsuit issue?
Oh, we can't. Well, okay, I guess I could talk about it, but I barely
I
know
can talk
anything
about it too.
Okay, go ahead. Both
go.
of you talk.
All I know is when she agreed to come on, which I'm grateful she did, she was clear. She's like, hey,
Nice
I
class.
can't, understandably, I can't. I said, yeah, of course. So
Nice
I didn't
strength.
really ask about it, and I honestly didn't look into it that much. So I know that there's a guy who goes by like Smash JT in San Diego, and
If his name is public in the records, then you have the ability to say Jeff Tarzia. You're a pussy.
she is suing him for something. I'll leave it at that and let Turtle
Is this
blank.
is this like a similar thing to a mutual friend of ours lawsuits with the gaming industry?
You mean Via?
Yeah.
Well,
no. I was gonna call her out on this.
No, I don't think this is similar at all. So, Pete Turtle, what do you know? Go.
I don't really know anything. I just want to say, Jaffe, I
You said
appreciate
you knew
letting me-
about it.
I'm not going to the whole thing. The guy can just look at a YouTube video.
Oh, you fucking lying whore. All right, what is
I
it?
know
Pete
about
Turtle?
it, but anyway, I was going to say thank you for having me on. I know it was tough to have me on, but you derailed the entire bit I had.
Listen,
I wasn't gonna even be mean or anything. I was gonna be nice.
I know
you talking about we're from New York.
you got to put yourself in my shoes, right?
You gotta put yourself in my shoes. I want to be able to maintain this relationship to this woman who I want to be able to milk to get clout for my channel. I can't have you going around making me look like a jackass where I can't be able to do that while you try to make me look like a fool.
I know who you are. I know what your character is. I know what your shtick is, and to an extent, I can enjoy it until the viewership starts to collapse, right? Because I get it.
Yeah, at least you're fucking honest now.
And I dig it within reason. But I think when I have a guest on and she's not prepared for all the masculinity that you bring, P. Turtle, no woman
It's
is.
a lot. It is a lot.
Yeah.
It's like a big dog, bro.
Oh yeah. Then I would say that I need to respect her time, and you can
listen,
go.
I'm grateful you have me on anyway, because believe it or not, a lot of these right-wing guys, the guys that are probably attacking you, these guys have got me blocked. And I'm nowhere near as vulgar as I am in your chat, in your show.
Yeah,
so,
one sec.
You know,
Hey,
I appreciate
there you
it.
are. Okay, there you are, Tech. Okay, well, you're welcome. It's good to see you. Hang on one sec. Kevin,
Later,
thank you,
guys.
buddy.
Thanks for everything.
Big
All
Gay
right,
Kevin in the chat says, Jaffe, you had good rapport with Alyssa. I was so pleased. I wasn't actually scared to talk to her, but I did, I had heard, and that's what, I mean, if anything else, maybe that's a good takeaway, which is, I had been prepared for just this really conflict-heavy...
Bullshit. No, you weren't. You knew that she was going to be not conflicted with you because you were willing to defend her and protect her.
The conversation, and she was clear with me at the beginning. She said, hey, you can ask me whatever you want, but she was really interesting, and she's a delightful person to talk to. I enjoyed it, and I do want to have her back on now that all that drama we can move away from and really get to the essence of what she does and what I like to talk about, which is video games. So I'm with you, man. All right, what's up? What do you guys want to talk about?
Does she do a lot of video games? Like a lot of streaming?
Oh yeah, she streams. She's streaming right now on Twitch. She streamed. Well, she might have ended it, but she streamed.
Invited me over there, dude.
Oh well, there you go, Steven.
She's like, yeah, find me on Twitch, DM me, whatever.
Yeah.
I
So
think
yeah,
she
she's
feels
streaming.
bad about it, so I don't even care.
You did what, Steven?
I said I think she feels bad about maybe blocking me, but the thing is, I don't even give a shit. I just
Yeah,
had her on.
you've made that clear. I'm making T-shirts. How little you care.
Yeah, well, everybody in the chat wants to talk shit. Fuck you all. Well, this is
Steven and I
a
talked about
parasocial
this for like
relationship.
15 minutes.
This is a parasocial relationship gone to hell. There ain't no parasocial shit. I'm married, motherfuckers.
Well, that's when you need the parasocial relationships because those they can get away with sometimes. Am I right, boys? yeah. Anyway, anybody else? Kenny, what do you want to talk about? Andrew, DC2, Tech Protect. What's going on? Where's my daughter?
She just got back from a run.
My sweet girl. She sent me the nicest thing. She says, "Dad, I caught some of your stream. It was funny. I liked it. I love my kids so much. They're delightful little creatures." Anyway, I don't know. Probably not.
Hey, Jaffe, can you hear me?
Who's that?
It's Kenny.
Oh, hey, Kenny, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm a little upset at you, man, because you put up that post on X about wanting somebody to...
Kenny, I can bear... Yeah, hey, the mic is really popping. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that just talk, lower your voice so it won't peak it. Yeah, what's going on, bud?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying I'm a little upset at you because on X you put up that post about wanting like a debate partner or a conversation partner for that conversation you had the other day about DEI and games, and I I sent you a comment, but you never answered or anything. So
well, I didn't see it. Probably. I mean, let me go through it. What did you say? I reached out because I was going to have Kirkland Gray on. And then Kirkland Gray had a good point, and it's what I and Tony were talking about, which is it's weird for me to go on a debate podcast talking about sort of diversity in gaming, and I'm a white guy and he's a white guy. And so I'm like, it probably makes a lot more sense to bring on, someone whose life is actually or experience is affected by a lot of these choices and to see if it's bullshit or not. And so I was like, oh my God, I've always wanted to have more of a conversation with King. So yeah.
I mean, right. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, even with the whole DEI thing, I mean, it also encompasses like white women as well. If you look at the gaming industry.
Hey, you got to fix that mic. I'd love to have you back. Call back right away. See what's going on.
I'm out.
But what it's sounding like is your gain is really fucking high, and so it sounds like that's what we're hearing.
Really? Wow. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, no problem. I'll call back.
We're here. All right, thanks, buddy. All right, man. All right. Who else? Should we go to Twitter and see what people thought of?
Let's see what the kids are saying.
Let's see what the people thought of the conversation.
Oh my god, dude, your Twitter comments are the worst.
Oh, I'm sure they always are. They always are. Let's
Wait,
see
Steven, so did Alyssa unblock you yet?
I don't know, and I don't care. I mean, like I didn't even care to begin with. I just had her on. And
I think we need to get to the bottom of this.
I'll take things that are full of shit for 500.
Steven, didn't you and I talk about this for like 15 minutes in chat?
We talked about different things. You were talking about. I just told you it was
I know. We
to
talked
me.
about different things, but we talked about this too.
Yeah, but it was just absurd.
That's
to me.
funny.
That's all it was with the whole thing that happened. She don't remember it, but I knew that she would, and I was just like trying. The whole thing is I'm trying to.
Hang on, am I sharing my screen, Tony? What do you see on YouTube? It's just you six, like Brady Bunch.
Four of us,
yeah.
Here's
Four
the
of
story.
you.
I'm
You don't
seeing
see-
more on cam.
6 male nerdies.
You're seeing. Oh, here we go. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. It's Alyssa.
Uh-oh, hypnotic. Alyssa Mercante and Jaffe meltdown live.
What?
Oh, really? Yeah.
And he's upset, salt reacting. Don't let your bitch asses do it. So, you have a softball interview. You actively guard her from any kind of pressure. Then after guarding her from any kind of pressure, you actively run away from the situation with whatever is this hodgepodge of your regular trolls that call in. You platform her. You platform her immediate butt buddy plus / alias that is actively dodging accountability. You elevate them to a platform to say whatever they want without real challenging of the content creators that you do bring on. They demonstrate that they're willing to push back against you, be negative. Dev's better than I am. And then you go onto Twitter to go look for negative reactions in what you've done, knowing that you are going to platform a situation where you're going to stop other people from being able to speak critically. Bitch made.
Oh my god.
Isn't that great?
You guys melted down.
We're melting down, baby.
You know what though? It's always these people on Twitter that have like a cartoon profile that makes.
Oh, they never want to show themselves.
Yeah.
They never want to show.
They never show themselves. As though they make content on the channels and accounts in which you are not talking about. They're always hiding. They're always hiding. It's not possible that they have themselves on their content. No. They're always hiding. They never show their faces. Galore. Garbage galore.
Show themselves.
And why don't they call in?
I don't. Well, he has called in before, and it was a very unpleasant conversation.
Why don't they call in? Because you will actively block them from speaking. Bitch made. Why don't they make it easier to dox themselves? Why don't they put themselves on camera and put their name on it? Actually a fair question, but hey. Why don't they do it? Because it'd be a waste of time. Because if you get into serious questions, she's going to run away. There is no cage match rules. You're going to try and softball her. You're going to block conversation for her. Any of these reasons. Despite the fact that, as much as you say, well, see, I put my face out there, and you just attacked me. Hypnotic, why won't you reveal what you look like? Okay. Does it change anything? I don't think it would. It's okay. We bide our time. We bide our time. It is 11:19 p.m. I am starving. But for the purposes of this broadcast, I'm going to cut this broadcast where it is because I do not want it to go over the 12-hour mark on YouTube, because then I would not be able to save this. This is just more work I'm giving myself later when I have to edit this. But I'm going to have to cut this here. Then I'm going to go back live. And then Struggler can be able to teach me how to play this goddamn game. See you in like 5 minutes.